इसी हिसाब से उसको टारगेट किया गया।
ही सीरियस, पूरा रात ओटी हुआ है उनका। देखिए, एक गैंग ने लेफ्ट साइड से गोली किया चंद्र को, दूसरा गैंग ने विटनेस खत्म करने के लिए राइट साइड से ड्राइवर का लेफ्ट साइड में किया। कितना प्री प्लान, कूल ब्लडेड मर्डर। वो अभी नाजुक है, उनका साथ बीजेपी पूरा खड़ा है। उनका ट्रीटमेंट का जितना भी जरूरी है वो हम कर रहा है।
हम अभी शुभेंदु अधिकारी के पर्सनल असिस्टेंट चंद्रनाथ रौत के घर के बाहर खड़े हैं और हमारे साथ अभी मौजूद है दिव्येंदु अधिकारी, शुभेंदु अधिकारी के भाई। शुक्रिया एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए। सर आप अभी यहाँ पर आए, आप अपने चंद्रनाथ जी की मां से मुलाकात करें। यहाँ पर अभी इस समय पर आगे क्या होने वाला है? इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँची है?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँचे है मुझे मालूम नहीं है। इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी, स्टेट पुलिस, CID एंड सीट both are investigating the cases. As far as information जो आ रहा है हमारे पास, 3 आदमी को डिटेन करवा गया है और एक जाली नंबर प्लेट वाला व्हीकल भी सीज किया गया है। सिलीगुड़ी का नंबर है ऐसा कुछ। तो कैसे यहाँ आया ये तो पुलिस ही बोल पाएगा ना। कल रात से मैं हूँ उनका माजी के साथ। अभी सुबह गया था, सुबह थोड़ा मेरा काम था मेरा निर्वाचनी क्षेत्र पे, वो काम खत्म करके फिर आ गया। अभी तो अंतिम संस्कार का जो है वो होगा, उसका बाद ही हमारा नया सरकार जब बनेगा। हम लोग पूरा भरोसा में है पुलिस का प्रति, सीट का प्रति, CID का प्रति।
घटना हुआ है बहुत ही दुखजनक, नहीं होना चाहिए और बंद होना चाहिए। जब तक सरकार नया नहीं आता है, कुछ लोग अपना तेवर दिखा रहे हैं। ममता बनर्जी उनकी भतीजा लोग उकसा रहे हैं कि इस प्रकार हिंसा हो, लेकिन ये सब हमेशा के लिए बंद हो जाएगा।
इसमें तो होम मिनिस्टर जिम्मेदार हैं, तो उनके PA की हत्या कैसे हो गई? ये सवाल मुझसे मत पूछिए। आप ट्विटर हैंडल होगा आपका, आप टैग करिए होम मिनिस्टर साहब को, पूछिए कि हत्या कैसे हो गई।
Now to Kerala, where after a sweeping UDF victory, the big question now is who will be the Congress Chief Minister? The suspense over the Chief Minister pick continues, with the party high command holding the final call. Congress observers Ajay Markan and Mukul Wasnik have completed one-on-one meetings with MLAs, and they are now likely to submit their report to the Congress High Command in New Delhi. You must note that sources say 3 names are firmly in the race: KC Venugopal, Ramesh Chennithala and BD Satheesan. Mr. Venugopal is being seen as a strong contender with reported backing from a majority of MLAs, as well as his proximity to Rahul Gandhi, which you cannot ignore. 47 of the Congress's 63 elected MLAs proposed his name as the next Kerala Chief Minister during their one-to-one meetings with central observers as per party sources. But both Mr. Chennithala and Mr. Satheesan remain key claimants with experience, organizational strength and strong state-level presence. Congress leaders are insisting that all workers will accept whatever decision Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge finally take. And we are expecting a final answer from the Congress High Command by the end of this week, as per our sources.
So now let us go wait for the next step. Let them take the message to High Command. And after they take the message to High Command will take a decision. We will wait. And once High Command declares their decision, Kerala and the leaders and workers of Kerala will accept that decision. So let us wait now for the decision. No, we have waited for 10 years. So now waiting for a few more days is not an issue. The fact that Kerala will have a Congress Chief Minister and a UDF government is the most welcome thing and the decision of the people.
I don't know what happened in the meeting, what happened, the coalition party is told in the observers, that I don't know details. I just came here for because they are a sea of the observers. They are my good friends. Everything depends upon the High Command, Congress High Command has to decide. So authority is only Congress High Command. They are taking our opinion one by one or one-to-one and also collectively and individually. So final decision has been taken by Congress High Command.
We have told them. They patiently listened to that and they said they will be reporting that to their High Command. Now further communication we are awaiting from Delhi. Our decision will be according to that.
Well, the latest we're tracking this morning, Nida Khan, the key accused in the Nashik TCS conversion case, she has been arrested in Maharashtra after a 42-day hunt. Nida Khan is accused of forcible religious conversion at the Nashik unit of the IT giant Tata Consultancy Services. She had been on the run after multiple cases linked to the probe were registered. And as per our police sources, she had been staying for the past 4 days at a flat in Kesar Colony in Naregaon area. This is in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, along with her parents, brother and aunt. Sujata Dwivedi has been tracking this case very closely. She joins us with all the details and the clarity we need at the moment. Sujata, so Nida Khan has been arrested finally after a 42-day hunt. How exactly did this happen?
Well, absolutely. And Nida Khan was eventually detained last night by the Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar police, after which, obtaining transit remand, she was brought to Nashik, and today in Nashik court she will be presented as the 8th accused in the case. Now we know that since the last multiple days there were 2 hearings that were held for the interim bail application that her legal team had submitted. However, despite having medical grounds, the court refused to grant her bail. Now, while with Nida Khan's arrest, the total number of accused arrested in the TCS case has now risen to 8, and several others, including accused who are linked to the case, including Danish Sheikh, Shahrukh and others, are currently already in police custody. Now, talking about how did she get arrested, it was since the last 4 days, what police sources tell us, that Nida Khan had been residing in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar with her family members, including her parents, and as soon as the police, because they were keeping an eye on the location since the last multiple days, last night they went on and they arrested her, the first detained and then arrested her. And since the last 1 month she was absconding. There were questions that were raised on why is it the police is not able to arrest them, while another MIM leader, Imtiaz Dalil, goes on to meet her. So there are several of these questions that were being raised. However, now that Nida Khan has been arrested, 2 smartphones from her have been seized by the police, which are going to be of crucial importance as far as evidence collection is concerned. And it is likely that with those smartphones, the police will be able to track down details which so far have not been uncovered during the investigation by the SIT, and thereafter the crime branch will be taking the investigation in further direction. However, today, while she's presented in court, several of these grounds will be cited, whether the police to find out whether the police gets the custody for Nida Khan or not, and also the fact that she's currently pregnant. How is it that the court understands this and gets on to a conclusion whether custody has to be granted or not, has to be seen today. Back to you.
All right, let's switch tracks now. 149 passengers aboard a luxury expedition ship are stranded in the Atlantic after 3 deaths and 8 hantavirus infections. Health authorities across 4 continents, by the way, are tracing passengers who disembarked before this deadly outbreak was detected and monitoring those that may have been in contact with these patients since. Here are the details you need to know this morning.
Ha concluido la evacuación de todas las personas sintomáticas en Cabo Verde. El barco va a continuar rumbo a Canarias, donde espera arribar en el plazo de 3 días al puerto secundario de Granadilla de Abona.
The Dutch-flagged vessel MV Hondius left Cape Verde Wednesday evening. It is bound for the Canary Islands following the medical evacuation of 3 symptomatic patients. Spanish authorities are preparing for a coordinated disembarkation.
Contará con todas las garantías de seguridad necesarias. Tanto la atención médica como los traslados se realizarán en espacios y transportes habilitados especiales ad hoc, evitando todo contacto con la población local y velando en todo momento por la seguridad del personal de asistencia.
This specific strain, the Andes variant, is unique. Unlike most hantaviruses spread by rodents, this version can spread between people. Experts believe the ship's confined spaces facilitated the transmission.
A partir de que una persona se contamina con el ratón, después cuando tiene su afección pulmonar puede contaminar por vía aérea a la persona que está cerca, que es lo que ha sucedido ahora en el barco, que era un lugar cerrado y y personas que estaban difuminando el virus.
The investigation now focuses on Argentina, where the cruise began on the 1st of April. A surge in local cases there is being linked to climate change. Scientists are currently shipping RNA samples to Europe to help refine testing for the remaining passengers. Meanwhile, South African health officials have also traced over 40 people linked to the outbreak so far.
Es más, la letalidad es mayor y tiene la particularidad de poder formar clústeres, que haya grupos de personas que se pueden contagiar entre personas. Es la única cepa.
While the WHO states the general public risk is low, the long incubation period means monitoring will continue for weeks.
This is not the next COVID, but it is a serious infectious disease.
The ship is expected to dock at Granadilla de Abona this Saturday. Strict biosecurity protocols remain in effect as international health teams prepare for the vessel's arrival. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला।
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला।
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है।
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल।
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला।
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विषय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की।
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic.
We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that was not the only incident.
তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে।
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom will keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Udhayanidhi leading at this moment.
5 states, 824 assembly seats. An election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in.
Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchanda, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूँ।
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
What seemed settled
for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Bharosa on Modi ji, an extraordinary management and assurance of courage given by Amit Shah ji to all the people. We are with you.
Illegal migrant, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के लिए ये दोनों पार्टी प्रतिबद्ध है, देश की जनता के लिए नहीं, इसलिए देश के जनता ने उसको नाकार.
भय से भरोसा is the transition which is happening now. भय से मुक्ति is the victory being depicted.
अब आपकी सरकार ओडिशा और बंगाल दोनों में है, तो रसगुल्ला किसका है? ओडिशा का या बंगाल का?
ओडिशा का है. महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ की रसगुल्ला है, रसगुल्ला दोनों की है.
I think it will be good to bring back the confidence of industry.
The people of Kerala understood the real politics of CPM and left the Democratic Front.
And that kind of victory is truly astonishing. And I do believe it marks a return of the Congress with the kind of mandate to bring about radical transformation.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest war.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power.
It's 9 a.m. on a Friday morning and you are watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you this morning with news from across the country and around the world. Let's begin with the top headlines. In a dramatic twist, TVK claims there's a bid to stop Vijay from staking claim to form the new government in Tamil Nadu. They add that the DMK and the AIADMK are working together against the TVK. The political drama shifts to Puducherry as AIADMK General Secretary Edapadi Palanisamy visits the resort where the party's MLAs are staying and held discussions with them amidst uncertainty over government formation in Tamil Nadu. The suspense over who will be the Chief Minister of Bengal is likely to end today as Amit Shah will be in the state where he'll attend a crucial meeting with the newly elected MLAs of the BJP to decide the party's legislative leader. The assassins who gunned down Shivendu Adhikari's aide Chandranath Rath completed the entire operation in less than a minute and sped away as per reports. The SIT deepens its probe as the role of 5 or more is suspected. In a major boost for Congress leader KC Venugopal, 47 of the Congress's 63 elected MLAs proposed his name as the next Keralam Chief Minister during their one-to-one meetings with central observers, party sources indicate. The party high command is likely to announce its Chief Minister pick by the end of this week. Neera Khan, accused in the Nashik TCS sexual harassment and religious coercion case, was arrested from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar after a 42-day hunt. Even as Iran and the US clash, Donald Trump says the ceasefire is still in effect. Well, a big focus, Tamil Nadu's post-election uncertainty is no longer just a constitutional puzzle. It is now rapidly turning into a full-scale political power struggle, with Vijay at the center of an extraordinary realignment battle. Sources say Tamil Nadu could be heading for a major political twist, with the DMK, the BJP and the AIADMK allegedly exploring options to keep the TVK out of power. Sources say one formula being informally discussed involves an Edapadi Palaniswamy-led arrangement with outside support from the DMK if Vijay fails to prove majority support. Publicly, as you can imagine, such a scenario would have sounded politically unthinkable just a few days ago. But there's also growing concern within sections of the DMK over what leaders describe as a possible MGR-like rise for Vijay. Amid this speculation, the TVK is ready with a counter-attack as well, claiming the DMK and the AIADMK are working together to stop government formation. Sources say the TVK has warned that as many as 108 MLAs could resign if what it calls an unnatural alliance takes shape. In fact, earlier, we spoke to the CPIM. Veteran Kerala leader Marian Alexander Baby has spoken to NDTV regarding the current situation playing out, and here's what he told us.
Our first question to you, sir. There is so much uncertainty on the government formation in Tamil Nadu, especially with Vijay and TVK, although they've gotten the numbers, the single largest numbers. How does the CPM view this?
It is highly undemocratic on the part of the governor, honorable governor, that the democratic tradition of inviting the leader of the single largest party after an election to form the government and fix a time frame to prove the majority on the floor of the house. If a party or an alliance is not having a clear-cut majority, then the president in the case of Lok Sabha and governor in the case of Legislative Assembly used to invite the single largest party to try and form a government. Why this is not being done in the case of Tamil Nadu? It is not only unfortunate, it is undemocratic also.
Okay, it's an important point that you've made there. There are legal experts who've called it unconstitutional as well. But the question here is that are the left parties going to support the TVK? You have 4 MLAs, and the TVK is in clear need of those numbers to show a majority on the floor of the House, or perhaps before the governor, before Vijay can be sworn in. Will the left parties and the CPI and the CPIM support TVK to form a government in Tamil Nadu?
To honor the verdict given by the people in the last assembly election, and also to see that no machinations from Delhi takes place in Tamil Nadu through the governor's road, we would definitely consider, we are having our meeting tomorrow morning, we would definitely consider extending our support to Mr. Vijay, who is the leader of the TVK. We have to take a decision tomorrow morning only. So we are seriously considering, especially in the background of the machinations that are taking place in Tamil Nadu, Raj Bhavan or Lok Bhavan, as they have renamed it.
So sir, you're confirming that you will consider going with the TVK. Has the TVK already reached out to you, sir?
Yeah, TVK has reached out to us. First of all, we make it abundantly clear that the move of the governor to invite AIADMK to explore the possibility of they forming a government, it is utterly undemocratic. We straight away, in unequivocal terms, express our disagreement with this undemocratic move.
The emerging political developments. Are you talking about uncertainty over the government formation now?
Anything, whatever after polls, whatever is the problem, we will have to. We will discuss with our leaders and take
Asked to stay with MLAs put here. Why?
Because only for this they have to be instructed. No.
Is there a possibility the DMK and AIADMK may together try to form the government?
No chance.
What is the emergency decision?
Our leader himself has stated that it is not going to happen.
So what is the emergency situation you are looking at?
We will see. You'll see.
My colleagues Deepak Bopanna and Radhika Ramaswamy are with us this morning to decode all the latest developments. Before we get in a detailed update from them, I must break down for you. The most startling political buzz in Tamil Nadu revolves around one possibility many once considered unimaginable. Quiet conversations between the DMK and the AIADMK camps. Together, you must note the numbers are quite significant. You see, DMK with 59 seats and the AIADMK with 47. So the combined tally is 106. Still short of the majority mark, but politically powerful enough to reshape the government formation battle if smaller parties and independents align alongside them. You see, sources are cautioning that no formal alliance has emerged yet, and much of this may currently be strategic pressure politics aimed at cornering Vijay and forcing smaller parties to take sides quite quickly. But the very existence of such discussion shows how deeply unsettled Tamil Nadu's traditional political order has become after TVK's breakthrough performance. The real leverage now rests with smaller regional parties, with independents and fence-sitters who could ultimately decide whether Vijay becomes Chief Minister or whether the old establishment regroups to stop him. Let's get in an update from my colleague Deepak Bopanna first, who joins us from outside Vijay's residence this morning. Deepak, many are questioning whether we're seeing ideological politics driving decisions right now or pure arithmetic and survival politics. But tell us, in all your conversations so far today, what is the one political possibility that leaders are privately discussing far more seriously than they're publicly admitting?
Well, the question for the people of Tamil Nadu in particular is that, did they not give the verdict which would have given them stable governance? Because at this point in time, with this sort of a coup that's on the cards, with this sort of an uncertainty on the cards, governance really takes a hit. I have, of course, now moved a little away from Vijay's residence towards his headquarters. It's a short distance again on ECR. Here you see these posters that were erected just a few days ago. As soon as the results were out, the numbers, of course, for Actor Vijay and the TVK crossed the 100 mark, and very soon these posters showing Actor Vijay as the Chief Minister emerged. But is this going to be a situation where these posters have to come off is the question with this new, formation that is sort of brewing here. It's still not certain again. It's the bleakest of possibilities for somebody like the DMK and the AIADMK to come together. But the essence of the matter here is that it is right now being mooted. We have a bunch of MLAs who are in Puducherry who are saying there's going to be good news in a couple of days. What can be the good news for the AIADMK MLAs in a situation like this is question number one. The other is the TVK really at this point in time, have they really given up by yesterday going on to say that they're going to have all their legislators resign if there is a situation where the DMK and the AIADMK come together? Now we are hearing that there is a possibility of EPS today knocking the doors of the governor. Why is he going to go there if there is no coup on the cards? On the other hand, the DMK and its allies have been time and again saying that the governor was wrong in actually not providing time to the TVK, to Vijay to actually take oath and then prove his majority in a floor test. So there is so many contradictory reactions that are coming in. Just a day ago, we saw a post from MK Stalin where he said he'll allow for the TVK to function for 6 months. He will give them that opportunity and then take a look as to how his governance is, and then he will really question it. After all of this, yesterday he was given emergency powers. What are the emergency powers and what is the emergency situation is the question that the DMK will have to really answer, but that has not been clearly given. So there are so many ifs and buts and twists and turns, and politics is a game of possibility. And today we are looking at anything happening, and today probably will be a definitive day in Tamil Nadu politics. And by the end of this evening, as the CPI, CPIM, all of them come together and have state level level and executive meetings, by about 3:30 to 4, we could have absolute clarity as to which way Tamil Nadu politics is heading.
And up until 3:30 to 4, we will, of course, revert to you for all the regular updates and the finer developments. As always, Deepak, thank you so much for taking us through the lowdown. Well, this is now the central arithmetic defining Tamil Nadu politics. TVK stands at 108 seats. The majority mark is 118. That leaves Vijay needing at least 10 more MLAs to cross the line constitutionally and form government. Now, you have to watch smaller parties carefully. The CPIM, with 2 MLAs, has already signaled openness towards supporting a TVK-led government in the name of keeping communal forces out. The VCK's 2 MLAs remain officially undecided, though the party's final stand could become politically crucial because of its long association with the DMK alliance structure. And the IUML, also with 2 MLAs, you must note, is signalling support only if the DMK permits it. So as you can tell, there are layers as well. So every meeting, every delay, every signal carries immense political weight now. And Radhika Ramaswamy is tracking all that and more for us. Radhika, break down for us, how aggressively is the TVK reaching out to smaller parties behind the scenes today, especially the VCK, left parties and independents?
Right, Parameshwar, the fact is that TVK has support only from the Congress at this point and needs those 6 to 7 MLAs as well to come on board so that they can stake claim to form the government once again before the governor, because governor is very insistent that he wants the signature of all the 118 MLAs. Now, he had reached out to all of the DMK allies, the smaller ones, which include VCK, as well as the left parties, which include CPI and CPM, all of them with 2 seats each. That's enough for TVK to form the government. But they've been flexing their muscles. They say a lot of discussions and deliberations have to happen. They are sitting together since the last 2 days. Congress was very quick to sort of, join hands with the TVK, not the left parties. And they also had meetings with DMK because they are DMK's allies. So they had meetings with MK Stalin. They want his acceptance and his approval as well. They don't want to disappoint him. Remember, he was disappointed. DMK's leaders were disappointed that Congress went ahead and supported the TVK. So that's a scenario these smaller parties do not want. Therefore, they're trying to gain his acceptance, gain Stalin's acceptance, and then perhaps move towards TVK. And that may take some time. Today, another set of meetings between the left leaders as well as, VCK leaders, post which there is a possibility either today or tomorrow they may support the TVK officially, after which perhaps that meeting with the governor will happen and then the government formation could happen. But again, these are possibilities. These are things that could happen in high likelihood. But there are murmurs within DMK-AIADMK camp as well. There are AIADMK leaders also, sitting in one of the resorts in Puducherry and, discussions happening there as well as to whether they can in any way contribute to government formation. So yes, deliberations happening. In most likelihood, the best possible scenario for TVK would be to get those left parties as well as VCK to support them so that he can get that magic number soon.
Radhika, as always, thank you so much for joining us with that crucial update. We will, of course, revert to you. Well, all eyes are now on the governor as Vijay awaits approval to be sworn in as the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and gather the numbers as well. Sources are saying the TVK is exploring every available route, political and constitutional. That includes active outreach to the left parties, the VCK, for additional support, and significantly even the possibility of moving court if the party believes the democratic mandate is being blocked. But with no pre-poll alliance crossing the majority mark, the governor's next move does become crucial. Constitutional options before the Raj Bhavan include inviting the single largest party, which in this case is the TVK, or asking a post-poll coalition to prove majority support through MLA letters. Another option before the governor is to invite a minority government and order an immediate floor test on the assembly floor. And if no viable alliance emerges, if no stable arrangement emerges at all, the state could theoretically move towards president's rule. In fact, earlier, amid this suspense over the Vijay government formation, all eyes were on whether TVK will explore the legal options or not. NDTV has spoken to eminent legal experts. Shivarur has actually spoken to 2 legal experts, Harish Salve and Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Here's what they told NDTV earlier.
Is the governor acting constitutionally in the Vijay case, or is he obstructing government formation? Your first view on this, sir?
My answer is yes. I do not see anything unconstitutional in what the governor has done. We sometimes, unfortunately, metamorphosize colloquial expressions into constitutional law. So let's keep the two apart. Single largest party is not what the Constitution talks about. Nobody has a right to be called to form the government. We don't talk about that. What our Constitution says is you must form a government which enjoys the House of the enjoys the confidence of the legislature. Now, what do you do when there is a fractured mandate? Is there an answer? The answer is you must act with wisdom. Now, you may say, I as a governor think this man has the single largest party. It's a remarkable election result. Let him form the government. And if he can't prove his majority in 3 weeks, we'll throw him out. I may say, no, sorry, I know what goes on in India. I will tell him, and who's your first and primary supporter? Some supporter who jumped the gun and gave him support even before I believe it was asked for. I don't know, I only go by what little I see on the media. A party which had actually had a pre-poll alliance with somebody else. The governor says, I need something more than just your word for it. In fairness to this gentleman, he's a first-time debutant in politics, and it's remarkable the kind of public faith which he has garnered. The governor says, I need something more than just your word for this. Get me signatures, or get me a little more certainty of what you're doing. Give me your numbers. If that's what the governor is saying, I think it's within his discretion.
How do you see the delay on part of the governor? Do you think this is due process, or is this unconstitutional?
I am extremely sad. I don't think we need to mince words. It is deplorable. It is unprecedented. It is condemnable. Just consider these facts very briefly, Shiv. This is the single largest party with 3 or 4 less asking to be called. There is no other claimant. There is an inbuilt safeguard in every governor's calling letter that you will show your majority on the floor of the House in 10 days or 15 days, as the case may be. Then what is this spirit of democracy that this governor issues a press note and says he's not satisfied? How will he be satisfied? If Mr. Vijay had a direct crossing of the majority, which he was hiding, he's upfront said he's 3 or 4 short. If he had more than the number, then what was there required to claim? And why can he not give 10 to 15 days? Let me tell you, it is, as I said, condemnable and deplorable. And I have, seeing the conduct of center government-appointed governors after 2014. They don't assent to bills for 2 years. They've destroyed federalism. They don't give the opening address when Parliament or the Assembly meets. Well, this seems to be playing into the hands of the central government as some kind of a puppet, not a constitutional head.
Dr. Singhvi, what is the legal position? Can the governor demand to see the numbers rather than have Vijay prove them on the floor of the House?
No, the governor has been given a list which does not claim more than 113. The governor has to satisfy those 113. That's it. He doesn't have to say that I will not give you 2 weeks or 10 days to decide on the floor of the House whether you have the extra 4. It's as simple as that. Mr. Vijay is not claiming to have 120 or 117. He says, I have 113, give me 10 days on the floor, I'll establish. And if he doesn't establish, Mr. Vajpayee was 111 short in 1996. The gentleman Vajpayee. He was called, and in a gentlemanly manner, he left after 13 days because he could not prove his majority in the floor.
We are the single largest party with 108, and we have got the support of another 5 more. So it's quite natural for the governor to ask, where are the other 5? See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108, and that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster.
Deepak Bopanna has been tracking all the political action. He joins us live at the moment. Deepak, how significant is the optics battle right now? With the TVK projecting this people's mandate denied narrative, while rivals are speaking about constitutional procedure, EPS has reportedly told MLAs to wait 2 more days. Tell us, how is the optics battle playing out?
Well, the optics are not looking really great for the DMK and the AIADMK, but at the end of the day, the elections are over. And right now, the optics really don't matter for 5 more years, would it? And if they do, of course, manage to form the government together against all odds and against all expectations of the people, then they still get to govern the state, be the chief minister, hold plump portfolios and change the narrative. And they have 5 years to do that. But we should note that while we're all speculating that this coup is a possibility, but we should also not rule out the fact that, as far as Vijay and TVK is concerned, they have 108 and also the 5 from the Congress. So the numbers for them is just about 6. So the work to do for the TVK is much lesser. So they can, of course, have their own conversations. Even some of the MLAs within the AIADMK and the DMK will realize that probably, a coalition between those two are not the best. Probably going with the TVK, their future could be better. These are considerations that the MLAs could have alternatively too. So there are 2 sides of the spectrum. For the TVK, it's considerably easier. Now it really depends on the kind of political prowess that Vijay and his close, circle really has, and how they will manage to, of course, come out of this situation that they put themselves in with just about 6 short of the majority mark. So it is very possible that at the end of the day that the TVK could emerge on top too, while the coup is a possibility in the background. So there's a lot right now on the cards, and that's the reason I've been saying that at about 4 to 5 p.m. today, we'll probably have clarity as to how the Tamil Nadu political scenario is going to shape up like.
Right. As always, Deepak, thank you so much. Do stay on with us for the next crucial update as well. Well, even as uncertainty grows over Vijay's swearing in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, the political suspense is now spilling into protocol and security arrangements as well. Days after being given a full protocol convoy as Chief Minister designate, the TVK chief was seen travelling without the elaborate security cover, and the development came as the Chief Secretary and DGP met Governor Arlekar amid rising political tensions and planned protests by the Congress too. Here are the details you need to know.
On Wednesday evening, TVK Chief Vijay was seen travelling in his Chennai residence without the full protocol convoy that had accompanied him since his stunning election victory. The images immediately fueled speculations over whether the delay in government formation had begun impacting official protocol. However, police sources clarified to NDTV that the decision was made by Vijay himself. Officials say Vijay opted out of the full convoy after uncertainty emerged over the timing of his swearing-in ceremony. Officials added that such elaborate convoys are usually extended to a chief minister designate or incoming chief minister to ensure smooth movement and minimize inconvenience to the public. Basic pilot security, however, will continue for Vijay. Amid the uncertainty, Tamil Nadu Chief Secretary and DGP Sandeep Rai Rathore met the governor at Lok Bhavan to brief him on the law and order situation in the state. Sources say the governor also questioned the basis on which Vijay had been accorded the full protocol convoy in the first place. For now, Vijay remains a chief minister in waiting. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, you must know 4 convoy vehicles were assigned to Vijay on the 4th of May after the TVK secured 108 seats in the assembly polls. Then he said no as per TVK sources. Even on the 6th of May, the police had deployed security near his residence in front of the Lok Bhavan when Vijay had called the governor to stake his claim to form the government as well. Vijay has not used the government vehicle to meet the governor, is what we are given to understand as well. And today as well, where Deepak Bopanna was reporting from outside Vijay's residence earlier, there seemed to be no fortified security. There was one person deployed there, but no fortified security in that sense. The TVK has clarified that it's the chief himself that had personally requested that the convoy vehicles be returned. That's the latest we're tracking. This as uncertainty, grows over Vijay swearing in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Days after being given that full protocol convoy as Chief Minister designate, the TVK chief was seen travelling without the elaborate security cover. And that development actually came as the Chief Secretary and DGP met Governor Arlekar amid these rising political tensions and planned protests as well by the Congress. Let's turn our attention now to Puducherry for a moment. Tamil Nadu's political suspense continues, and at the centre of the latest developments is the AIADMK camp, where Edapadi Palaniswamy held a crucial meeting with party MLAs at a resort in Puducherry. Sources say EPS met around 45 AIADMK MLAs and conveyed that there are currently no talks on extending support to Vijay's TVK. According to our sources, though, EPS asked MLAs to wait for 2 more days. The big question is, what next for the AIADMK? You see, one scenario that's being currently discussed is the possibility of coming together of the DMK, the AIADMK and the BJP to keep the TVK out of power. Another possibility is pro-TVK legislators crossing over, helping Vijay secure the numbers needed to form the government. There is also speculation that EPS could eventually decide to support Vijay. But if the AIADMK manages to hold its flock together and the TVK fails to secure the required support, Tamil Nadu could remain stuck in a hung house situation.
With me right now is one of the MLAs from the AIADMK, in fact, who's here at the resort in Pondicherry. So we'll have a word from him. Sir, evlo MLAs first of all inga irukudhu sir. Enna agenda irukudhu ipo party ku inga EPS varanga ipo. What's on the table for a discussion?
Madras city la political heat அதிகமாகி போச்சு. பாண்டிச்சேரியில் கொஞ்சம் கூலிங்காக இருக்க இங்கே வந்து தங்கி இருக்கிறாங்க. ரெஸ்ட் 40க்கும் மேற்பட்ட எம்எல்ஏ இங்கே இருக்கிறாங்க. இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச் செயலாளர் எங்களுக்கு ஒரு தாய் போலன்றவர் பிள்ளைகள் வந்து வீட்டை விட்டு வெளியில் தங்கினா போய் பார்ப்பாங்கல்ல, அம்மா எப்படி இருக்கிறீங்க போகிறீங்கன்னு, அந்த மாதிரி வந்து பார்க்குறதுக்கு வருவார். இப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன ஊர்?
ராஜஸ்தான் சார்.
ராஜஸ்தான். இப்போ நேரமெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு உங்கள் அம்மா பேசுவாங்க ஃபோனில் எங்கே இருக்கிறீங்கன்னு. ஏன்னா பிள்ளைங்களை பற்றி விசாரிப்பாங்க இல்லையா, அது மாதிரி அவர் வந்து எங்களுக்கு அம்மா மாதிரி தாய் மாதிரி கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச்செயலாளர். அந்த அடிப்படையில் இங்கே எல்லோரும் பார்க்குறதுக்கு இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு வருவார்.
சார், இப்போது பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஹீட் ரொம்ப இருக்குது, நீங்களே சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. சென்னையில் இருக்குது, இப்போது ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது பாண்டிச்சேரியில். இப்போ நீங்களே சொல்லுங்க,
ஃபுல்லாக ரெஸ்ட்டில்
டிஸ்கஷன் என்ன இருக்குது சார்?
டிஸ்கஷனே இல்லை, டோட்டல் ரெஸ்ட்டு. தாய் போல இருக்கிற அவர் பொதுச்செயலாளர் இங்கே வந்த பிறகு தான் அவர் சில கருத்துக்களை இங்கே சொல்லுவார். அதன்படி இவங்க எல்லாம் நடப்பாங்க.
சரி, பட் ஒரு டவுட்டு தான் சார், ஏன்னா போச்சிங் இருக்கக்கூடாது அன்னது ஒரு தாட் இருக்குது. அந்த மாதிரி என்ன இருக்குதா சுச்சுவேஷன்? எப்போமா போச்சிங் சுச்சுவேஷன் என்ன இருக்குதா? ஹார்ஸ் ட்ரேடிங் என்ன எம்எல்ஏஸ் பறிச்சு வாங்குறாங்க அண்ணா?
இல்லை எம்எல்ஏலாம் ஏடிஎம்கே எம்எல்ஏலாம் யாரும் வாங்க முடியாது, அது ரொம்ப ரேட்டு அதிகமாகிடும், வாங்க முடியாது.
Done. Thank you for speaking to us. In fact, here he has a clarity to provide, saying that multiple MLAs remain to be here in the resort. In fact, but there's nothing political is what has been said from party side. But of course, we do know that the political heat here in Tamil Nadu is just increasing. With video journalist Kumar Rituraj Purohit for NDTV in Pondicherry.
All right. You know, when analysts were dissecting the TVK factor in Tamil Nadu, Vijay's Instagram was already telling a different story. Long before the votes were counted, the actor-turned-politician had built one of India's most engaged digital communities, a fan base that appears to have transformed into a political movement. And in several engagement metrics, Vijay is now outperforming even cricket superstar Virat Kohli. Here are the details.
Vijay's massive electoral breakthrough may have stunned political observers, but the signs were flashing for months on social media. The 51-year-old TVK chief steadily built a powerful digital ecosystem after launching his Instagram account in 2023. And despite having far fewer followers than Virat Kohli, Vijay's audience appears significantly more engaged. According to creator intelligence platform Chorus, Vijay's audience showed unusually high authenticity and interaction levels. Part of that comes from a simple strategy: no ad clutter. While 4 of Kohli's last 10 posts were sponsored collaborations, Vijay's profile has 0 sponsored content. That appears to have strengthened trust and engagement among followers. Even more striking is who follows Vijay. Nearly 64% of his Instagram audience is female, while more than 71% fall in the 25 to 34 age bracket. Exactly the younger voter segment where pollsters say TVK made its biggest gains. His biggest traction comes from Chennai, but engagement also pours in from Dubai, England and Istanbul, showing the global spread of his appeal. And Vijay carefully merged cinema with politics. Compare that with his rivals. MK Stalin's recent political post generated around 5 lakh likes. AIADMK chief Edappadi Palanisami's top recent post saw roughly 25,000 likes. The contrast underlines how Vijay's campaign operated in a completely different digital universe. For years, Tamil Nadu politics was driven by cinema charisma. But Vijay may have rewritten the formula for the social media age, where followers become volunteers, engagement becomes mobilization, and viral reach eventually turns into votes. Bureau Report, NDTV.
On that note, we're slipping into a very quick break. We're back in a moment with the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला
इसमें जनता का जीत है मोदी जी का जीत है
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विजय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की.
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic. We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that was not the only incident.
তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, will keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats, an election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus
to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in. Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchanda, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूं.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much.
Welcome back. Well, in just a few hours from now, West Bengal's political future will enter a new chapter. The fog of suspense in West Bengal will dissipate at 3 afternoon in Kolkata when the BJP Legislative Party meeting will convene to elect their new leader, a day after the Bengal Legislative Assembly was dissolved. This high-profile meeting has BJP heavyweights deployed as central observers. Home Minister Amit Shah presides as the central observer, I beg your pardon. Along with him, Odisha's Chief Minister Mohan Maji is joining him as co-observer. During this meeting, Amit Shah is expected to announce the name of the next Chief Minister of Bengal. Following this, the newly appointed BJP Legislative Party leader is expected to visit Lok Bhavan with the letter of support of the BJP's 207 MLAs and stake claim to form the government. The new Chief Minister of Bengal, BJP's first in the state, will be sworn in tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Kolkata's Brigade Parade Ground. Manogya Loiwal has been tracking all the latest details for us. She joins us live from Kolkata this morning. Manogya, break down for us. What are you hearing from inside the BJP camp this morning? We're given to understand all indications continue to point towards Shubhendu Adhikari as the front runner. We also know now that Amit Shah is expected to touch down at 11:30 a.m.
Well, yes, the Home Minister Amit Shah, also the observer for the state of West Bengal for this Legislative Assembly elections, rather post that for the selection of the leader of the Legislative Party of BJP with 207 MLAs creating history in the West Bengal Legislative Assembly, will be arriving somewhere around 11:30. He will then visit and offer his prayers at Dakshineshwar Kali Mandir. But here I am at the Brigade Parade Ground where the preparations are in full swing and rains too have not been able to play a spoil sport. Even as thousands of workers are working here on ground to ensure that the mud is settled because of the entire process being hindered due to the rainfall that has been happening since past 2 days, and still there are more forecast of rainfall during the day. Chairs are being put up, but with that 3 big hangers to ensure that the lakhs of people and supporters who would be gathering here are able to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and with that the entire galaxy of leaders that BJP is planning to get in for one of the biggest stages that have been set in the history of Brigade Parade Ground by BJP in past several years. This also includes almost all the chief ministers of BJP ruled states, with more than 18 chief ministers across the country, and also bringing in the new chief minister primarily and probably Shubhendu Adhikari, who will be the official Legislative Party leader today in the afternoon, along with 2 deputy chief ministers that are expected to be on the cards. And with that, the entire cabinet is expected to have their swearing in here in the presence of lakhs of supporters who've been vowing and have been working for the party tirelessly for past several decades.
Manogya, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates on the preps and much more. Staying with updates from West Bengal, investigation is deepening into the chilling murder of Shubhendu Adhikari's personal assistant Chandranath Rath, and now new videos have emerged. CCTV footage has also emerged, which could hold vital clues for investigators. In fact, a 9-member SIT has begun its investigation into this murder case. FSL teams have inspected the crime scene. They've gathered crucial details as well. And sources are also saying investigators suspect the role of 5 or more people in this murder. But identifying the suspects is proving to be a challenge because investigators highlight that the CCTV footage that has emerged is hazy. The family, meanwhile, is demanding justice. with Chandranath's mother seeking life term for the killers and Shuvendu Adhikari maintaining that this is a political murder.
शुभेंदु अधिकारी के पीए जो थे चंद्रनाथ, उनका पार्थिव शरीर अब उनके पैतृक आवास पर पहुंच गया है और ये सीधी तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ से मीडिया को अंदर जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन ये सीधी तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जिस तरीके से कल रात कई लोगों ने मिलकर इनकी हत्या कर दी। इन पर 5 गोलियां दागी गई, 4 गोली इनके सीने में लगी और उसके बाद उनकी मौत हो गई। हालांकि इस घटना को लेकर बीजेपी काफ़ी हमलावर है और साफ तौर से बीजेपी और शुभेंदु अधिकारी का कहना है कि टीएमसी के लोगों ने मिलकर चंद्रनाथ की हत्या की है और कहीं ना कहीं पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस एक बार फिर से बंगाल इलेक्शन में देखने को मिला है। नतीजों के बाद पूर्ण बहुमत की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी शुभेंदु अधिकारी जो कि भावी मुख्यमंत्री माने जा रहे हैं पश्चिम बंगाल के, उनके पीए जो चंद्रनाथ थे, बेहद करीबी थे, उनकी गोली मारकर हत्या कर दी जाती है और इस वक्त उनके पैतृक गांव से जो कि ईस्ट मेदिनीपुर में पड़ता है, ये सीधी तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। लेकिन यहाँ से आगे जो सामने उनका घर देख रहे होंगे, उसके पीछे उनका अंतिम संस्कार होना है, लेकिन बंगाल पुलिस और जो सेंट्रल पुलिस फोर्स की टीमें हैं वो मीडिया को यहाँ रोक रही है। इसके आगे मीडिया को नहीं जाने को कहा गया है। लेकिन ये एक बड़ी घटना हुई है बंगाल की सियासत में, लगातार हिंसा देखने को मिलती है, लेकिन कल जिस तरीके से देर रात शुभेंदु अधिकारी के पीए की मध्यम ग्राम में गोली मारकर हत्या होती है, ये घटना ने कहीं ना कहीं पूरे पश्चिम बंगाल में सियासत को एक बार फिर से गर्म कर दिया है। और ये सीधी तस्वीर हम आपको चंद्रनाथ के पैतृक आवास से आपको दिखा रहे हैं। कैमरा पर्सन आशीष के साथ रमन राय, एनडीटीवी, ईस्ट मेदिनीपुर।
কি শাস্তি চাইছেন?
আমি একজন মা, আমি চাইবো না তাদের ফাঁসি হোক, কিন্তু যাবজ্জীবন কারাদণ্ড চাইছি। আর চাইছি যে আমরা ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি করি বলে আমরা আজকে ক্ষমতায় আসার জন্য আমাদের সভাপতি বিরোধী দলনেতা যখন বলছেন সুশৃঙ্খলভাবে থাকতে, তখন শাসক দলের যারা গরম গরম বক্তব্য দিয়েছিল যে 4 তারিখের পরে দিল্লির কোনো ভাব রক্ষা করতে পারবে না, সেটাই তারা দেখিয়ে দিল।
ही सीरियस, पूरा रात ओटी हुआ है उनका। देखिए, एक गैंग ने लेफ्ट साइड से गोली किया चंद्र को, दूसरा गैंग ने विटनेस खत्म करने के लिए राइट साइड से ड्राइवर का लेफ्ट साइड में किया। कितना प्री प्लान, कूल ब्लडेड मर्डर, वो अभी नाजुक है। उनका साथ बीजेपी पूरा खड़ा है, उनका ट्रीटमेंट का जितना भी जरूरी है वो हम कर रहा है।
हम अभी शुभेंदु अधिकारी के पर्सनल असिस्टेंट चंद्रनाथ रौत के घर के बाहर खड़े हैं और हमारे साथ अभी मौजूद है दिव्येंदु अधिकारी, शुभेंदु अधिकारी के भाई। शुक्रिया एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए सर आप अभी यहाँ पर आए, आप अपने चंद्रनाथ जी की मां से मुलाकात करी। यहाँ पर अभी इस समय पर आगे क्या होने वाला है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँची है?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँचे है मुझे मालूम नहीं है। इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी, स्टेट पुलिस, सीआईडी एंड सीट both are investigating the cases. As far as information जो आ रहा है हमारे पास, 3 आदमी को डिटेन करवा गया है और एक जाली नंबर प्लेट वाला व्हीकल भी सीज किया गया है, सिलीगुड़ी का नंबर है ऐसा कुछ। तो कैसे यहाँ आया ये तो पुलिस ही बोल पाएगा ना। कल रात से मैं हूँ उनका माजी के साथ, अभी सुबह गया था, सुबह थोड़ा मेरा काम था मेरा निर्वाचनी क्षेत्र पे, वो काम ख़त्म करके फिर आ गया। अभी तो अंतिम संस्कार का जो है वो होगा, उसका बाद ही हमारा नया सरकार जब बनेगा। हम लोग पूरा भरोसा में है पुलिस का प्रति, सीट का प्रति, सीआईडी का प्रति।
घटना हुआ है बहुत ही दुखजनक, नहीं होना चाहिए और बंद होना चाहिए जब तक सरकार नया नहीं आता है। कुछ लोग अपना तेवर दिखा रहे हैं, ममता बनर्जी उनकी भतीजा लोग उकसा रहे हैं कि इस प्रकार हिंसा हो, लेकिन ये सब हमेशा के लिए बंद हो जाएगा।
इसमें तो होम मिनिस्टर जिम्मेदार हैं, तो उनके पीए की हत्या कैसे हो गई?
ये सवाल मुझसे मत पूछिए। आप ट्विटर हैंडल होगा आपका, आप टैग करिए होम मिनिस्टर साहब को, पूछिए कि हत्या कैसे हो गई।
All right, breaking news we're tracking this morning. The task of choosing the next Kerala Chief Minister may turn out to be a tricky and complicated affair for the Congress High Command, as party sources are now saying that there's an overwhelming majority backing KC Venugopal, but there seems to be a tussle playing out. Because Mr. Satheesan's camp claims that 35 MLAs are supporting him, while the KC Venugopal camp claims that they've got the backing of 47 MLAs. You must note, though, Mr. Satheesan had earlier said that he would not be interested in taking up any other post other than that of the Chief Minister. Sources have said that about 47 of the 63 MLAs prefer KC Venugopal, but KC Venugopal's rivals in the party point out that he is not an MLA, and the party's central leadership had, in the run-up to the polls, categorically made it clear and decided not to field MPs in this election. Ashwin tracking the latest for us. Ashwin, what are the latest details you can disclose regarding this Chief Minister tussle playing out? We're given to understand that the Congress High Command will take the final call.
Absolutely. From the sources on the ground, I'm getting information that VD camp is extremely confident because they have got the support of not just the 35 MLAs, but also most of the MPs. Because he has been a ground worker over there. He has been with all the MPs throughout the last 5 years working on the ground. Number 3, all the allies. Yesterday spoke to NK Premachandran and Muslim League, everybody. When we hear what they are trying to say indirectly, there is a support that is there for VD Satheesan even among the allies, whether it's the RSP, whether it's the Muslim League and all that. Second, one of the most important contention is that when the candidates were being selected, it was KC Venugopal himself who said that none of the MPs should be contesting as an MLA.
Right.
That was proclaimed by KC Venugopal. Now, after the elections, he himself coming on to claim to become a chief minister is something which has definitely not gone well. Meanwhile, in social media, when you look at Rahul Gandhi's congratulating Kerala for his victory, 1.5 lakh people have commented. It is unprecedented, and just glancing through those comments, it is a huge wave of support that is there in front for the VD Satheesan camp. Certainly, that is intensifying. Earlier, there were 3 people in the race. It was Ramesh Chennithala, KC Venugopal, and Rahul and Satheesan. Now it's only 2. Certainly, the VD Satheesan camp is extremely confident.
Ashwin, we'll continue to track all the finer nitty-gritties with you. Thank you so much. VD Satheesan, for all practical purposes, was the face of the Congress and UDF campaign. He had been leading the offensive against the Pinarayi Vijayan government also for the last 5 years in his role as the leader of opposition. So many believe he is the automatic choice for the Chief Minister's post in popular imagination. But again, we will, of course, wait and watch how this plays out, with the Congress High Command expected to take the final call. After the sweeping UDF victory in Kerala, though, the big question now is, who will be the Congress Chief Minister? The suspense continues as we speak, with the party high command holding the final call. Congress observers, though, Ajay Makin and Mukul Vasnik, have completed one-on-one meetings with MLAs, and they are going to submit their final report to the Congress High Command in New Delhi. Sources have indicated that there are 3 names that are firmly in the race: KC Venugopal, Ramesh Chennithala, and VD Satheesan. Mr. Venugopal is being seen as a strong contender with reported backing from a majority of MLAs, and his proximity to Rahul Gandhi cannot be ignored. In a major boost, in fact, 47 of the Congress's 63 elected MLAs have proposed his name as the next Chief Minister during their one-on-one meetings with the observers that were sent. But both Mr. Chennithala and Mr. Satheesan, they remain key claimants with experience, organizational strength, and strong state-level presence. Congress leaders insist all workers will accept whatever decision Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge take finally. But here are the political reactions you need to listen to.
So now let us go wait for the next step. Let them take the message to High Command, and after they take the message to High Command will take a decision. We will wait, and once High Command declares their decision, Kerala and the leaders and workers of Kerala will accept that decision. So let us wait now for the decision. No, we have waited for 10 years. So now waiting for few more days is not an issue. The fact that Kerala will have a Congress Chief Minister and a UDF government is the most welcome thing and the decision of the people.
I don't know what happened in the meeting, what happened. The coalition party is told in the observers that I don't know details. I just came here for because they are a sea of the observers. They are my good friends. Everything depends upon the High Command, Congress High Command has to decide. So authority is only Congress High Command. They are taking our opinion one by one or one to one, and also collectively and individually. So final decision has been taken by Congress High Command.
We have told them. They patiently listened to that, and they said they will be reporting that to their High Command. Now further communication we are awaiting from Delhi. Our decision will be according to that.
Meanwhile, let's turn our attention to the other story we're tracking at the moment. Prime accused in the TCS conversion case, Nida Khan, has been arrested from Chhatrapati Sambhaji after a covert surveillance operation. Nida Khan had allegedly been hiding in a rented flat along with family members. Investigators claim that Nida Khan was constantly changing locations, moving between Nashik, Thane, Bhiwandi and Sambhaji Nagar to evade arrest. 42 days later, the police have now arrested her. They have seized 2 smartphones as well. They are now also probing possible links, financial trails and alleged international connections that are tied to this conversion racket. So the key accused in the Nashik TCS conversion case was arrested in Maharashtra after a 42-day hunt. She's accused of forcible religious conversion at the Nashik unit of the IT giant Tata Consultancy Services. She had been on the run after multiple cases linked to the probe were registered. According to the police, Nida Khan had been staying for the past 4 days at a flat in the Naregaon area of Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, along with her parents, her brother and her aunt. Sujata has been tracking the story very closely. She joins us with further clarity at this stage. Sujata, we're given to understand after a 42-day hunt, Nida Khan has finally been arrested and 2 smartphones have been seized. Tell us what lies ahead for her.
Well, absolutely. And since the last almost a month, Nida Khan was absconding, and today we saw that today she'll be presented in the Nashik Road Court, whereas last night was when she was arrested in a joint operation by the Sambhaji Nagar police as well as the crime branch. And for now, we know that Nida Khan's family too is here at the Nashik Road police station, where currently all the paperwork is being done by the team, because we know that there are several of these smartphones that have been seized by Nida Khan, through which sources tell us that she was in constant touch with the family of the other 7 accused, and she was trying to get hints of what exactly is the overall investigation and how, in which direction is it ongoing. And also that Nida Khan has got several allegations on her, not only named in the first FIR that was registered at the Deolali police camp, but there are also other of these accusations that have been made, where Nida she's been told that she was the one who used to tell young female employees to not only practice the Islamic traditions, but also she used to change the names of these Hindu girls. And why is it that...
Right. Sujata, thanks so much. We'll, of course, revert to you for regular updates. On that note, we're slipping into a very quick break. We're back in a moment with the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा और मसाला।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Haisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to...
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's happening.
Join me, Haisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Launch control, 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला।
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है।
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल।
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला।
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विषय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की।
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles. Good morning and welcome to Chennai. Vasudha and I are live here from outside the Tamil Nadu Governor Rajendra Arlekar's residence. That's the Lok Bhavan that you see behind us. It's going to be a hectic day today, viewer. You've been tuned into NDTV's non-stop coverage of Tamil Nadu government formation drama that seems to be meandering without end. I'm going to get a quick word before I take you to the headlines from Vasudha. Vasudha, we're here today at the governor's residence because we understand that the Congress might be protesting in a short while from now. Are there any meetings with the governor set up today at all? Yesterday, Vijay met him.
So as of now, there are no meetings set up, but then there's huge security deployment for the Congress protest. It seems like the Congress is not just giving legal advice to the TVK, but also taking on its politics, something that the TVK should be worried about if it's really serious about Tamil Nadu politics.
Why is the TVK not protesting? They are not protesting here, the Congress is protesting.
So they basically are still in that Makkal mood, and you know, Makkal have voted for us, that same Jananayakan thing. So this is a political party that probably needs to learn a lot of lessons, or probably they'll teach us a lot of lessons on how to approach politics.
Incredible, but that's what this Friday morning has turned out to be here in the beautiful city of Chennai. Let's get you straight to the headlines at 10 a.m. In a dramatic twist, TVK claims there is a bid to stop Vijay from staking claim to form the new government in Tamil Nadu. They add that the DMK and AIADMK are working together against the TVK. The political drama that had shifted to Puducherry has escalated as AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy visits the resort where the party's MLAs are staying and holds discussions with them amidst uncertainty over government formation in Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, suspense over who will be Chief Minister of Bengal is likely to end today as Amit Shah will be in the state where he'll attend a crucial meeting with the newly elected MLAs of the BJP to decide the party's legislative leader. Kaun banega Mukhyamantri is the big story from Bengal. The assassins who gunned down Shuvendu Adhikari's personal secretary Chandranath Rath completed the entire operation in less than a minute and sped away as per reports. The SIT deepens its probe as the role of 5 or more is suspected. In a major boost for Congress leader KC Venugopal, 47 of the Congress's 63 elected MLAs propose his name as the next Kerala Chief Minister during their one-to-one meetings with central observers. The party high command is likely to announce its CM pick by the end of this week. What happens to VD Satishan? Nida Khan, accused in the Nashik TCS sexual harassment and alleged religious conversion case, arrested finally from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar after a 42-day hunt. And US President Donald Trump says the ceasefire is still in effect, even as the US launches fresh attacks on Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Vasudha continues to be with me here at the Governor's residence, but we're also joined by NDTV's incredible team of reporters that have kept our viewers ahead on this dramatic and twisting, turning drama of government formation. We have Deepak Bopanna, we have Radhika Ramaswamy, and we have Vijay as well. Joining us on this. We'll have our other reporters, Sam and Veera, also pitching in just a short moment from now. But let's start with the breaking news at this point in time. TVK MLAs, remember TVK MLAs and the TVK, which has basically signaled that all of them will resign if there is even a whiff of any kind of an AIADMK-DMK tie-up to keep Vijay out of power. The TVK MLAs are arriving shortly at the headquarters for a high-level meeting. They're arriving for a TVK meeting at the headquarters very, very shortly. We don't know if Vijay will be there for this meeting. The update will be there very shortly. But TVK MLAs, things stand on a razor's edge right now. The mood has escalated since last night. You've been reporting that, they've taken a sober view so far. It's the Congress that is doing all the bashing and fighting and protesting. But clearly the TVK is getting impatient as well.
Absolutely, and TVK cadre are getting impatient. And more importantly, Shiv, there are two things to look forward to today. There's a response expected from the CPM and the CPR, the Communist Party's 4 members in all. There's also something that's expected from the VCK. Senior leaders of the party have already met the VCK and, the Communist Party's CTR Nirmal Kumar went to meet him. Other Varchunas had a word with Tirumavalavan. I'm told that Vijay himself called Tirumavalavan. The answer is expected today. If that happens, TVK's numbers go up. Muslim League has said that their support of TVK is all dependent on Stalin allowing them to support them. So that remains wishy-washy for now. And the DMK and AIADMK are also speaking to each other. We know that for sure. And what I find out from my sources is that Velumani and Mr. CV Shanmugam are trying very hard. They tried very hard to reach out to Vijay and his gang. They have also been speaking. Now Vijay is very clear that he wants to stay committed to this alliance, the Congress Party. So many complexities there. And the centre also feels that Tamil Nadu situation needs to be sorted out as soon as possible. They don't want any unrest. But yes, TVK cadre, TVK supporters could also be getting impatient. Today could give us a lot of these answers.
Deepak Bopanna, our colleague, is at the TVK headquarters in Panayur on the outskirts of Chennai. Let's go straight across to him, Vasudha. Deepak, TVK headquarters could be the other epicenter today. TVK MLAs who have been impatient. The mood has darkened somewhat. Anticipation has led to impatience as well. What are you seeing there? TVK MLAs, have they started arriving already? Who will they be meeting, Deepak? Well, The political temperature is definitely soaring here in Tamil Nadu, Shiv, and so is the heat here. We are just a few hundred meters away from the beach where the TVK headquarters is, and you can see a host of MLAs and leaders have started to arrive at the TVK headquarters. Busi Anand was here a while ago. He came near the cameras as if he was going to give a statement, but then very quickly asked all the journalists here if they're doing okay and walked back inside. A few more MLAs, of course, are making their way here. Some of the party leaders, of course, quite elated. So if you could tell us, is Vijay expected to come here?
I don't know.
You don't, and what is the mood among the TVK cadre, sir? What's the mood right now? Are you all confident of forming the government?
Confident. We are
okay. And what about the possible coup that's really happening between the AIADMK and the DMK? Possibility of an alliance?
We don't know.
Okay. No comments. This has been the mood predominantly. We've seen most of the leaders of the TVK do not want to make any sort of statements, or they've been instructed not to make any sort of statements. The meeting is expected to get underway shortly. Adav as well was here. He too had very little to say. But most of them, of course, off camera as well, are saying that it is going to be good news by the end of this evening for the TVK, and possibly by the 10th or 11th, there is a high chance of actor Vijay really taking over. But at this point in time, mind you, the meetings that are happening in the city, the CPI, the VCK, the CPM, all of them, and what they will have to say by the end of this evening is going to be very crucial, especially with how the AIADMK MLAs have been reacting and saying there's good news coming. What is the possible good news as far as the AIADMK is concerned? Well, we don't know. And politics is an art of possibility, and anything is possible. That's what it looks like. But for the AIADMK and the DMK to come together is not something anybody in Tamil Nadu have probably thought about. It's what many would say an unholy alliance. It could irk the people, but what's the strategy behind a thought process like this is the question. Are they really thinking, let's for now form the government, even if it means irking the people, and 5 years down the line, people's memory is short, especially in politics, and things could change. But as far as the cadre here are concerned, all of them still busy on their phones, tuning into NDTV, tuning into any other place that they could get any sort of information from. But the joy, the jubilation, that's over. As of now, it's anticipation, nervousness that's really taking center stage here at the TVK headquarters. As the meeting gets underway, Shiv, we'll be, of course, bringing our viewers up to date as to what happens here. Back to you. And I do understand that many TVK members and cadres, etc., are tuning into NDTV quite a bit for all those updates. We've been getting calls from many TVK members asking us whether we're hearing anything from our sources from across the spectrum. But the suspense obviously continues, Vasudha. The suspense over government formation is obviously central to what is playing out across these many different places right now. This post-poll drama is not something that was anticipated, especially in the wake of this enormous mandate that Vijay had gotten. Sources now say that Tamil Nadu could be heading to a major political twist of another kind, what you had mentioned right now, with the DMK, BJP and the AIADMK allegedly exploring options to keep the TVK out of power. Now, one formula apparently under discussion, sources claim, is an EPS-led government. EPS-led government with outside support from the DMK. Just imagine that. It's almost unthinkable here in Tamil Nadu if you know the dynamics. There's also growing concern within sections of the DMK over what leaders describe as a possible MGR-like rise of Vijay. Now, amidst all this speculation, the TVK is ready with a counter-attack claiming DMK and AIADMK are working together to stop government formation, and that the TVK has warned that as many as 108 MLAs could resign if what it calls an unnatural alliance, what Deepak was mentioning right now, actually takes shape. What does this indicate right now? You know, the big story at this point of time is this sense that the AIADMK and DMK are talking. We don't know if it's happening at the leadership level, but some talks are happening right now. What is our understanding of these talks?
Well, Shiv, very philosophically, I think it's the entrenched political class of Tamil Nadu, extremely threatened. Yes, extremely threatened and insecure about the rise of Vijay. They feel that, you know, their political relevance is at threat here. The lives of their own children, the political the stagnation is staring at them. So that is something that they want to avoid. And they also, in some ways, are completely taken aback by this man's rise. He has no, allies in the political class. He's talking only about Akkal all the time, and people have supported him, and it's come to, he's come to getting 107 seats. What I understand is that the breakaway faction of the AIADMK reached out to TVK, but, Vijay and his, group of people have been very clear that they want to keep the BJP out. They're not apologetic about going with, the Congress party. There have been two formulas that have been discussed. One is, one of these AIADMK leaders as the chief minister for 2.5 years. The other one is one of them as a deputy chief minister with good portfolios like health and PWD, transport, highways. Now that's been rejected because Vijay does not want to leave the Congress now. So that's why they have decided that it's better to go after power, and it's better to talk to DMK. DMK is ready for outside support. And you look at all the hotels today, Shiv. You see the DMK and AIADMK MLAs have all come from different parts of the state. So there is a sense that they could be coming to power as well, because there is a sense of confidence amongst these people. But how are these MLAs even going to face people? Because they've been rejected. And, the MLAs may not have been rejected, but their parties have been rejected. So clearly it's going to be very difficult for them. And in some ways, I think the TVK is also probably hoping that this happens, because they feel that if an election takes place, they will come back to power with more numbers.
Okay, I want to talk about that unholy alliance aspect in just a bit. But here are some reactions that we've gotten from the left and the DMK. Take a look. These are the latest that are coming in.
Our first question to you, sir. There is so much uncertainty on the government formation in Tamil Nadu, especially with Vijay and TVK, although they've gotten the numbers, the single largest numbers. How does the CPM view this?
It is highly undemocratic on the part of the governor, honorable governor, that the democratic tradition of inviting the leader of the single largest party after an election to form the government and fix a time frame to prove the majority on the floor of the house. If a party or an alliance is not having a clear-cut majority, then the president in the case of Lok Sabha and governor in the case of Legislative Assembly used to invite the single largest party to try and form a government. Why this is not being done in the case of Tamil Nadu? It is not only unfortunate, it is undemocratic also.
Okay, it's an important point that you made there. There are legal experts who called it unconstitutional as well. But the question here is that are the left parties going to support the TVK? You have 4 MLAs, and the TVK is in clear need of those numbers to show a majority on the floor of the House, or perhaps before the governor, before Vijay can be sworn in. Will the left parties and the CPI and the CPIM support TVK to form a government in Tamil Nadu?
To honor the verdict given by the people in the last assembly election, and also to see that no machinations from Delhi takes place in Tamil Nadu through the governor's road, we would definitely consider, we are having our meeting tomorrow morning, we would definitely consider extending our support to Mr. Vijay, who is the leader of the TVK. We have to take a decision tomorrow morning only. So we are seriously considering, especially in the background of the machinations that are taking place in Tamil Nadu, Raj Bhavan or Lok Bhavan, as they have renamed it.
So sir, you're confirming that you will consider going with the TVK. Has the TVK already reached out to you, sir?
Yeah, TVK has reached out to us. First of all, we make it abundantly clear that the move of the governor to invite AIADMK to explore the possibility of they forming a government, it is utterly undemocratic. We straight away, in unequivocal terms, express our disagreement with this undemocratic move.
The emerging political developments. Are you talking about uncertainty over the government formation now?
Anything, whatever after polls, whatever is the problem, we will have to we will discuss with our leaders and take
asked to stay with MLAs put here. Why?
Because only for this they have to be instructed. No,
Is there a possibility the DMK and AIADMK may together try to form the government?
No, no chance.
What is the emergency decision?
Our leader himself has stated that it is not going to happen.
So what is the emergency situation you are looking at?
We'll see. You'll see.
And all of our reporters are at all the news-making epicenters of the Tamil Nadu government formation drama that continues to play out with no real end in sight. Sam, our Chennai bureau chief, is outside the CPM headquarters, very crucial. Vijay is at the CPI headquarters. Radhika is at EPS's residence. We don't know if he's back from Puducherry yet. And Deepak Bopagna is, of course, taking it out at the TVK headquarters. We've got some breaking news coming in now, viewer. Breaking news on the left meeting that's going to take place right now. The CPM is set to begin its state secretariat meet. In fact, we understand that meeting may have already begun. It was scheduled for 10 a.m. The meeting is to discuss and decide on supporting TVK or to stay with the Dravidian coalition and stay loyal to the DMK. Well, after this, CPM state committee would take a final call at its 2 p.m. meeting. So by 2 p.m., the CPM will take a call whether it's with Vijay or not with Vijay. Similarly, the CPI would have its meet current, and by 3 p.m., another meeting will take place. Sam, I want to quickly come to you right now. The left parties, the CPI and the CPM, have taken a principled view that they are in favor of Vijay and they believe the governor is acting against him and in an undemocratic way. But they still haven't given Vijay their numbers. So they are standing on the fence right now. And they will be taking a decision by 2 or 3 p.m. today whether those seats will add to Vijay's tally, Sam.
That's right, Shiv. The meetings may go well beyond 5 or 6 o'clock this evening. They have two things to discuss importantly. One, the option to support TVK Chief Vijay, who runs short of 6 MLAs for a majority. Whether it's their moral responsibility to extend that support in this kind of a scenario when TVK has emerged to be the single largest party, clearly indicating what the people's mandate was. Secondly, we're going to discuss also the option shared by MK Stalin, the need to protect the Dravidian ideology in the state, the need to protect continuation of the Dravidian governance, as they call it, to protect the schemes, welfare measures, and also the state's 2-digit growth. This project is required if TVK is unable to muster its numbers, is unable to form its own government. On the basis of what these members will have to say, whether is it their moral responsibility, will there be black backlash, will it be seen as subversion of people's mandate? They'll discuss all these threadbare and then decide who they will support. If they decide to support TVK, then there is no question of the Dravidian coalition coming, because that depends on the 6 MLAs coming from CPI, CPM and VCK. So in that sense, it's a crucial decision they're going to take, which could be a make-or-break moment for Vijay. This could also decide the future of the idea of bringing together an AIADMK-led government supported by DMK from outside and giving berths for all the allies in the government.
Very interesting. So by 3, 4, 5, 6 p.m. today, there should be clarity on whether the left parties are going to put their money where their mouth is. You know, you can't have the cake and eat it too. Either you're supporting Vijay or you're not supporting Vijay. All these philosophical arguments about undemocratic style, not, obstructing Vijay and all, they sound very hunky-dory, they sound very good. But the left parties will also be called out for their hypocrisy if they see this as undemocratic but are not willing to add their muscle to Vijay's tally. We've got more breaking news coming in. In just a short while from now, remember, there is going to be a Congress protest right where we're standing outside the Lok Bhavan, the governor's residence in Chennai here. But before that, Manikam Tagore, one of the pro-Vijay Congress leaders, has just launched a big attack on the Dravidian parties, including a party with which he was in an alliance with until just a few days ago. Manikam Tagore has said, top Dravidian parties, lifelong rivals, they united overnight. not for the sake of Tamil Nadu, not for the sake of secularism, but solely to stop Vijay. Manikam Tagore is live with me right now here on NDTV. Mr. Tagore, thank you for speaking to us. You've put out a very strongly worded tweet, Mr. Tagore, attacking the two Dravidian parties for their cynical coming together overnight. And you say that this is simply to stop one man, that is Vijay. Mr. Tagore, welcome.
Yes, morning, good morning. Good morning, Shiv.
Go ahead, tell us why you've put out this tweet, sir.
Why is different, but what is happening is different. What is happening is that today the ADMK and DMK are coming together, and with the instructions of the BJP, the governor is facilitating, they are stopping Mr. Vijay. The only reason is that those parties, two parties which has been rejected by the people of Tamil Nadu, are getting together and to stop Mr. Vijay. That is the only thing it is. And it is against the mandate, and people's verdict is going to be manipulated by the governor, Mr. Rajendra, and he is going to do this disservice, and he is prepared. The unconstitutional thing is going to do it today, and the people of Tamil Nadu will never accept that.
Mr. Tagore, as you rightly described, the AIADMK and the DMK are lifelong rivals. They have their entire DNA is based on antipathy for each other. How do you see them coming together, sir? Do you really believe that they are talking and coming together?
They're doing it. They have been doing it for the past 3-4 days, and from 5th, 6th, 7th, it is 8th we are having it. 3 days they are doing it. Government is playing into their, is facilitating that. BJP is behind it. BJP has been rejected by people has given only one seat. Even the union minister who fought from that seat, he has also lost it. People has rejected BJP. Therefore, BJP is going to operate because they don't have only one MLA. Therefore, they are going to step back and ask Palanisamy and DMK to get together and do this drama out in Tamil Nadu, that both the parties which has been rejected by the people of Tamil Nadu are going to assume the chief ministership. And the governor is also doing it, and Mr. Modi and Amit Shah, with full blessings, is happening. This is very unfortunate that mandate of people has been manipulated through this kind of activities. It is the governor should have invited Mr. Vijay to sworn in, and then he should have allowed them to face the floor test in the house. But he is preparing a different kind of story from yesterday.
Mr. Tagore, one final question. As per your understanding, sir, at what level are these conversations happening between the DMK and the AIADMK? Are Stalin and EPS speaking to each other, or some other leaders are speaking to each other?
You have to understand that DMK and ADMK are coming together. One, BJP is behind it, and they are cheating the other secular parties. That is the story here. And when they come together, when they assume charge, for that the facilitation has been done by the governor. Governor is not ready to accept the mandate of people, and he is trying to build a new story that this number, that number, and others. Governor is acting on behalf of BJP, and the BJP is manipulating the verdict of Tamil Nadu. BJP will be punished by Tamil Nadu. It is not like what they have done it in Maharashtra. They can't do it in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu will punish BJP, and those people who are going to be with them, like DMK and ADMK, will also be punished by people of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is not a place where they will forgive and go. People's mandate is going to be manipulated by DMK, BJP, and ADMK.
Manikam Tagore, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV on this. That's the Congress party officially alleging that the ADMK and the DMK are speaking to each other, coming together, being controlled by the BJP with one intention, that is to keep Vijay out of power. Remember, the legal issues surrounding the Vijay government formation tangle are very, very crucial to what is happening right now. Vijay with 100 seats is within kissing distance of that majority, but that distance is makes all the difference in the world. It's the reason why Vijay has not been sworn in just yet. He is considering moving court. The TVK is in touch with its lawyers, but the governor has stood firm over the last 72 hours that without proof of that majority number, he cannot open the doors to the swearing-in ceremony. It's very, very crucial. What are the protocols? What are the constitutional issues that could be precipitated as a result of this stalemate between Vijay and the governor? Is he obstructing or simply following the rules? All of these are questions that I put to two of India's biggest legal and constitutional minds last night. Take a look at Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi and Harish Salve. How do you see the delay on part of the governor? Do you think this is due process or is this unconstitutional?
I am extremely sad. I don't think we need to mince words. It is deplorable. It is unprecedented. It is condemnable. Just consider these facts very briefly, Shiv. This is the single largest party with 3 or 4 less asking to be called. There is no other claimant. There is an inbuilt safeguard in every governor's calling letter that you will show your majority on the floor of the House in 10 days or 15 days, as the case may be. Then what is this spirit of democracy that this governor issues a press note and says he's not satisfied? How will he be satisfied? If Mr. Vijay had a direct crossing of the majority, which he was hiding, he's upfront said he's 3 or 4 short. If he had more than the number, then what was there required to claim? And why can he not give 10 to 15 days? Let me tell you, it is, as I said, condemnable and deplorable. And I have, seeing the conduct of center government-appointed governors after 2014. They don't assent to bills for 2 years. They've destroyed federalism. They don't give the opening address when Parliament or the Assembly meets. Well, this seems to be playing into the hands of the central government as some kind of a puppet, not a constitutional head.
Dr. Singhvi, what is the legal position? Can the governor demand to see the numbers rather than have Vijay prove them on the floor of the House?
No, the governor has been given a list which does not claim more than 113. The governor has to satisfy those 113. That's it. He doesn't have to say that I will not give you 2 weeks or 10 days to decide on the floor of the House whether you have the extra 4. It's as simple as that. Mr. Vijay is not claiming to have 120 or 117. He says, I have 113, give me 10 days on the floor, I'll establish. And if he doesn't establish, Mr. Vajpayee was 111 short in 1996. The gentleman Vajpayee. He was called, and in a gentlemanly manner, he left after 13 days because he could not prove his majority in the floor.
Is the governor acting constitutionally in the Vijay case, or is he obstructing government formation? Your first view is, sir.
My answer is yes. I do not see anything unconstitutional in what the governor has done. We sometimes, unfortunately, metamorphosize colloquial expressions into constitutional law. So let's keep the two apart. Single largest party is not what the Constitution talks about. Nobody has a right to be called to form the government. We don't talk about that. What our Constitution says is you must form a government which enjoys the House of enjoys the confidence of the legislature. Now, what do you do when there is a fractured mandate? Is there an answer? The answer is you must act with wisdom. Now, you may say, I as a governor think this man has the single largest party. It's a remarkable election result. Let him form the government. And if he can't prove his majority in 3 weeks, we'll throw him out. I may say, no, sorry, I know what goes on in India. I will tell him, and who's your first and primary supporter? Some supporter who jumped the gun and gave him support even before I believe it was asked for. I don't know, I only go by what little I see on the media. A party which had actually had a pre-poll alliance with somebody else. The governor says, I need something more than just your word for it. In
fairness to this gentleman, he's a first-time debutant in politics, and it's remarkable the kind of public faith which he has garnered. The governor says, I need something more than just your word for this. Get me signatures, or get me a little more certainty of what you're doing. Give me your numbers. If that's what the governor's saying, I think it's within his discretion.
TVK, which gave a confession statement that we are the single largest party with 108, and we have got the support of another 5 more. So it's quite natural for the governor to ask, where are the other 5? See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108, and that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster.
And we've got more breaking news. Clearly, this is a story in escalation mode right now. Supporters of the TVK have been removed from this area. Right in front of our cameras, we saw some TVK supporters being removed from here. Remember, in about half an hour from now, Congress supporters are planning to hold a protest over here. So we're waiting to see that. But we've got some breaking news coming in right now on P. Chidambaram. Former Union Minister, senior leader, stalwart of the Congress party, has just put out a statement saying that the single largest party must be invited to form the government by the governor. He cites a Supreme Court verdict on government formation in a hung assembly. He says if in an assembly election no political alliance or political party secures an absolute majority, what is the duty of the governor? So now Chidambaram has added his legal and political muscle in the attack on Governor Rajendra Arlekar, who is seen by the Congress and the TVK in some ways to be obstructing Vijay rather than following the letter and spirit of his discretionary powers in such a situation. Vasudha continues to be with me. Vasudha, clearly the Congress is now, bringing out its big guns to add firepower in the campaign against the governor.
That's right. If you look at P. Chidambaram's post, Shiv, and remember that P. Chidambaram was the one who vocally supported the formation of the DMK Congress alliance, and also somebody who recognized that the TVK is a force but probably not so big to reckon with. He has put out a very important tweet in which he says that if in an assembly election no political alliance or political party secures an absolute majority, what is the role of the governor? And he goes on to explain in his trademark tutorial style that, based on numerical strength of the Legislative Assembly, the leader of the single largest party must be invited by the governor. That is the political rule, and that is the parliamentary convention. He has reiterated that that's something that needs to be done. In some ways, taking a dig or criticizing the governor for what he's doing. And he also goes on to mention that the forum where the party's leader must prove that he commands majority support is the Legislative Assembly. The fight has to happen in the floor of the House and not in the Lok Bhavan, not the governor's house. That's the verdict of the Supreme Court. Then he goes on to cite Supreme Court judgments as well. He has condemned the political parties in Tamil Nadu that have articulated and sort of gone against, he has commended, of course, the DMK and all the other parties who have taken a stand against what the governor is doing. But apart from that, Shiv, we are right in front of the Lok Bhavan, and let me just show you what really happened here. Just a few minutes ago, just about 16 minutes ago, what happened was there was a guy called Suresh. He's a TVK worker from south of Tamil Nadu. He came here to protest. Now he has been taken away in custody by police. We are expecting Congress workers to come here anytime soon. They will be lodging a protest against the governor's actions, and they say that all of this delay is also to stall the TVK from forming the government. Remember, the TVK is already in an alliance with the Congress now.
Yeah, absolutely. And all the police you see here around this place, I just want to show you for a moment here the amount of security deployment that has already taken place. I'm going to ask my camera person to follow me. You can see a lot of police here. You can see a huge amount of police deployment here. The bandobast is obviously in view of the fact that there could be protests. And as Vasudha has just reported, there is going to be a big Congress protest in a very short while from now. Sam, I want to come across to you very quickly. Chidambaram adding his muscle to the Congress's escalation against the governor at this point of time. We're likely to see much more of this in the minutes and the hours ahead. That protest is going to be starting shortly here, where I am, Sam.
That's right, Shiv. It may not be the place where you are. It's in another part of Chennai. But one group perhaps could come to another location which is away from the Lok Bhavan, maybe around 700 meters from where you are. But the larger picture, many, including the Congress, which has now joined hands with TVK, raising the question of the governor not inviting TVK Chief Active Vijay to prove his majority on the basis of his party being the single largest party. Many call it unconstitutional. There are voices coming even from the BJP, including actors Khushbu and Kasturi yesterday raising this point, saying that the mandate is very clear. He may not have the absolute majority now, little short of it, but that should not be subverted. And they've said it will bring bad name to the BJP if the governor does not do the right thing. And just before the Congress will hit the streets for protests, Chidambaram, known also to be a very good lawyer, has put this tweet raising this important question. When there are no other claimants, it's what he calls duty-bound duty of the governor to invite the single largest party to form the government.
Okay, stay with me, Sam. We've got pictures coming in now of the TVK protest that erupted just a few minutes ago outside the Lok Bhavan, where I am right now. Vasudha is with me, and she was there when those protests actually erupted. The police very quickly swooped in and removed the protesters from there. Vasudha, what did we capture on our cameras? A small TVK protest outside the Lok Bhavan.
There's just a very small group of people, Shiv, and we managed to speak to just one of them. You know, his name was Suresh, and he is not from Chennai. He had come from some southern part of southern district of Tamil Nadu. Extremely passionate worker. Said that he is somebody who works for the TVK, and he of course was taken into custody within seconds of his arrival at the Lok Bhavan gate because the police said that this is a VIP gate, and no protest can take place without permission here. So he was immediately escorted by the police. He was taken into custody, and now of course the scene has been cleared. But this also is reflective of the fact that there is a certain amount of unease and uncertainty, and of course disappointment and anger amongst TMK cadre, because it's for the first time after a long time that a newbie has come into force. Vijay is a household name, he's a mass leader, he's a sentiment, he's an emotion that evokes a lot of passions amongst families and households. So this is expected, and we can actually see more of this in the coming days if this delay persists. But we'll have to wait and see how the TVK looks at this. The TVK has not really given instructions to its workers to protest. The Congress, meanwhile, has. The Congress, in fact, is not just giving legal opinion to the TVK, helping the party navigate the legal situation with the governor, but also, it's also looking at providing on-ground support. Not that the Congress has a grand, mega, organizational structure here, but whatever it has, it's ready to, support the TVK in this, because the Congress also feels this is a fresh breather for the Congress party. The party last saw power in 60s after Kamarajar. It has not had a chief minister. It finally sees signs of revitalizing its own cadre and organization, which is why we will see the protests happening here in a short while from now. If not here, maybe it could happen in other part of the city. But the deployment here also shows. I spoke to some of the security guys. The police guys they've also said that they have been informed to be here because there could be a Congress protest anytime soon today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the amount of police, like I said, over here outside the Lok Bhavan seems to suggest that the state machinery is expecting some kind of tension, some kind of protest by the Congress or the TVK here a little later. Which brings me to the issue of security. Remember, the swearing-in has not taken place yet, so therefore Vijay is not yet Tamil Nadu's chief minister designate, and therefore he's been, traveling around without the usual VIP security arrangements that someone like him would normally be entitled to at this point of time. There are rules over there. Yesterday, the Chief Secretary and the Director General of Police of Tamil Nadu met with Governor Arlekar to brief him about the security situation and protocols in the state. in light of the fact that there could be protests of the kind that are going to be erupting today, not just in Chennai, not just in Lok Bhavan, but we understand in other parts of the state as well. Take a look at this full report that we've put together for you on that.
On Wednesday evening, TVK Chief Vijay was seen travelling in his Chennai residence without the full protocol convoy that had accompanied him since his stunning election victory. The images immediately fueled speculations over whether the delay in government formation had begun impacting official protocol. However, police sources clarified to NDTV that the decision was made by Vijay himself. Officials say Vijay opted out of the full convoy after uncertainty emerged over the timing of his swearing-in ceremony. Officials added that such elaborate convoys are usually extended to a chief minister designate or incoming chief minister to ensure smooth movement and minimize inconvenience to the public. Basic pilot security, however, will continue for Vijay. Amid the uncertainty, Tamil Nadu Chief Secretary and DGP Sandeep Rai Rathore met the governor at Lok Bhavan to brief him on the law and order situation in the state. Sources say the governor also questioned the basis on which Vijay had been accorded the full protocol convoy in the first place. For now, Vijay remains a chief minister in waiting. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Radhika, I want to come to Radhika next. Radhika, on the issue of VIP security for Vijay, you know, you've been tracking him in different parts of the city. He's been traveling around in his normal private cavalcade, right? No state benefits have been extended to him just yet. Swearing-in has not happened, so he's still going around in his own vehicle, etc.
That's right. No long cavalcade, no state benefits extended to him. But day one, we did see a lot of security around him. But that was perhaps withdrawn is what we are being told until the time he becomes the chief minister or forms the government. Those are benefits that may not be extended to him. So that's the information we are getting. Yes, we were in his residence yesterday, in two of his residences, in fact. And we saw immense security outside, but his cavalcade is not as lengthy as one would expect. Of course, fans surrounding him throughout. And Shiv, if I may talk to you about where I am, is at the AIADMK EPS's residence. EPS is the site. He, of course, had visited his set of MLAs in that resort in Pondicherry. What exactly transpired, not entirely certain. We did speak to one of the leaders who just got out of his residence, and he just said that we want EPS to come back as a chief minister. When we asked him about what about alliances, are you going to support TVK? At least is one section of the AIADMK going to support TVK? He said nothing. Is there some sort of talks with the DMK? He said, you know, we don't have any such information, or we have nothing to tell you other than the fact that we want EPS to come back as the chief minister. So that's what AIADMK leaders here are telling us. But, you know, a lot of closed door meetings and discussions happening. We'll have to wait for some more time to get some clarity.
All right, Radhika, thanks very much for that. The internet phenomenon that is Vijay is something that's going to be studied for a very long time to come, viewer. You know, everywhere we go, we see TVK supporters, you know, making reels, putting out stuff. And this is all fueled an internet and digital phenomenon that preceded this enormous mandate that Vijay has actually received. He has owned Instagram completely and is only building on that incredible digital and viral power. In some metrics, I'm told by my team, Vijay has exceeded the performance of even someone like a Virat Kohli on Instagram and other platforms. This is a true digital phenomenon, and that digital support has transformed into a political base. Take a look.
Vijay's massive electoral breakthrough may have stunned political observers, but the signs were flashing for months on social media. The 51-year-old TVK chief steadily built a powerful digital ecosystem after launching his Instagram account in 2023. And despite having far fewer followers than Virat Kohli, Vijay's audience appears significantly more engaged. According to creator intelligence platform Chorus, Vijay's audience showed unusually high authenticity and interaction levels. Part of that comes from a simple strategy: no ad clutter. While 4 of Kohli's last 10 posts were sponsored collaborations, Vijay's profile has 0 sponsored content. That appears to have strengthened trust and engagement among followers. Even more striking is who follows Vijay. Nearly 64% of his Instagram audience is female, while more than 71% fall in the 25 to 34 age bracket. Exactly the younger voter segment where pollsters say TVK made its biggest gains. His biggest traction comes from Chennai, but engagement also pours in from Dubai, England and Istanbul, showing the global spread of his appeal. And Vijay carefully merged cinema with politics. Compare that with his rivals. MK Stalin's recent political post generated around 5 lakh likes. AIADMK chief Edappadi Palanisami's top recent post saw roughly 25,000 likes. The contrast underlines how Vijay's campaign operated in a completely different digital universe. For years, Tamil Nadu politics was driven by cinema charisma. But Vijay may have rewritten the formula for the social media age, where followers become volunteers, engagement becomes mobilization, and viral reach eventually turns into votes. Bureau Report, NDTV.
So I and my team of reporters are going to be remaining outside here at Lok Bhavan, the party headquarters, Vijay's residence, and every other epicenter of this unfolding government formation drama. NDTV will keep you ahead. Whether it's Vasudha, Radhika, Sam, Deepak, all of us will be breaking every twist and turn. Are there going to be any meetings with the Governor Arlekar today? We don't know just yet, but protests will be breaking out very shortly. Come back after this break and I'll tell you a little bit more about what to expect from here in Chennai today.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
others are warming up and raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's that today? How to...
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world.
And we've got more breaking news coming in amidst all this talk of the AIADMK and the DMK talking, confabulating to somehow keep Vijay out of power. That is the allegation being made. NDTV can confirm that the two sides are indeed talking now. Thambidurai, AIADMK MP, says that the public sentiment is for the AIADMK to come back to power. It's a preposterous claim given the numbers that the AIADMK has actually gotten with all their MLAs sitting in a resort in Puducherry. But here's what this AIADMK MP has just said.
Discussions are going on. That is, I cannot say anything now. Everything will due course of time. We hope that good things will happen. My party, my leader will come back.
Are you going to with alliance with the DMK, sir?
No, that what I am telling, this only I can say. There is the public sentiment is there that AIADMK has to come to the power. That is the voters at the time whenever my party leader Kadapadi visited, lot of emotion and everything public showed. That we are expecting that may happen due course of time with God's grace.
And Radhika Ramaswamy is outside EPS's residence. Radhika, this is sort of spiraling. The political intrigue over the AIADMK is absolutely spiraling. EPS went to Puducherry yesterday. He's back. He's spoken to his MLAs. Talks between the AIADMK and the DMK. Now the AIADMK MP saying that the local public sentiment is for the AIADMK to come back to power. Give us a sense of what those discussions are like between the AIADMK and the DMK, Radhika.
That's right. EPS leader, in fact, AIADMK leaders are meeting EPS at this point at his residence. And yes, Thambidurai did speak to media just a while ago in which he said that public sentiment is towards AIADMK. EPS should become the chief minister and by God's grace it will happen. When we asked him about possible alliance with the DMK that is being spoken about, he did not answer that. And whether he's going to support TVK, no answers to that as well. But very confident, saying that AIADMK should come back to power, and that's what the public wants. But absolutely no word on alliances, on numbers, nothing of that sort. EPS, of course, as you said, did meet several of the MLAs, perhaps the disgruntled ones who are seated in Puducherry resort, trying to come to some sort of consensus. But what that consensus is, not really clear, but very categorically this leader stating that EPS must be the next chief minister.
All right, Radhika, you continue to stake it out outside the EPS residence because he is going to be a key figure in whatever happens next. There's going to be a sense of shock in the Tamil Nadu public that what the TVK is calling an unholy alliance of the AIADMK and the DMK, arch rivals, long-standing political enemies, are actually talking to each other, laying down their traditional weapons and thinking of coming together in order to keep out a common enemy, that is the TVK's Vijay. It is an incredible development that we are reporting here on NDTV, but we can confirm those talks are happening. Much more coming up on the other side. The Congress is going to protest, and we will have an update from you from the TVK headquarters as well. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV. The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, will keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats. An election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in.
Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchan, what's going on here?
Khela ho big.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूं.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Welcome back to NDTV's live and non-stop coverage from here in Chennai on the twisting and turning government formation drama. It's 4 days since the results, but still there is no clarity on government formation here in Tamil Nadu. With 108 seats, Vijay is the single largest entrant into Tamil Nadu politics, but a few seats short of that majority figure means all the difference in the world, at least for Governor Rajendra Arlekar, who continues to stick to his guns and not open the door for government formation or even a swearing in. Vasudha Venugopal is my co-anchor this morning from here at the Governor's house. Vasudha, as political editor, this has been one of the most intriguing 4 days here in Chennai, our city. What are you making of what we can expect to see happen today? We've got some breaking news, but before that, Vasudha, very quickly, your understanding of where things stand, the state of play.
Well, I'm just reminded, Shiv, of the first election that Arvind Kejriwal went, the politically smart guy that he was, he went and approached the Congress first, and of course, he didn't form the government then. I don't know what political smartness Vijay could have shown this time. He has gone with the Congress, but of course the Congress is also protesting for him, giving him legal opinion and also taking the fight to the ground. We don't know how all of this is going to turn out, but yes, it looks like the entrenched powers in Tamil Nadu are not just threatened by Vijay's rise, but they're also highly insecure about their own political relevance. All of that is playing out in different forms today. I'm told the governor is expected to make his final decision by the end of today. So yes, today is going to be most important when it comes to the future of Tamil Nadu politics.
Well, we've got some breaking news coming in. These are all from our sources at this point of time, that the TVK, the smaller parties that are looking to partner with the TVK, or the TVK is looking to partner with them, they've got strong views and they are bargaining hard because they know what the power of 2 or 3 seats actually is in the current arithmetic for Vijay's TVK. For example, the VCK of Tol Tirumavalan says, even to consider AIADMK, it needs to leave the BJP. Cannot even consider a possibility if the AIADMK is still in the NDA, cannot allow any communal party. Here's what we're hearing. Here's what we're hearing from our left sources. The left will take a decision on alliance on the basis of ideology and democracy. The TVK has won the people's mandate, deeply uncomfortable with AIADMK as it is a BJP ally. Veera Raghav is live with me this morning on this breaking news. Veera, the parties that Vijay has reached out to and is hoping to get their numbers to add to his tally, they are wary of this possibility or the talks that are happening with the AIADMK, considering that it is part of the NDA and its partnership with the BJP, Veera.
That's right, Shiv. I think it needs to be made clear. I was trying to talk to sources to gauge the temperament and the mood as far as this extremely, unexpected and perhaps unpredictable experiment of a possibility of the DMK and ADMK coming together, whether it's outside support or as an alliance in Tamil Nadu politics. I was trying to gauge the mood amongst the political forces, and I think there is a clarity that's coming out that even for this to be considered, the first aspect is that the AIADMK should depart from the BJP. It has to away from the and only then will be actually even possibly even consider that. I think much is realm of speculation at this stage. As far as the VCK and the left would stream.
Veera, I'm going to try and fix that bandwidth issue. I think there's a little bit of a signal issue with your link. I'm going to try and ask our people to reconnect Veera in just a moment. But we've got more breaking news. While we wait for Veera, we've got more breaking news coming in now of Tamil stars. Tamil stars have started tweeting in favor of Vijay. So the Tamil film industry has now woken up to the Vijay phenomenon. There were others who had tweeted earlier. There were people like Shreya Saran and others who had joined NDTV to express their love and support for Vijay. But now other stars, including actors Vishal and Sibi, have voiced their support for Vijay. Any attempt to subvert this will be catastrophic, is what at least 2 Tamil film stars have said that at this point. Already BJP actor leaders like Khushbu and Kasturi have batted for Vijay and said that the Governor's Act could bring a bad name to the BJP. In fact, Kasturi was on my show yesterday to say exactly this. In fact, I'm going to ask our producers in Delhi to pull out that chunk where Kasturi said that the BJP will get a bad name if the governor continues to stall Vijay in his journey towards government formation and becoming the chief minister. Sam, actor Vishal, Sibi, Khushbu, Kasturi, they have all voiced their concern over what is going on. Vishal and Sibi now saying that this is a subversion of democracy if the governor continues to stall Vijay.
That's right, Shiv. In fact, Vishal, a close friend of the outgoing Deputy Chief Minister Udhayanidhi Stalin, has said if it's not TVK and if it's going to be anything else but the unimaginable, shell-shocking combination of DMK and AIADMK alliance to form the next government, then he says, as a citizen and voter, I foresee a disastrous and catastrophic consequential turnout amidst common public. Will not go well with public, he says. Also, the other actor, the son of popular actor Satiraj, Sibi Satiraj, says the people of Tamil Nadu have decided and voted for the person they want as their leader, and that has to be acknowledged and respected. This comes after two other actors, Khushbu and Kasturi, also echoed similar sentiments yesterday, saying that the mandate is clear, people have voted for Vijay, and the governor delaying or saying no to call Vijay to form the next government would bring a bad name to the BJP. That's what they've been saying. So clearly, the stars, the Tamil cinema industry rallying behind Vijay, giving a clear indication that they're also closely watching. Although, during the campaign, before the elections, they were very cautious not to be seen supporting Vijay. Now that he has got a clear mandate, the usually silent Tamil film industry on politics is beginning to raise its voice now with Shiv.
Vasudha, I want to bring you in right now. What are you making of people like Vishal and Sibi Satiraj coming out and expressing their views on Vijay? They're using words like subversion and obstruction, etc. That is an important aspect of what we're seeing right now. It is perhaps also a recognition that this is public sentiment that is being affected here, and therefore the Tamil film stars also need to have their say.
Absolutely, and Vishal especially, Sam has also been reporting on this, Veera, that he is very important when it comes to the cinema industry, right? The associations and all that. But yes, the fact that, many of them responded very positively to Vijay when he won. They congratulated him from Jyotika to Surya to Sivakarthikeyan. We saw all of these people flood his Twitter timeline, X timeline with congratulatory messages. I do feel that the extent of support that he's getting from the film industry is not as one would have expected, because what's happening is quite, intriguing as to why the governor is not letting him take the oath despite Vijay having those numbers. I think the film industry is also on a wait and watch mode, because like we've been reporting that if he doesn't become the chief minister, Tamil Nadu is back to its old Dravidian parties, and probably they're also acting safe, and they also want to be cautious in this respect.
Okay, they want to be cautious right now because remember that film stars will be questioned for their silence, and therefore it is only standing to reason that people like Vishal, etc., will be keen on, at least putting their statements out because they've got their own fan followings, and their fan followings will be wondering why so many film stars like Vijay are not, putting out, not supporting Vijay in this time of political turmoil after that huge... Vijay is with me live. I think he's at the CPM headquarters, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to ask our producers to just remind me where Vijay is right now. Vijay, what's going on at your location?
Shiv, I'm at Congress protest site. Earlier I was at CPA headquarters, but just I moved here to cover, to show our viewers a Congress protest. Congress likely to hold protest against Tamil Nadu governor and BJP-led central union government, saying that they are deliberately delaying Vijay's oath-taking ceremony, saying that even we saw Congress official account posted a post on X platform saying that this is people mandate. People have already decided who should rule this state, and now the governor is deliberately delaying in support of in the view of BJP-led union government. So Congress leaders, Congress State President Selva Perandage led, they are holding protests, massive protests in Chennai and also across Tamil Nadu. Very shortly, this protest will start. Remember, Congress has come down heavily against DMK after breaking their ties with DMK. Just a few minutes before, Manikam Tagu spoke to NDTV where he had said that Congress is having, there is some sort of speculation between DMK and AIADMK alliance also. So Congress spoke about this. Congress calling this as a opportunistic politics. But now Congress is having a massive protest at Chennai. Very shortly, the protest will start here. Very shortly, the Congress will start the protest here. Very shortly, we can expect Selva Perandage here, Shiv.
Okay, Veeraraghav is with me live. Beg your pardon, Veera is with me live here right now as well. Veera, the protests by the Congress right now, you've had Chidambaram put out a statement, Manikam Tagore has raised temperatures as well. How are you reading the Congress's role in this? The TVK's, response to what's happening at the governor's house has been far more muted, Veera. It is the Congress that appears to be using all its firepower on this.
Shiv, let's not forget that I think a lot of this is happened because of the fact that the Congress has allied with the TVK, is the sense that the Congress is sending out. It's saying that the TVK and Vijay's swearing in has been delayed primarily because the TVK has allied with the Congress, and the Congress wants to send out its firepower to demonstrate that this is a matter that is undemocratic and that the TVK needs to be sworn in to power. There's a lot of action outside Edappadi Palaniswamy's residence where I am with my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy. So it'll be interesting to watch out. You're right in pointing out that the Congress seems to be demonstrating more of the firepower. But throughout this entire election campaign and later, Shiv, if you notice, the TVK has not been the party that's really been protesting on the fields for anything, on the ground for anything, whether it's the Jananayagan issue or whether it is any other issue. The TVK has not been out on the streets. So the Congress demonstrating that it's the political force here which is part of a coalition and needs to be sworn in here. But I think, Shiv, there's a lot of confabulations going on about the potential of another alternative to this, to keep the VCK out, which could bring the AIADMK-DMK together. And I think the sense that one is picking up is that as difficult as that experiment may be, as uncomfortable and unexpected as that experiment could be, there's also a fear that it could be seen as obstructing Vijay. And I think smaller parties like the VCK and the, which are essential for that experiment, are also deeply uncomfortable with the fact that the AIADMK is a BJP ally. So they may, even if that experiment has to be considered, there's a sense that they may demand that the AIADMK clearly severs ties from the NDA and the BJP. So it'll be very interesting to watch what's happening. Many AIADMK leaders coming into Edappadi Palaniswamy's residence. Let's see what's going to happen, what's in store today.
Yes. Veera, I wanted to ask you, at what level are these confabulations happening between the AIADMK and the DMK? Are they happening at the EPS Stalin level, or are there special teams doing these discussions? What is your understanding of the level at which this is happening?
I've spoken to at least 3 top DMK sources who are part of the inner circle, none wanting to give away anything. I've spoken to some AIADMK leaders who are extremely close to EPS, none wanting to give away anything, neither denying nor confirming any of it. And I think one source told me very closely, we're not going to reveal what's with us until the very last minute, because this is going to be a game of who blinks first. And I think that's the sense within the AIADMK and the DMK. I think the conversations are happening between backroom channels, but I think also the top leadership of both parties are aware of these conversations and are being kept in the loop about these conversations. There's a sense that there's also the angle of the central government and the BJP here, which is deeply uncomfortable with the fact that a Congress 6-part coalition with the TVK would be sworn in Tamil Nadu. So there are wheels within wheels that are playing. There are multiple players, but I think the top leaderships are all aware of what's happening, Shiv. They may not be actually talking to each other, but I think there is much of this is happening with their knowledge. With their consent or not, we don't know, but with their knowledge.
Very, very interesting, and this is an unfolding angle in this entire drama that has captured a lot of the mind space over the last 24 hours. This unthinkable prospect of an AIADMK-DMK handshake, cynically forged in order to keep out, Vijay, this newcomer who might settle into an MGR-like character, according to one assessment, and that's what it is. Politics has seen this kind of thing before. There is a precedent for this kind of thing before. The AIADMK coming out and saying that they've got public sentiment as well. Ultimately, it is about the numbers. Remember, Vijay continues to be the single largest party, but that's where things stand right now. Let me go across to all of our reporters, Deepak, Sam, Veera, Radhika, Vijay, in different parts of Chennai, ensuring that the NDTV viewer misses absolutely nothing in this political thriller for the ages in the state of Tamil Nadu, where government formation still seems like a faraway castle. I want to come to you, Deepak, at the TVK headquarters, where the suspense has continued to build. We don't know what Vijay's day plan is today. What are you hearing from the TVK headquarters? Their new ally, the Congress, is about to start a protest very shortly from here.
Well, Shiv, the meeting has begun inside, but Busi Anand, who was a little while earlier inside the meeting, and he was part of the core team as well, which had arrived quite early, he very swiftly left towards Vijay's residence and he's gone inside there. But the others like Adav, Venkataraman and many others are inside. Some of the MLAs also here, some who've just arrived. You can see one individual who's now just arrived. I have a few supporters who are very, nervous really at this point in time. One of them with me. You've come from Coimbatore, you said. Most of your leaders, of course, are officially not speaking. As a party worker at this point in time, there is a lot of nervousness I'm sensing among all of you all. What's the sense you're getting? Do you think Vijay will become the Chief Minister?
Vijay should. He should come as a Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu because it is a mandate of the Tamil Nadu people. He has to come. That is the mandate. So we are eagerly awaiting. Yeah.
There is some murmur that an unlikely alliance like of that of the DMK and the AIADMK is even possible at this point in time. If that happens, what do you think the sentiment of the people of Tamil Nadu would be? Not just as a Vijay supporter.
See, already the sentiment is very in a jitter mode because they are eagerly awaiting for the this thing, mandate to be implemented. Like Vijay should be the CM. So thing is now there are a lot of chats going on because of the governor's action and AIADMK's move and DMK's move, as well as and DMK allies move.
So there's already anger, you feel?
Yeah, there is a very, very high anger among people, yeah.
Okay, so that's what some of the party workers say, even as more, leaders and MLAs begin to continue to come here. But crucially, we should note that the meeting that's underway between Busi Anand and Vijay will be important because if he's going to want to relay some sort of a message, because it looks like he's not going to arrive here until there's more clarity that comes in from the VCK, the CPI and the CPM. Once there is more clarity, then you could have him come here and address some of their party workers on whatever decisions they take, either positive or negative for the TVK. He'll have to come here personally and probably deliver that message or the plan of action for them. The meeting really here is to chart out a strategy. What if, they are able to really get the numbers? What if they are not able to get the numbers? So both those strategies are currently being worked out. For the party workers, it's been 2 to 3 days of just wait. And like one of the party workers here was saying, there is already irritation and anger among the people that he was not allowed to take oath. And now with the talks of an impossible alliance really coming together in Tamil Nadu, that is going to make definitely things worse. This is something that, of course, the DMK and the AIADMK will also have on the back of their minds.
We've got some reactions that have come in from the left and from certain other parties. And remember, what Deepak is talking about is very, very true. Public sentiment is changing. Public sentiment is intensifying, escalating, whatever word you want to use. You can also see that reflected in the fact that film stars are coming out and talking. And usually, and I'm saying this skeptically, usually film stars don't get into politics unless they feel a resonance within their own fan bases. And that's why you're seeing many film stars come out now directly to support Vijay. Take a look at these political reactions that have come in from the left and other parties.
Our first question to you, sir. There is so much uncertainty on the government formation in Tamil Nadu, especially with Vijay and TVK, although they've gotten the numbers, the single largest numbers. How does the CPM view this?
It is highly undemocratic on the part of the governor, honorable governor, that the democratic tradition of inviting the leader of the single largest party after an election to form the government and fix a time frame to prove the majority on the floor of the House. If a party or an alliance is not having a clear-cut majority, then the president in the case of Lok Sabha and governor in the case of Legislative Assembly used to invite the single largest party to try and form a government. Why this is not being done in the case of Tamil Nadu? It is not only unfortunate, it is undemocratic also.
Okay, it's an important point that you made there. There are legal experts who called it unconstitutional as well. But the question here is that are the left parties going to support the TVK? You have 4 MLAs, and the TVK is in clear need of those numbers to show a majority on the floor of the House, or perhaps before the governor, before Vijay can be sworn in. Will the left parties and the CPI and the CPIM support TVK to form a government in Tamil Nadu?
To honor the verdict given by the people in the last assembly election, and also to see that no machinations from Delhi takes place in Tamil Nadu through the governor's road, we would definitely consider, we are having our meeting tomorrow morning, we would definitely consider extending our support to Mr. Vijay, who is the leader of the TVK. We have to take a decision tomorrow morning only. So we are seriously considering, especially in the background of the machinations that are taking place in Tamil Nadu, Raj Bhavan or Lok Bhavan, as they have renamed it.
So sir, you're confirming that you will consider going with the TVK. Has the TVK already reached out to you, sir?
Yeah, TVK has reached out to us. First of all, we make it abundantly clear that the move of the governor to invite AIADMK to explore the possibility of they forming a government, it is utterly undemocratic. We straight away, in unequivocal terms, express our disagreement with this undemocratic move.
The emerging political developments. Are you talking about uncertainty over the government formation now?
Anything, whatever after polls, whatever is the problem, we will have to we will discuss with our leaders and
you asked to stay with MLAs put here. Why?
Because only for this they have to be instructed. No.
Is there a possibility the DMK and AIADMK may together try to form the government?
No chance.
What is the emergency decision?
Our leader himself has stated that it is not going to happen.
So what is the emergency situation you are looking at?
We will see. You'll see.
Very, very important piece of breaking news coming in right now, viewer. The DMK, according to sources, is now said to be ready to extend outside support to an AIADMK-led government and unlikely to participate directly in the ministry. Very important information being broken here by our political editor Vasudha Venugopal, but it has also sought ministerial berths for its alliance partners, including the VCK. VCK leaders are said to be engaging with communists on behalf of the DMK to garner support for the AIADMK. Remember, there are concerns and hesitations over the fact that the AIADMK has a partner in the BJP. The communists may choose to remain neutral and refrain from supporting either side, particularly in view of the reported DMK-AIADMK understanding. Very, very important. The Communists will announce a decision by 2 p.m. Before I come to Vasudha, Virak, very quickly with you on this. The DMK, who you've been in touch with as well, what are they saying? Is this official and final, this understanding with the AIADMK, that they are ready to participate with outside support in an AIADMK-led government? Have all the issues been sorted out on this?
There is nothing official and there is nothing final, Shiv, and till it's over, this is not over. This is what we've been reporting from last night, that the DMK is looking, the formula that's been mooted before the DMK is that the DMK will give outside support to an Edappadi Palanichami minority government. All right? The DMK and its allies, the ADMK and its allies, minus the Congress and the BJP, have 120 members in the House, and they seem to be having the numbers. So what's been mooted is that the DMK will give outside support to a possible Edappadi Palanichami ministry being swearing in. And for the AIADMK, it's a matter of survival. We believe that the top leaderships of both the BJP, the ADMK and the DMK are all aware. But I think there's one precondition, even if this has to become something of a serious thought. And that serious condition is that both from the VCK and from the DMK's point of view, perhaps the AIADMK will have to leave the BJP and leave the NDA and be on its own. It will be very interesting to watch how this plays out, Shiv. In fact, all morning we've had a lot of AIADMK leaders coming in and out of Edappadi Palanichami's residence. What did you pick up? Radhika is also here with me. Radhika, what did you pick up here from any of the leaders that you could speak to?
A lot of serious discussion certainly happening inside. EPS is inside. We have Thambidurai, who had in fact spoken to us just a little while ago, and he was very confident. He said EPS has to be the chief minister. AIADMK will come back to power. But when we asked how that's going to happen, is it with the tie-up with TVK, with the tie-up with DMK, no answers to that, but very confident that AIADMK will come to power, and that's something that the public wants. That's what he said.
That's an important comment coming from Thambidurai, who's a senior party leader, saying that EPS will become chief minister. So there is an effort on, but I think it'll all hinge, Shiv, on the fact that the left, I think, is ideologically committed and will find it very difficult to justify going with this kind of a formation. If the left and VCK decide to go with TVK, then it's game over for everybody else. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out.
Vasudha, this is an unthinkable alliance that is coming together. Not unprecedented in Indian politics, but the ADMK and the DMK. Since yesterday, we've been seeing those videos of Karunanidhi, Jayalalitha, etc., saying, how is it even possible for something like this to happen? And now you're saying the DMK is pretty much saying that they will support from outside.
I think DMK is gearing towards accepting this idea that it might have to get ready to support the AIADMK government. That's intense lobbying that is on, Shiv. Nothing is finalized yet, but things are moving towards that end, because there is a lot of passionate arguments that have been put in this favor, because power is a great glue, it's a great addiction, and nobody wants their political relevance to be questioned. What I understand is that the communists are going to play a very important role in this, because the DMK, taking a very righteous stand, is saying that it will not be part of the ministries, it will not be part of the government, but they want good portfolios for their alliances, for their allies, which is VCK and the communists. VCK is in fact more aligned with the DMK, and they feel that they are in fact also using this opportunity to convince the DMK to side with the AIADMK. The communists, in fact, are saying that part of the communists feel that they want to be neutral, and a part of them also want to go with TVK. Vijay is very confident and is very optimistic that he wants to get the communists on their side. The communists have communicated to the TVK that they will basically respond to his offer by 2 p.m. today. That's when their meeting is also expected to end. So a lot is expected today. The governor could also be making a decision by end of today, is what we understand. But right now, many permutation and combinations going on.
Huge number. Also welcoming my senior colleague Sikta Deo from NDTV Hindi to Chennai. Welcome to Chennai, Sikta. Good to see you here. And I also want to tell you that Tamil Nadu government formation becoming a big story for a mainstream Hindi channel just shows you how big the politics is.
Well, it's the story of Thalapathy Vijay, and why not? Such a huge star who is coming to power here, and well, the Hindi viewers are equally interested in what's happening in Chennai, similar to what happened in Uttar Pradesh, if you remember. BSP and SP coming together. So AIADMK and DMK drama is quite similar. So let's see what happens.
You just landed. Wait for all the superstar politics that's going to play out. Good to see you, Sikta. Thank you very much. We're taking a very quick break. We're all here. The NDTV team is here in Chennai. We won't be moving until government formation is done. See you after this very short break.
In a dramatic twist, TVK claims there's a
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, "Maybe not." Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, we keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats. An election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in.
Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchan, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूं.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground." Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Good morning and welcome to NDTV. I'm Padmaja Joshi and Team NDTV is getting you the biggest and most exclusive stories from the states where election has been concluded, but there is still suspense about what happens next. In West Bengal, the focus is on who will be the next chief minister. For that, the legislature party meeting is going to take place today between 3 and 5 p.m. Before that, Amit Shah, who is the observer, who has been sent as a central observer for this entire process, has already touched down in Kolkata. And in a very significant development, he's first gone to the Dakshineshwar temple. Now, why this is important is because it is this temple which has a huge symbolic value, not just for the state, but also for this election. Do you know that in the rally that the Prime Minister had held at Brigade Ground, the traditional backdrop, which is usually features the Prime Minister, the state leadership, the leader of opposition, the Dakshineshwar temple backdrop was used for his Brigade Ground rally. That is the symbolism of this temple. So it's but natural that when Amit Shah has come back as observer on such a critical day, he decides to go to that temple. First, what is going to happen? Who are the front runners? Who's going to be the chief minister? We'll tell you all about that. Joining us now are two of my colleagues from Dakshineshwar. We are joined by Saurabh Gupta. We also have Shreyasi Day joining us from the convention center, where eventually that meeting of all the MLAs of the legislative party of the BJP is going to take place. To you first, Saurabh. Over to you. I think Amit Shah is just stepping out of the temple. Over to you, Saurabh.
Well, Amit Shah has just stepped out of the temple, and Padmaja, you were including, Shomik Bhattacharya of the state president now leaving the temple premises. Now, Dakshineshwar, as you said, is so significant. As someone who's offered prayers here since childhood, I can tell you that this is a temple that means so much to Bengal. And obviously, like you said, that significance of having the stage, designed along the backdrop of the temple is something that was significant. And today, as Union Home Minister Amit Shah returns to Kolkata after that huge BJP victory, the first stop he made is, of course, the Dakshineshwar Kali temple. He's offered prayers here. In fact, I'll ask my camera person to show you the Mr. Amit Shah came out of just a short while ago. He's now exiting the temple and headed to where you are, Padmaja, where, of course, all that big action of the day is lined up. But very, very significant. It's an important marker to the Union Home Minister's visit. It signifies what the BJP has been trying to emphasize on in its campaign.
And I would request our viewers to bear with us because, as you can imagine, there are a lot of jammers present there. So the connection with Saurabh will keep coming and going. Extremely, extremely crowded, that entire place. The fact that you've got such a critical day today. And remember, it also comes at a time when security across the state, especially in Kolkata, has been heightened because just 2 days ago, it's barely been 36 hours, when the personal secretary to Shubhendu Adhikari, the person who is the front runner to become the next chief minister, who's the front runner to become the leader of the legislature party of the BJP, his personal secretary was shot dead in a cold-blooded but calculated fashion. Make no mistake, this was well planned. It was brutally executed with the kind of precision, the fact that you had possibly a Glock pistol being used, the fact that these people knew exactly where he would be, the manner in which he was assassinated. So in view of all of that, the security here has been made foolproof. But let me also cut across, while we stay with these images from the Dakshineshwar temple, where Saurabh is going to continue to report from, let me bring in Shreyasi as well. Shreyasi, who are the front runners? We know Shubhendu Adhikari won. Without a doubt, the man is a giant killer, first defeating Mamata Banerjee in Nandigram in 2021, then coming to Bhawanipur and defeating her again the second time in 2 elections running in Bhawanipur, along with retaining Nandigram. But are there other names also who are in the contention? Shreyasi.
Padmaja, yes, there are a few other names that are making the rounds, but of course the final decision will lie with the observers who are in charge of ensuring that a CM face is picked today. 207 elected MLAs will be present. We are reporting from outside the Bisho Bangla Convention Center, a center that was actually built by the former Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. This is where all her big-ticket events, including the business summit, would take place. But today, the BJP is going to elect the next Chief Minister from this very venue. Now, in terms of the convention that we've seen in BJP-ruled states, there's usually a Chief Minister. Few states have 2 Deputy Chief Minister, but there's definitely a Deputy Chief Minister in all the BJP-ruled states. So the names that we have, of course, been reporting, there is Shubhendu Adhikari. Without a doubt, he has defeated the sitting Chief Minister twice. So the party leaders within say that he will be getting the reward for slaying, this big politician from West Bengal. Apart from that, we've also had the names of Samik Bhattacharya, the state BJP president, who was leading the party to this victory today. But Padmaja, all said and done, this is not the work of just one leader. It has been a teamwork that has been on ground since almost 2014 is when they really started planning this victory, and they started emerging as a formidable force here in West Bengal. And of course, that had the first results in 2019 with 18 MPs and the number of MLAs rising further in 2021. Yes. And now the mega oath-taking ceremony all set tomorrow, but all eyes over here on who the legislative party picks as their leader.
And who is going to be the deputies? Because I want to bring in Manugya Loiwal joining us from the BJP office in Kolkata. Who are the names being considered right now? And this is the big news we are breaking also right now, that along with the Chief Minister, what sources are telling NDTV, there is going to be 2 deputy CMs as well. Which are the names being considered? Not just for the post of Deputy CM, Manugya, what is going to be the criteria at play, but also the Council of Ministers. Now remember, you've got a huge majority for the BJP this time around. The first time the government is going to be sworn in for the BJP. All the symbolism, all the different people who have stood by the party, so many factors to be considered in this. What are you hearing about the names in contention? Manugya.
Padmaja, you are asking the trickiest question to me because, but I choose to answer that. The Deputy Chief Minister will have a female leader from Central Bengal and another leader from either OBC or tribals from North Bengal. And the reasons are very clear because the tribals have voted in en masse to BJP this time and have been a formidable part of the victory. So it could be a face from North Bengal, a tribal face, that's what we're being told. It could be Nishit Pramanik, it could be any other leader, it could be Manoj Tigga, but probably someone from the Santhali community or from a OBC community from North Bengal. Remember, casteism has never been a major contention when it comes to the state of West Bengal. However, the face and the representation from the zone, and the region speaks volume. So if Shubhendu Adhikari comes from Midnapur, he also addresses the region, which is the South Bengal. If you have Agnimitra Paul coming from Central, which is Asansol, then she also serves two purposes. One being from Central of Bengal, and also coming in that Central Western of Bengal, and also comes as a female leader from Bengal. And also we have Nishit Pramanik or any other leader from North Bengal who would be addressing to the concerns of the tribals as well as the OBC. But this would be an interesting watch out for, because two deputy chief ministers and one chief minister for the first time, where BJP will have their swearing in ceremony happening tomorrow in massive brigade parade ground, creating history in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, along with all the BJP ruled state chief ministers joining hands together.
Absolutely. Just take us through, Saurabh, while you're at Dakshineshwar, take us through the program for the day, because it's going to be packed. There's going to be one-on-one consultations that Amit Shah does with the various MLAs first. Then there are going to be office bearers who are going to come and meet him. And now in the very latest, we are learning that it's around 4 p.m. when at the Bishwa Bangla Convention Center, finally that big meeting is going to take place between 4 and 6. What more are you learning, Saurabh?
Well, you know, this is a big day, and this is, of course, for the BJP, in a sense, one of the most important days. It's going to form its first ever government since independence in West Bengal, and the significance of that couldn't be understated. Having said that, the Union Home Minister, of course, will oversee all of that, but I think I would be lacking in my reportage if I didn't mention the significance of this temple visit, because like I was saying earlier, this is a temple that's revered. You know, we as people who grew up here have offered prayers since our childhood here, and it's been a part of the culture, the ethos. And you mentioned, Padmaja, the Prime Minister's meeting set in the background was the template of the Dakshineshwar temple. And the Dakshineshwar temple is something that, of course, where the Home Minister was. But like I said, it's a big day. There's a lot of meetings lined up after that crucial meeting at the Bishwa Bangla Convention Center. There is word that whoever is elected, the leader of the legislature party of the BJP, will head to the Lok Bhavan in Kolkata and, stake claim to form government. And it's a day of immense significance for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and therefore this visit, in a sense, sums up, this temple. I can ask my camera person to show you the structure of the temple. It's a temple that's been around for years. It's a temple that is, there's a room of Thakur Ramakrishna Paramhansadev here. There's also, the entire significance of this temple that's been also, in a sense, found its way into the BJP's campaign as well, because the BJP did offer to the people of Bengal the narrative that it was very well in tune with the culture, ethos and beliefs of the people of Bengal this time around. And that's why they kind of have made sure that this temple was also in that backdrop. And today, as Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrives to hold those crucial meetings and then, of course, understand, the nitty-gritties and, direct the local BJP leaders in the nitty-gritties of government formation, his first pit stop happens to be the much revered and, a place of worship, which is the Dakshineshwar Kali temple.
Absolutely. And when we're looking at these names, Manugya, I'll bring you in again on this. Many factors. You spoke of the two deputy CMs likely coming from North Bengal, one a woman leader from Central Bengal, but even in the kind of representation that they will want to do in the entire Council of Ministers, you need to have somebody from the tribal community. Just look at the kind of sweep the BJP has done this time around. Their existing areas, the North, in places like North 24 Parganas, they have strengthened themselves. But Jungle Mahal has given them a sweep. So you need to have communities like the tribal community from Jungle Mahal. The fact that in addition to the Santhals, you also had the Kudmis backing them this time around. They will need to find a voice. The Dalit community, the SC community, and you're right, casteism doesn't have a place. Mostly in Bengal, that is not a consideration. But purely in terms of representation, what are the names that you're hearing along those lines? And also, let's not forget the Kolkata region, which was considered unassailable fortress of the Trinamool Congress. The BJP has managed to get 60% of the Kolkata seats. So are we expecting a lion's share of representation from that area and perhaps from South 24 Parganas. Throw up some names, Manugya.
Well, that's a big difference between when TMC was operational and how BJP would be working. BJP is a national party, the largest democratic party in the world. But when we talk about Trinamool Congress, it has its own stronghold. It was called a South Kolkata or a South Bengal party with more than a lion's share. 60% ministers coming from either Kolkata, surrounding areas. That itself speaks volumes about the kind of control the region had. But when we talk about Bengal, it's not about the caste that works, but it is about the representation of the zone that works. And that makes it so intriguing and interesting. So just to give you an example, whether Kolkata will have a representation in the cabinet, yes, it will have, because Sopan Das Gupta happens to be a former senior journalist, a former parliamentarian, and of course a very strong contender for one of the ministerial posts this time. But with that, we also have several other leaders who have fought it well on ground, be it Tapas Roy, who has expertise and experience and was a part of the election manifesto committee here in Kolkata. So he played a very crucial role on what party would go ahead in 294 charge sheets, where it filed 294 charge sheets in every constituency against almost every leader. But when we come across the entire representation, well, there will be a representation from Jungle Mahal. Let's be for sure and very, very considerate about that. There will be someone from the Tollywood also, because that would be a very interesting part. I wouldn't be surprised a former journalist running into as a cabinet berth minister this time. And with that also, North Bengal will have a very unique representation from the Sant Samaj or the Sadhu Samaj that you say, with one of the Maharajas maybe taking oath this time. Representation of women, representation of tribals, representation of committees, representation from the Matua and the communities also comes very handy and very strongly this time. And also business communities. Remember, they need people who have expertise in their zone and can handle administration that way, because West Bengal has lakhs and crores of debt on it. It has to make a major turnaround. There will be support from the central government, the unique, double engine ki sarkar. But when we talk about Bengal, well, people in Bengal say, Amar Jela theke kota mantri hoyeche. Now that is very important. Whether there is a minister coming from Hooghly, whether there is a minister coming from Midnapur, there will be a chief minister expected to come from Midnapur. I wouldn't be surprised many more leaders from different representations who might not be the front runners, like Ashok Dinda, who's been an expert in sports, might just be the sports minister of the state. Rudranil Ghosh, who is very popular actor, has worked in movies like Maidan with Ajay Devgan, might be one of the faces to work here. Papya Adhikari, who has defeated Arup Biswas in the Tollygon seat, might be just another face. But do they come with that kind of background of expertise of working in government and administration? Well, that is a challenge, and that is a testimony that they will have to prove on ground, especially in the party.
You know, one can draw parallels with Odisha, where you had many first-time legislators, but the fact is that you have got the guidance coming from the center. You've got many seasoned politicians. In Midnapur, of course, representation from Shubhendu Adhikari himself as chief minister, the most likely chief minister. But we also have to keep in mind, Shreyasi, that of the 23 districts across West Bengal, there are 9 districts which have rewarded the BJP in such a fashion that the TMC failed to even open its account. Not a single seat won by the TMC in 9 of 23 districts. Those districts are likely to also find representation as a sort of thanksgiving from the BJP, because that is really where the voters have consolidated to throw out the TMC. Shreyasi.
Well, Padmaja, we have seen that when there is a BJP government in the state, the delivery becomes utmost important. And this time around, the promises that the BJP has made in its manifesto, you have been in Kolkata, you have been traveling across Bengal, you have been speaking to the people as well. The BJP this time around had turned around its campaign and made promises of changing West Bengal with absolute, confidence, and they had given that plan of action. The cabinet that is going to be decided now by the central leadership with the observers such as Amit Shah as well as Mohan Maji from the neighboring region will have to execute these promises. So of course a Herculean task ahead, but today all eyes on the Bishwa Bangla Convention once the meeting begins and Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs that meeting. the cabinet will be formed, and of course the grand oath-taking ceremony will be taking place at the Brigade Parade ground here in Kolkata.
Very quickly, if I can ask you for an update, because remember, all of this talk of government formation is happening at a time, Shreyasi, when a dark shadow also looms over these celebrations, where you have Chandranath Rath, the personal secretary of Shuvendu Adhikari, being killed in the most cold-blooded fashion. And so far, there have been no arrests. What are the leads in that case right now? What do we know? It's been 36 hours.
Well, the police have received the post-mortem report. They've also got the forensic reports. Yesterday, the BSF DG also visited the spot where the incident had taken place. So far, there have been no arrests. Few have been detained to be questioned by the police, not just here in the city, but also in other parts of the state. The police have remained, Padmaja, extremely tight-lipped because they don't want to give out the leads in their investigation to the media as of now, because it's a very high-profile investigation that is being carried out. We have seen the BJP usually seek a CBI investigation, but this time they have given the responsibility to the state DGP and SIT.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you because we're completely out of time, but a very, very professionally carried out hit on Shuvendu Adhikari's personal secretary. The finger pointing, of course, because you've got the leadership here saying this was directed right by the top leadership of the TMC. We'll keep a close track for the time being. Taking a very quick break, but remember, when it's elections, when it's politics, NDTV is your only destination. A critical day for West Bengal. We'll be live from here. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
Front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला।
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है।
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल।
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला।
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विषय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की।
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Crew spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic. We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that was not the only incident.
তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom will keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats, an election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
Very good afternoon. You're with Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood. A debutante, a superstar, a massive mandate, but not enough to cross the line. Vijay's TVK has emerged as the single largest force in the state with 107 seats, a staggering political arrival that has shaken the foundations of Dravidian politics. But the big question now is this: can Vijay form the government without the numbers? Because what has followed, viewer, this fractured verdict is something Tamil Nadu politics has rarely, if ever, imagined. Two bitter rivals, two Dravidian giants, DMK and AIADMK parties built on decades of political hostility, are now at the center of intense speculation over a possible coming together. Not for ideology, not for governance, you guessed it right, to stop the TVK. High-level meetings, back-channel conversations, frenzied number crunching, and now an explosive warning from the TVK camp. If either the DMK or the AIADMK attempts to stake claim, every TVK MLA could resign. This afternoon, the mandate is massive, the numbers are short, and the politics has turned extraordinary. A quick check on the headlines at noon. Buzz over anti-Vijay front peaks is an unprecedented alliance. Works. DMK sources say the AIADMK must cut ties with the BJP, say ready to extend outside support to AIADMK. TVK claims bid by Dravidian giants to stop Vijay's juggernaut, warns every MLA of the party will resign if either of the two Dravidian parties tries to stake claim to form the government in the state. Left parties hold crucial meet. Home Minister Amit Shah in marathon meetings in Kolkata. BJP's legislature party to formally elect its leader, with Tuvendu Adhikari emerging as front-runner to become the party's first chief minister in the state of West Bengal. Sources say Bengal can get 2 deputy chief ministers. SIT probe into Tuvendu aid murder. Role of 5 or more suspected. More details on the investigations here on NDTV. Race for Keralam's chief minister heats up. Senior leaders KC Venugopal and VD Satishan emerge as frontrunners after UDF's emphatic return to power. Nasik TCS conversion case. Key accused Nida Khan arrested, held 40 days after FIR filed in the case. US President Donald Trump says the ceasefire is still in effect even as US launches fresh attacks on Iran. Bandar Abbas. All the developments on the ground will be here on Breaking Ground with our group of reporters in Chennai. In a moment from now, I'm going to cut across to them. But the latest here on Breaking Ground, Tamil Nadu's post-poll drama is intensifying by the hour after Vijay's TVK becomes the single largest party but still failed to cross the majority mark of 118. With this, the drama is brewing as parties are in race to form the government. Vijay held a key meeting with all his MLAs and senior leaders at the party headquarters to decide the next step. On the other hand, TVK's hunt for finding allies only intensifies. While the VC DMK is yet to disclose its cards. CPI and CPM, the left parties, are holding meetings with their party leaders to decide whom to support. Sources say Tamil Nadu could be heading for a major political twist, with DMK, BJP and AIADMK, according to sources, exploring options to keep Vijay out of power. One formula under discussion, sources claim, is an EPS-led government with outside support from the DMK. Amid the speculation, sources say TVK has warned that as many as 108 MLAs could resign in what it calls an unnatural alliance taking shape. All right, I'm going to introduce all our reporters standing by. We have Shiv Arur, we have Vasudha, we have Veera, we also have Ritu, Deepak, as well as Vijay. All of them on the ground. Shiv, I'm going to come to you first. This is something which was unthinkable till a few moments ago, Shiv. Talking about the AIADMK and the DMK in talks just to keep the Vijay juggernaut at bay.
You know, Vedika, I grew up in Chennai. I was born here, and I'm old enough to remember the things that the AIADMK and the DMK have done to each other, what each party has done to Jayalalitha and Karunanidhi when they've been each in power, the animosity, the hostility that runs through the blood of each party for the other. To think of this as just an unholy alliance is, to indulge in the most breathtaking understatement. These are two parties that pretty much are defined by their antipathy towards each other. But for them to find common cause now, to have these secret confabulations in order to stem the threat of a Vijay who they see as a possible MGR-like figure is the most cynical politics of all time. Now, whether this actually comes together and becomes a reality, we don't know. What we can confirm here on NDTV, Vedika, is that those talks are indeed happening. The DMK and the AIADMK have in fact put together some kind of a formula, as you just rightly said. The DMK has signaled it's willing to outside support an EPS-led dispensation where EPS will be the chief minister. You've got the smaller parties sort of running around wondering what to really do. And in the shadow of all of this is the TVK, which has 108 seats, for God's sake, within kissing distance of that majority figure. And yet you have this cynical operation that's taking place with those who've been ousted from power, those who've been denied power, and they're all trying to come together now to keep Vijay away from growing roots and becoming a large political force in Tamil Nadu. What was once considered a rumor and a plant is now very much a reality. Those discussions, we understand, are happening at a pretty high level, Vedika. We don't know whether between Stalin and EPS themselves, but it is very clear that this is definitely something that is on the table and on.
He's also joining us live from Mount Road. I believe protests are on. Vijay, what's happening behind you? Vijay, can you hear me?
Vedika, right now we are at Congress protest site. You see how Congress have gathered here, staging protests against Governor for delaying Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. They blame BJP. They say they allege BJP is behind this. So only they are deliberately delaying Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. That's the Congress are here raising slogans against the BJP-led union government and also Governor for delaying. You see, here they are showing placards also in support of TVK Vijay. They are saying Girish Jodankar and also Selva Perundage and other Congress senior leaders are part of this protest. Trying to speak with some of the Congress cadre also here, sir. எதுக்காக இந்த protest பண்றீங்க? Why are doing this protest?
தாவேகா தலைவர் வந்து முதலமைச்சரா உட்காரணும். ராகுல் காந்தியோட இது
So they are saying that Vijay should become Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So Rahul Gandhi also has expressed support to that, but Governor is deliberately delaying this. So in support of TVK Chief Vijay and against Governor, we are doing this protest. Remember, Congress, very recently Congress has extended their support to TVK in formation of government, which made TVK, which was a huge advantage for TVK to form the government. However, still TVK lacks number that to show their absolute majority before governor. They are still waiting to hear from left parties and VCK. Vedika.
Stay with me. Vasudha is also joining us live. Vasudha, a lot has changed in the last 96 hours. I mean, on the 4th, on counting day, the big takeaway was history created by Vijay. What we've seen in the next 96 hours, though, for the cameras, you've had the DMK also coming out and saying that Vijay has the mandate in terms of this election. What has been happening behind the scenes has been nothing short of stunning and shocking politically.
That's right, Vedika. In fact, I've been speaking to people from all parties. The AIADMK is extremely confident that, it will be able to pursue with the DMK into giving it outside support. A large section of the DMK leadership is also gearing towards that, but DMK has made it very clear that they will not be part of any government that is led by the AIADMK. They want that optics to be clear on that, but they are also in some ways lobbying for good positions, good portfolios for their allies, the VCK and the communists. Suddenly, the smaller parties with just 8 MLAs have become so important because they are the road to power. VCK is still aligned with the DMK, and Vijay has spoken to Tiruma Valavan probably for the third time in the last 3 days. He has written out several letters. He has sent out delegations to meet him, but then Tiruma Valavan has not shown that kind of inclination. Yes, it could be muscle flexing and posturing, but there's no answer yet. Communists have said that they will decide by today evening, latest by today afternoon is what they've said. So communists could even remain neutral is what we've been told, because they are being persuaded from both sides. One, of course, the AIADMK-DMK, bastion, and of course then there's TVK also. They're also pulling pressure, and there are MLAs within these smaller parties who feel that it's only the right thing to do to ally with the TVK, because they feel that if elections were to happen soon, then the TVK could actually romp home to power. But more importantly, some of these smaller parties are also facing trust deficit with the TVK, because they feel that Vijay will not want any interference in his government. They will not get the importance that they have or want, and then if the elections happen again, they will lose the importance that they have. So several anxieties, several apprehensions on there. But yes, there is also optimism on the TVK front. They are hoping to get a good answer by today evening. I'm told the governor is also expected to make a call, make a decision by today evening. But yes, it's a complex web of aspirations, insecurities, the entrenched political powers of Tamil Nadu hoping to remain politically relevant, when a star like Vijay is rising and is giving out impressions that he's here to stay.
All right, do stay with me. Veera also joining us from the DMK headquarters in Chennai. Veera, just break this down for us. What are the options before the DMK? Also, within the DMK, is there a split in opinion in terms of whether to go ahead and support the AIADMK when it comes to the youth of the DMK versus the veterans?
I think a lot of this is now going to hinge on where the left and the VCK are. The left and the VCK, let's not forget, have historic ties with the DMK. One is at the central leadership and ideological level as far as the left is concerned, but there's also the local reality of their MLAs having very close ties with the DMK. So is the VCK. So there are multiple things that the VCK and the left are considering. We believe that there have been multiple confabulations that's on. And I'm at the Anna Arivalayam headquarters with my colleague Sam Daniel as well here. We can see the DMK's top leadership from Kanimozhi Karunanidhi to MK Stalin, to A. Raja, to Udhayanidhi Maran, who we saw walking just now, MPs and the top leadership. We saw K.N. Nehru leave this meeting a short while ago. So a lot of them here having consultations, and I think it's about taking a considered decision. No one's going to reveal what they have, their cards. They're all going to play their cards close to their chest. But I think there are lots of confabulations on, and a quest to sort of retain some kind of keep the TVK out is one large faction of the DMK saying. I think a lot of this will depend on where the left and the VCK stand. Vedika, my colleague Sam Daniel also with me here at the DMK headquarters. Sam, what's the sense you are picking up? Quickly.
Well, they're going to wait whether TVK will be able to form a government, prove his majority. If he's not able to, then they're going to stake claim, giving this particular formula.
Okay, this formula, just to outline this formula, is about EPS as chief minister, outside support from the DMK, VCK part of the government is what we are told. In fact, the conversations are even talking about VCK as a possible deputy chief minister post to keep Tiruma Valavan's party happy and
all allies
control. All allies getting a berth.
except the DMK will be giving outside support. The DMK allies plus the AIADMK allies minus the Congress and the BJP is 120. I think one of the preconditions will also be that the AIADMK has to break ties with the BJP. It will be interesting to watch how this plays out. I'm waiting for MK Stalin to come out of that meeting. We'll try and see if we can pose some questions to the DMK leadership. But of course, they're playing their cards very close to their chest, saying nothing at the moment, not giving anything away. I think they will start talking.
All right, I'm going to go across to Deepak and Ritu in a moment. From now on, I want to go back to Shiv. Shiv, the optics of this also. Let's just talk about that for a moment. The mandate has been with Vijay. Now you have DMK saying, in terms of sources and what Veera is saying, that we could support the AIADMK, extend outside support. But let's just talk about the optics of even the DMK doing that at this point.
The optics are absolutely dreadful, which is why, I'm describing this as cynical in the extreme. The DMK was the incumbent party and it was thrown out of power. It is very simple as that. Its numbers have drastically fallen. MK Stalin, the incumbent chief minister, lost his own seat in Kolattur in this Vijay tsunami. So for the DMK to now position itself as a supporter of any kind in a future dispensation, whether outside or inside support, is not only morally inappropriate, but it would be completely sacrilegious in the eyes of a public that has given Vijay 108 votes. So the optics are absolutely terrible. There are two basic things to consider here. One is the optics, and we all know that perception matters, narrative matters, but when the thirst of power overwhelms everything else, narrative becomes a little less important. Optics doesn't, stand on the podium. The other aspect is the fear that a cynical move of this kind, Vedika, would actually make Vijay an even more successful star. It would create a huge layer of sympathy, convert him into a kind of political martyr who has been denied his rightful shot at power in Tamil Nadu, and that kind of anger could convert into an even bigger landslide victory that would push him over that magic figure in a large way in any future kind of election. The TVK is aware of this, and that's one of the reasons why you're not hearing many loud acrimonious statements from the TVK. They want to see this play out. They want to let it build in the public mind. They want the public to see these cynical confabulations between the ADMK and the DMK, and to let the public view the optics of it, as you put it, as those who've been left out of power, cynically trying to create an unholy alliance to keep the rightful chief minister away from the chair. So the optics, in a short word, are absolutely terrible.
Optics not looking too good. We have some breaking news coming in. We're being told that the TVK chief has left for the party headquarters. Vijay is on his way to meet with TVK MLAs at the party headquarters, and a key TVK huddle will begin soon amid the Sarkar's suspense. MLAs and senior leaders of the TVK will be attending this key meeting. Deepak joining me live from outside the TVK headquarters. Deepak, so close yet so far. 4 days back, one would think we're going to very soon see Vijay taking oath. And still, he's short of that magic mark, and so much is happening in terms of political maneuvering from the other parties, the AIADMK, the DMK. What are your TVK sources telling you about all these developments at this point?
Well, at the TVK office here in Paniyur, the anticipation is growing. The MLAs are inside. Vijay, of course, who left from his residence, didn't head towards the party headquarters, but I'm told he's headed towards Pattinapakam. Yesterday, he was there through the entire day. And today, he's expected to, of course, make his way here once a formal decision is made, whatever it is, by the VCK, the CPI and CPM. Meanwhile, for the people here to keep the spirits up, there are, of course, all of these items as this individual has brought. Sir, Ningo ipo pardon konjo. Veeravandi.
அப்ப பாடுற பாட்டல் மாநாடுக்காக விக்கிரவாண்டி மாநாடு வெற்றியாகட்டும், நாளை விஜய் ஆட்சி என்று உலகம் பேசட்டும். விக்கிரவாண்டி மாநாடு வெற்றியாகட்டும், நாளை விஜய் ஆட்சி என்று உலகம் பேசட்டும். ஊருதோறும் விஜய் கொடி உயர்ந்து பறக்கட்டும், ஊருதோறும் விஜய் கொடி உயர்ந்து பறக்கட்டும். கோட்டையிலே விஜய் ஆட்சி நாளை மலரட்டும், கோட்டையிலே விஜய் ஆட்சி இன்று மலரட்டும் கோட்டையிலே விஜய் ஆட்சி இன்று மலரட்டும்.
Well, super song, and definitely for the people here, this is something that's keeping their energies up. He's got a lot of items, posters of Vijay, he's got whistles, and he's got a lot of other things related to the TVK. But as far as the people here, many of them, for the last half an hour, they've been coming up to me and saying, is there an update? Is there an update? Have the smaller parties decided something? Is an alliance really happening between the DMK and the AIADMK? This is the kind of, nervousness that there is that has set in. But we'll really have to see what the smaller parties right now decide, because the ball is up in their court. Will they actually decide that they will not back the TVK and in fact support this possibility of an alliance between the AIADMK and the DMK? They'll have to look at their political futures as well. Is this the best option for them? I'm also again going to ask video journalist Govind to show you at the party headquarters, a lot of legislators are here, senior party leaders are here, but Vijay isn't. And for the people, having him here would have meant a lot. Yesterday as well, they were hoping he would make his way here, and through the entire day he was at Patinapakam, but didn't come to the party headquarters here. And we're anticipating his presence could be here only after a clear-cut decision is made by the smaller parties, which is expected around 3 or 4 p.m. this evening. Back to you in the studios.
Hi there, Vasudha, in terms of the TVK headquarters. All right, we don't have Vasudha. I'll put that question to Shiv. Shiv, the spirits remain high in front of the TVK headquarters, but this is essentially a wait-and-watch game. While you have the TVK going into a huddle shortly, you have other parties, the left parties also in a huddle. Of course, you have AIADMK leaders and DMK leaders dialing each other at this point, perhaps. So essentially a wait-and-watch game. The suspense continues. This is at its peak.
It's incredible how, when you've got a party like the TVK scoring 108 seats, Vedika, it has come down to the VCK and the left parties with their 2 seats each, where all the power actually resides in where this is going to go. It is absolutely incredible. I don't think the left has ever had this much, political onus and power in Tamil Nadu ever before. It's all going to come down to what they decide. Those 2 seats, those 6 seats are pretty much all that the TVK actually needs to get to that figure. They're at 108, they need 118. 6 more, they've already got 5 from the Congress. That's all they need. And the fact that the AIADMK and the DMK are talking has left these parties like the VCK, the CPM and the CPI in a bit of a moral quandary. If they do side with Vijay, what happens, at a later time when in the next election when he doesn't need them anymore? They need to look after their alliances with the DMK-led alliance that was incumbent before this as well. So these small parties which have small footprints have a disproportionate sort of effect if they join hands with Vijay right now. But any move that they make also becomes a risk to their very existence. So you're absolutely right. It's a wait-and-watch game. The hotlines, the phone lines are being triggered at every moment, I'm guessing, between the TVK and those other parties. It's a bit of a tug of war as well right now. The TVK is watching with an increasing sense of consternation that what appeared to be only speculation about the DMK and the ADMK coming together in an unthinkable, unholy alliance is now very much a reality. It's becoming a mainstream reality. Everywhere we go, people are actually talking about the possibility of the ADMK and the DMK coming together. So it's no longer a kind of blasphemous suggestion, even in the shadow of this looming, towering mandate that's been given to Vijay. And that tells you a little bit about politics. As the hours wear on, as time wears on, remember the public is also expecting a conclusion to this meandering mess. We just don't know when that's going to happen.
It's as bad or good as saying that the TMC and the left were coming together in the state of West Bengal. Some years back, really. So it's as unthinkable as that. Being from Bengal, when you say you're from Chennai, that's the parallel that I can draw at this point. Do stay with me. I'm going to go to Ritu, who's in Puducherry in a moment from now. But before that, what's the formula that the DMK and AIADMK are thinking of at this point? We're talking about two Dravidian giants coming together, two parties known to be arch rivals. So let's just take you through some of the points there. BJP, DMK and AIADMK exploring options to keep TVK out. So that's the essential reason why you could see those arch rivals coming together. That is to block Vijay's juggernaut when it comes to Tamil Nadu. Now here's the formula that even Veera was talking about. EPS as Chief Minister with DMK's outside support being discussed at this point. The optics, of course, very poor when it comes to the DMK even extending outside support. Now young DMK leaders, according to sources, are fearing a rise for Vijay, which is as huge as MGR's rise. So the fear is an MGR-like rise for the TVK chief. Now the Udhayanidhi camp is pushing for anti-TVK strategy. So he's one man, according to sources, who's spearheading that. But for now, we're being told his father is hesitant when it comes to Stalin. He's not too sure about it. Now the BJP, according to sources, is keen to prevent Congress entry into power. Remember, there are 5 MLAs who've already pledged support to Vijay and his party. And like I said, Stalin is still not fully convinced, because of which there are also murmurs that there could be outside support to the AIADMK, which is offered by Stalin and his party. Senior DMK leaders are warning of a public backlash. So there in itself, you can see that when it comes to the DMK, there seems to be a split in opinion. You have the young ones fearing that Vijay is already a star, he's a mega star, and this will give him the kind of acknowledgement, the kind of popularity that MGR enjoyed. That's their fear. And you have the senior leaders from within the DMK at this point saying that if you do this, there could be public backlash. Like Shiv pointed out, that is very poor optics. We haven't gone to Ritu yet. Ritu, thank you for standing by. We believe you're in Puducherry, where you have the AIADMK MLAs all holed up. Just tell us how many of them are there, what's the strategy being mulled at this point when it comes to the AIADMK that's trying to keep its flock together at this moment while talks are happening, while numbers are being dialed?
Well, of course, you see, as you rightly pointed out, it's all about the number game that we are seeing when we talk about the Tamil Nadu politics. But Puducherry, you see, is way more hot than Chennai. In fact, it's almost 40 degrees. I am with the mini fan in my hand. But you see, while that the MLAs of AIADMK continue to camp here at this particular private resort. Earlier, yesterday, you see, they were apparently in a different resort. Now they, of course, the moment the information was out, they were being told to move to different resorts and, not be at one particular resort. Now you see maximum of that MLAs of the AIADMK remain to be here at this particular private resort here in Puducherry, where you see my Vijay Kumar is giving you those visuals. On my right hand side, you can see all that the AIADMK leaders making their way inside for their talks, in fact, and also the continuous vehicle movement is something that is constantly seen here as well. So what I'm given to understand is that almost around 30 MLAs, in fact, are right now maximum MLAs from AIADMK remain to be here at this particular resort. You see, yesterday there was a crucial meeting that the Edappadi Palaniswamy had with these MLAs at this particular resort itself, and more importantly, you see, what is that something I learned through the sources during the meeting is also that the first sentence that the EPS really began his whole the discussion or the talk that he really had was that the AIADMK will not get weakened at any cost. It's going to raise. That's the first sentence that basically the EPS has really said to his MLAs over here during that meeting. Now, more importantly, you see the point number 2 for us to try and understand, and something that needs to be highlighted as well, is that during this meeting, you see the EPS has in fact conveyed these MLAs that be quiet, be calm for at least 2 days until something really gets figured out. Now, you see, while I was trying to speak to set of MLAs as well off the record, I try and understand and learn from them that until and unless the stable government is really not seen in the Tamil Nadu, probably they will remain to be here at the resort itself. Now, all that needs to be seen. How is this really going to happen? Now, what I'm also learning through my sources is also that this particular resort is really now being booked for 4 days in total. So, as per the situation and the developments, the further call will really be taken. But
okay,
it's just not one resort, you see, Vedika, where that the MLAs are basically there, but multiple resorts that the MLAs are right now in and around this particular resort itself. So, more importantly, you see, needs to be seen what's really going to happen in the coming hours or probably in the coming days, how this is really going to pan out here in the Tamil Nadu. Back to you.
Let's just take our viewers through the number game when it comes to the DMK and AIADMK alliance. Now, this is the buzz, and it's a very strong buzz at this point. We're talking about the AIADMK, which has 47 seats, the DMK 59. If you add that, the total tally then comes to 106. Again, this is seen as a move to add pressure on the TVK at this point. What's key, Shiv, is that small parties and independents will hold the key. Either way, be it the TVK wanting to stake claim or this alliance, unnatural alliance that we have been talking about.
You know, you're right, and you know, it's very telling when you put the arithmetic like that the DMK and the AIADMK put together have 2 less seats than the TVK. You know, that paints you the clearest possible picture of what the public mandate for Vijay currently is. Now, the arithmetic does the talking here. All of the power resides in the VCK, the left, the CPM and the CPI, who have 2 seats each. The Congress's 5 MLAs have already gone towards the TVK. That ugly divorce with the DMK is already final. I doubt there's going to be any, easy backpedaling on that in the near future. The Congress has escalated temperatures against the BJP and the governor quite consistently. We just saw Vijay reporting on those protests that are happening. Today, I think the big focus, like Veera and Vasudha have been reporting, Vedika, is going to be on the VCK and the 2 left parties. They've been meeting their leaders, their MLAs. I understand that they're going to be speaking with their headquarters, etc. as well. And by around, according to our Chennai Bureau Chief Sam, by around 4:35 this evening, there should be some sense of clarity on which way these smaller parties are going to go. I myself have great doubts about whether there is going to be any clarity in their decision, because between now and 6, what is honestly going to change, Vedika? What is going to enter the room? What is going to enter the scenario that is going to give the VCK, the CPI and the CPM any more ingredients in their hand to take a clear decision on which way they want to go? And remember, all of this is happening at a time when their, erstwhile alliance leader, MK Stalin, has basically endorsed this AIADMK-DMK formula, this what we're calling the unholy alliance. So they've got a lot to be nervous about. On the one side, you've got this towering mandate for Vijay, which is tantalizingly short of the halfway mark. Then you've got the AIADMK and the DMK unthinkable handshake that's taking place. And you've got these small parties caught in the middle, not knowing which side is going to prove to be their undoing or their strengthening. So all eyes on the VCK, the CPM and the CPI as to what they will do. I personally, as a journalist, have my doubts that today will reveal the answers and the cards in their hand.
Wait and watch game. Shiv there talking about the smaller parties. So let's do some more number crunching here for the viewer and tell you where they all stand. Now, in terms of Vijay, like we know, there are 108 seats he's won. This includes the 2 seats that he's won as MLA. Now, the undecided would be the left party, the VCK. The VCK holding a huge weight here despite just having 2 seats. Which way will they swing? Which way will they sway is the big question. You have the left having 2 parties each. Also out here must also talk about the IUML. Now it all depends on whether the DMK here will permit them, which looks unlikely given that there are talks when it comes to the DMK and the AIADMK as well. So those are the numbers, viewer. The majority mark stands at 118. You have Vijay at 108. VCK holds the key here. And then you have the left parties and the IUML. So whichever way the VCK swings is going to actually even decide the future of Vijay's party. I'm going to go across to Deepak now, who's outside the TVK office at this time. While you have them in a huddle, Deepak, the question is, which way will the VCK go? The smaller parties hold the key. So even while they discuss, even while they number crunch, it all depends on the parallel meetings happening, be it the left parties, be it the VCK at this point.
Well, Vedika, now, while, of course, everyone's talking about this alliance,
All right, there seems to be a technical issue there. I'm going to go across to Vijay. Vijay, we've seen the Congress supporters come out and protest against the governor. They've also questioned who is betraying Vijay at this point. Are the protests still on around you? What is happening around you? Pressure building in terms of optics also by the Congress party, the first party to have extended support to Vijay, ending a decades-long alliance with the DMK.
Vedika, as we speak, just Congress concluded their protests. We can see leaders and functionaries started to leave from here. We have a Congress senior leader also. Sir, we have supported Tamil Nadu. Now we are holding protests. So, on the other hand, DMK and AIADMK, there are speculation over DMK and AIADMK also. How Congress sees this?
See, all the last 5 years, DMK has propagated everywhere, nook and corner of Tamil Nadu, that Edapadi is a slave to BJP. So the question in front of the DMK is itself, whether in the name of slave of the BJP, you are also going to support. It is in the ball is in their court now.
Same Congress also once criticized TVK, right? Now you have formed alliance.
No, the thing is we are very clear. Our stand always, we are for a secular. We don't want a communal force to rule this Tamil Nadu, to enter into Tamil Nadu politics. So the people have given a mandate to them. So earlier in DMK's regime also in 98 and 96, with the TNC, DMK won the election. But when it came to the vote of confidence in the parliament, they voted for BJP, supported the BJP government.
Why now delay in oath-taking ceremony, sir? Now why delay in Vijay's oath-taking?
It is a murder of constitution. Our BJP governor wants to murder the Constitution of India.
Okay, thank you for your time, sir. So, these are all the Congress mood right now on cadre level. You can see how they are speaking to us. They are very strongly saying that once DMK criticized AIADMK for saying that they are having an alliance with BJP, but now same speculations over DMK and AIADMK alliance also, and also they are very clarifying, saying that they are very strong in supporting TVK, and they just raise slogans against the governor and BJP-led union government also, Vedika.
Also going to focus on the Lok Bhavan. Now, sources say the TVK is exploring all legal and political options, including moving court, even as the party reaches out to the left parties and the VCK for support. Meanwhile, TVK workers, like you can see behind Vijay, also have been staging protests. Similar protests took place outside the Lok Bhavan earlier today. They raised slogans and demanded government formation. Also, Congress, who has already given support to the TVK for government formation, called out the governor for the delay in decision-making by inviting Vijay to stake claim to form the government, which has not happened. On the other hand, the left, who has not extended support to TVK yet, but are in talks with the party, also called out the delay in government formation. Now, with no pre-poll alliance crossing the majority mark, the governor's next move becomes extremely crucial. Constitutional options before the Raj Bhavan include inviting the TVK or asking a post-poll coalition to prove majority support through MLA letters. Another option before the governor is to invite a minority government and order an immediate floor test on the floor of the assembly.
We have made it very clear, the left party CPI, CPM and also the VCK in Tamil Nadu all have demanded that the larger mandate is for TVK. Governor should invite the single largest party, and that government must be allowed to prove its majority on the floor of the assembly, not in the halls or corridors of governor's residence.
TVK, which gave a confession statement that we are the single largest party with 108, and we have got the support of another 5 more. So it's quite natural for the governor to ask, where are the other 5? See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108, and that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster.
Breaking news just come in. Congress MP Manakam Tagore has said in a democracy, people decide who will form the government. People have already decided. Vijay will be the chief minister. BJP is using the governor to buy time. Let's listen into what he had to say.
BJP is operating one through the governor. Governor is the mandate. Governor is not respecting the mandate of the people. People has voted for Mr. Vijay. BJP wants to stop Mr. Vijay, and the Congress has supported Vijay. Therefore, we are standing with Mr. Vijay to form a government because he has the mandate. In the other part, BJP is operating governor as well as ADMK and DMK now. DMK yesterday was saying that who backstabbers. Who is the backstabber now? Who has backstabbed? We all know that the people of Tamil Nadu has voted for Mr. Vijay. He has the mandate. Now BJP is trying to subvert that mandate using the governor. Governor is giving a reason that largest single party is not inviting to form the government. He is asking the letter for numbers to be shown in Raj Bhavan. Raj Bhavan is not the place to show the number. It is the Assembly of Tamil Nadu which we have to show the number. We are very confident that this secret understanding which was there with ADMK and DMK has got exposed now, and DMK and ADMK are now colluding with each other with the blessings of BJP.
Going to Deepak on this. Deepak, the secret alliance between the DMK and AIADMK stands exposed, according to the Congress MP, also alleging that the BJP has had a huge role to play in terms of political maneuvering to keep Vijay out of the state and also to keep the Congress out of a forming government with the TVK.
Well, Vedika, now the blame game is definitely going to continue, and it's going to come from all sides, and you're going to have different theories as to why a person is doing this and why they're not. And we've seen that already come in. The Congress justified its move to switch over to back the TVK. We've seen the DMK slam them. We've seen a lot of these pot shots being taken. But now the question is, who has the numbers? For the TVK, it's just 6 numbers that they're short of. And it's, while of course we are talking a lot now about the possibility of the DMK and the AIADMK and the smaller parties coming together, trust me, it's much more difficult for them than we see on the face of it. It is an unlikely alliance, but they are trying to stitch it together. Why are they so really hell-bent on doing this is another question. But for the sake of power, we've seen our politicians and our political parties do various things which have surprised us all in various parts of the country when situations like this have come to the fore. For now, we should not rule out the fact that the TVK has to just muster up 6, and it's the smaller parties, if they do not decide to actually back, actor Vijay or the TVK here, there's also the possibility in the near future that there would be disgruntled MLAs who are not given portfolios, who would probably think that their political future may not be great in this alliance and in the future as well, and could look at switching. So this is always going to become a possibility, and this is a problem somewhere for a state that delivers a fractured mandate. The governance really takes a hit because there's no clarity. And here, with just 10 seats short, actor Vijay is facing a predicament that he probably didn't think he would be when the counting results came in at about 11 or 12. It looked like he was definitely going to emerge as the clear leader, but he didn't. For now, the back-channel conversations for the TVK as well is on, very much on. They have once again reached out to the VCK. They have once again reached out to the CPI, CPIM. They are hoping that they really, give them the backing. But right now, it looks like too many things are at play. And probably at this evening, by about 5 o'clock, we'll have clarity as to what's going to happen.
All about those 5 MLAs backing Vijay at this point. You have the AIADMK and the DMK in an unnatural alliance of sorts. They are mulling, and that is the buzz as of now, to form an alliance against Vijay and anti-Vijay bloc, as it were. Now, a lot of words have erupted, or rather has erupted, between the parties in Tamil Nadu as Vijay seeks numbers to form the government. The Congress has extended support, as you know, to the TVK. However, despite the support, the party seems to be falling short on seats to meet that halfway mark, which is 118. AIADMK spokesperson has slammed the Congress and TVK over the alliance, slamming the parties over paucity of numbers. The AIADMK leader said that the 5 seats given by the Congress did nothing for the alliance, instead poked more holes in an already sinking ship. Congress MP Manikam Tagore has slammed the AIADMK, BJP and DMK. You just heard from him. Commenting on the buzz of the Dravidian parties joining hands, the Congress leader questioned how lifelong rivals could turn into allies overnight. The Congress leader further asked the parties to respect the people's mandate.
See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108 and that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster. That's all I can say. Congress has added no merit with this alliance or equation or whatsoever it is, but it is up to the party. So I have nothing to say about the decision of Congress, the decision of TVK.
Now, as Tamil Nadu's political suspense grows, there is widespread speculation about an alliance between the AIADMK and DMK. While the parties have not officially commented on this unnatural alliance, the alliance would be arch rivals coming together, two Dravidian giants coming together, which till now was unheard of and not even speculated over. Amid the speculations, DMK sources have gone on to suggest that there is apprehension with regards to the BJP's link with the AIADMK. Now, according to sources, the DMK has said that you need to dump the BJP and then we could talk about coming together. According to sources again, the DMK is looking at extending outside support to an AIADMK-led government. So the formula that is being mulled here again through sources is that EPS could be chief minister, there could be a deputy chief minister, and the DMK will only extend outside support. Now, of course, all of this also hinges on how the small parties come out and decide on what would be next in terms of the VCK and the left parties.
See, I've already said this. It's the people's mandate. And in a democracy, I think what the people decide is supreme. Unfortunately, it's not a very clear mandate. But whatever it is, we have to respect it. See, it is a speculation. I belong to the DMK. I cannot be answering for what the ADMK says. If they accuse us, we can of something, or if they say something about the DMK, I can reply. But I cannot answer for to speculations.
So today, 5 o'clock, we are having Zoom meeting along with our high-level committee members. And we will discuss about this current political crisis. Also, we are waiting for the decision of left parties. Along with their decisions, our party will decide and we will inform later.
Now, so many discussions are going on. That is, I cannot say anything now. Everything will due course of time. We hope that good things will happen. My party, my leader will come back.
Are you going to with alliance with the DMK, sir?
No. That what I am telling, this only I can say. There is the public sentiment is there that AIADMK has to come to the power. That is the voters at the time whenever my party leader Edapadi visited, lot of emotion and everything public showed. That we are expecting that may happen due course of time with God's grace.
Are you going to?
All right, all the twists, all the turns, I can assure you, will be first reported here on NDTV 24/7. We've got so many reporters on the ground, Shiv leading the charge along with Veera and Vasudha. All the details here in moments from now. We're taking a short break, then we'll focus a bit on Bengal as well.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला,
delicious, healthy every day.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला.
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है.
आज के की खावें झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल. How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला.
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विजय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की.
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic.
We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that was not the only incident. তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, we keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Udhayanidhi leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats. An election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in.
Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchan, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूँ.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा और मसाला.
News coming in from Bengal. Amit Shah, who is in Kolkata, has just offered prayers at the Dakhineshwar temple in Kolkata, and he has been there this morning along with Suvendu Adhikari. I our correspondent joining us from the ground on the big day in Bengal where that legislature party meeting is to take place. We have Shrishi there joining me live. Shrishi, while Amit Shah has a couple of meetings to attend, it's going to be a long day for him. The news coming in is that Bengal could get 2 deputy chief ministers. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this hasn't happened ever since Jyoti Basu's regime in West Bengal. What we're also being told is that one of the 2 deputy CMs could be a woman.
Well, Vedika, absolutely. There are several names that are doing the rounds for the CM as well as the deputy CMs. It's been a norm in BJP-ruled states to have deputy CM posts. Here in West Bengal, in the last 15 years, while under the Trinamool Congress regime, we've not had any deputy CMs. And this is the first time the BJP will be forming a government here since independence. We've never had a BJP government here in the state of West Bengal. And of course, the grand preparations are on. This is the venue where Home Minister Amit Shah, who has been appointed as the observer for the Legislative Party meeting, as well as Odisha CM Mohan Singh Majhi, will be present, addressing all the 207 elected MLAs of West Bengal before the formal announcement of the next Chief Minister. All the dignitaries have started arriving. The senior leadership of the BJP on stage, wrecking the area, of course, heightened security measures in place before the VIPs arrive. And at 4 o'clock, this meeting will begin. What we are given to understand, it won't be a very lengthy meeting. It will be the formal election of the formal announcement of the next Chief Minister of West Bengal. And from here, the party will go to Lok Bhavan to stake claim. And of course, the grand oath-taking ceremony will be held tomorrow at the Brigade Parade Ground here in Kolkata. Back to you, Vedika.
Tomorrow, first time that the BJP is coming to power. Shrishi there, thanks for joining me live on that developing story. Slipping to a short break, we'll be back with more. We will go back to Chennai where we have our team of reporters doing an incredible job. We'll bring you the twists, the turns, the updates from there in moments from now. Stay tuned to Breaking Ground.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's actually how
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Reports with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Launch control, 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else.
Welcome back. You're with Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. I'm Vedika Sood. On the ground, we will be shortly joined by Vasudha, Veera, as well as Radhika. We'll get you more reporters from Chennai to bring you every twist and turn when it comes to the big government that needs to be formed in Tamil Nadu. Will it be Vijay? Will it not? All the stakes, all the stakeholders, all the twists and turns will be reported here with our correspondents on the ground. A quick check on the headlines at this moment. Buzz over anti-Vijay front peaks. Is an unprecedented alliance in the works. DMK sources say that the AIADMK must cut ties with the BJP, say ready to extend outside support to the AIADMK. We break it down for you. TVK claims bid by Dravidian giants to stop Vijay's juggernaut, warns every MLA of the party will resign if either of the two Dravidian parties tries to stake claim to form the government in the state. Left parties hold crucial meet. Home Minister Amit Shah in marathon meetings in Kolkata. BJP's legislature party to formally elect its leader, with Suvendu Adhikari emerging as the front-runner to become the party's first chief minister in the state of West Bengal. Sources say Bengal will get two deputy chief ministers. One of them could be a woman. SIT probes murder of Suvendu Adhikari's aide Chandranath Rath. Role of 5 or more suspected. Also, race for Keralam's chief minister is heating up. Senior leaders KC Venugopal and VD Satishan emerge as front-runners after the UDF's emphatic return to power. Key accused in the Nasik TCS alleged conversion case has been arrested. Nida Khan held 40 days after FIR filed in the case. She had been absconding. US President Donald Trump says the ceasefire is still in effect even as US launches fresh attacks on Iran. Huge suspense continues when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu. The post-poll drama is only intensifying by the hour after Vijay's TVK remains the single largest party but has failed to cross the majority mark of 118. Now, with this drama brewing as parties are in race to form the government, Vijay is holding and will be soon holding a key meeting with all his MLAs and senior leaders at the party headquarters. He has left his residence, is what we heard last. On the other hand, TVK's hunt for finding allies is also intensifying. While VCK is yet to disclose its cards, the left parties have been meeting with their leaders to decide on whom to support. Sources say Tamil Nadu could be heading for a major political twist, with DMK, BJP and AIADMK, according to sources, exploring options to keep TVK out of power. One formula under discussion, sources claim, is an EPS-led government with outside support from the DMK. Unnatural alliances to keep Vijay at bay at this point. Now, amid the speculation, sources say TVK has warned that all its MLAs, 107 of them, could resign in what it calls an unnatural alliance taking shape, with the AIADMK and DMK in talks. Veera is joining me live at this point. He's outside the DMK headquarters in Chennai. Veera, let's just break it down for the viewer. What are the possible scenarios at this point if Vijay fails to stake claim to form the government with a parallel coalition, an unnatural one, an unheard one coming through? Is the other option that we're looking at. What is the formula being discussed there?
Is not allowed to stake claim to form a government, and if the left and the VCK do not offer categorical support to Vijay to give him numbers, then what's being discussed is the potential of an unholy, bizarre, and perhaps some would argue an undemocratic alliance to bring together two parties which have been the poles of Tamil Nadu and keeping the TVK out of power. But this would all depend on whether the VCK and the left are willing to play along, because the optics of this is enormously bad in terms of keeping Vijay out of power. And I believe that there is a section of the leadership of the DMK, as we reported yesterday, there is one large section pushing for perhaps offering outside support and keeping Vijay at bay. But there is a large section of the DMK, a senior leadership section, which has said that this experiment could be dangerous and detrimental in the long run, because the optics of having the night to keep the TVK out of power will not go down well before the electorate. However, multiple discussions have been on about the potential, as you reported, of an outside support. We believe that the younger lot in the DMK, including the Udhayanidhi Stalin camp, has been pushing for this. The central government and the BJP seems to be tacitly aiding this conversation, because the delay in swearing in of Vijay is the reason why this conversation is playing out. So multiple players, and I think for the BJP, it's extremely important to keep the Congress out of power in Tamil Nadu, and Vijay having this immediate alliance with the Congress has set alarm bells off in the BJP. So there are multiple factors at play. Political opponents trying to come together. Just when we thought we've seen it all in politics, this is playing out in Tamil Nadu. It is something that I think the Dravidian leaders will be turning in their graves when they hear about this potential possibility of a tie-up between the ADMK and the DMK.
All right, Veera, I'm going to come back to you. I have Radhika and Vasudha with me. Vasudha, let's just do a bit of number crunching. Even when you talk about this quote-unquote unholy alliance, you're talking about 59 plus 47, which takes the total tally to 106. The irony here is it's still too short of what Vijay has in terms of numbers. So how do you see this unholy alliance coming through? Veera, you want to make a point?
You look at the ADMK allies plus the DMK allies, which includes the VCK, the PMK, the left and everybody else, the pre-poll alliances, minus the Congress and the BJP, they have 120. So if they decide the ADMK and its allies and the DMK with its pre-poll allies, without the Congress and the BJP, have 120. So that's what's in the discussion that's going on.
So the question that I was going to ask Vasudha is how important a role VCK plays here, but I'm going to come back to that because we have some breaking news coming in. Now let's bring you the inside scoop on the Tamil Nadu Sarkar suspense. According to sources, parties are exploring multiple options to form the government. According to sources, the TVK-AIADMK talks have collapsed. Sources say efforts underway for the DMK and AIADMK alliance. Also, according to sources, the AIADMK was upset that TVK reached out to the Congress. So like Veera was pointing out there, the hasty alliance between the Congress and Vijay is something that has upset the AIADMK. Vasudha bringing us the inside track. Vasudha.
Vedika, it's very important to understand that the centre of the BJP may not have an important role to play in this whole thing. And although a lot of reports are suggesting that this is breakup of democracy, and I'll remember that the BJP has won Bengal, so they don't need Tamil Nadu anymore. But then there are commitments that have been made which have come into the fore right now. When Arvind Kejriwal won 2013, the first party that he went to was the Congress party. So, that was also to massage egos, and also he was very politically smart, and he was clear that, if he doesn't have the majority numbers, he needs to have a party that would give him a comfortable government. Something that TVK and Vijay did not do is the same thing, because he went to Congress party, and that is something that the BJP, that AIADMK are hugely disappointed with, because they felt that Vijay should have approached the AIADMK first. A section of the AIADMK leaders, in fact, reached out to Vijay, and this also includes leaders like Velumani and, AC Shanmugam and a couple of other people. EPS was not involved in this. They held talks with TVK leaders, is what I've been told, but the talks faltered away because of two main reasons. First, there was also formula that was given to them, two formulas. The AIADMK leader suggested a rotational chief ministerial post for 2.5 years for the AIADMK first and TVK. The second was, of course, a deputy CM post for the AIADMK with, strong portfolios like health, transport, highways. And these talks did not take place, did not actually, result into an eventual TVK-AIADMK government, is because Vijay was committed to being with the Congress party, and he said that he's not going to let the Congress party out of the alliance, and the AIADMK was not ready to come out of the NDA. They felt that, it's also important to reach out to the BJP, and they said they wanted to have good equations with the BJP. So this is what also led to the breakdown of talks between the TVK and the AIADMK, which happened 2 days ago, and after that, of course, the Congress deal with TVK was sealed, and then there was also a pivot that was made by the AIADMK to the DMK leaders. So this was the whole chronology of events. TVK was also keen on reaching out to the smaller parties, because it felt, Vijay also feels that it is easier to deal with smaller parties. He also feels committed to the secular progressive ideology that the Congress represents. So for him, it seemed like a national alliance, also because after Karur tragedy, it was the Congress party that, seemed to have really helped him out. So he was very clear on that, and that also led to breakdown of talks between AIADMK. Now we see a whole lot of unexpected happenings in Tamil Nadu. We don't know what's going to happen eventually, but today is the day when we would get a lot of these questions answered.
Vasudha, do stay with me. Veera, coming to you, sources saying that talks between the AIADMK and Vijay's party have collapsed. Very quickly, we'll talk about all the scenarios, but I want you to take our viewer through what are the options before Vijay at this point. Obviously, the small parties holding huge weight when it comes to the future of Vijay and his party in Tamil Nadu.
Vijay's first option is the left and the VCK, as we've been pointing out. If he can convince them to give their letters of support, then it's game over for everybody else. And just pointing out to what Vasudha was saying, this TVK has been very reluctant to have a large party like the AIADMK as part of its alliance, because it feels that then it will have to give out too much. It prefers having these smaller parties which are ideologically consistent with the TVK. It also fears that the AIADMK has this BJP alliance, does not want to go with the AIADMK, and that's where the problem really is. The section of the AIADMK, as Vasudha was pointing out, which was keen to go with the TVK, has been miffed apparently, because there has been no reach out from the TVK, and it was very difficult to speak even directly to Vijay, according to some of those leaders. So they're pretty much back with the AIADMK fold. So it'll be interesting to watch. It's a question, Vedika, on whether the TVK has been inexperienced in taking its numbers, showing its numbers, or is it being ideologically extremely consistent and taking a principled position, saying that, look, this is where we are, these are the people we want, we have the mandate of the people, let them come to us, we don't need to go for them. I don't know which one to gauge, but it's not working out at the moment in terms of that number game, if it's the latter.
Vasudha, the VCK chief, let's talk about him for a moment right now. All eyes will be on what the VCK decides as a party, but going with the DMK at this point, staying with the DMK at this point, bad optics as well. This is a huge dilemma perhaps for the chief at this point, given the mandate.
Right.
Absolutely, Vedika. In fact, a friend just messaged me, think of this possibility of DMK-AIADMK coming together to form the government. The opposition is going to be Congress, BJP and TVK. This has not happened in any state so far. And it's going to be, quite bizarre to think of it. And also, the Congress, BJP and TVK sitting in the opposition. Can you imagine this? Now, this is going to be a test for all political reporters and political parties as well. But yes, what led to AIADMK pivoting towards DMK is also because the talks with TVK failed, and like Veera was pointing out, they felt that Vijay did not give them the kind of importance that they needed because, remember that there have been talks between Vijay's party and the AIADMK-BJP even before the results, before the elections took place. We have reported on that extensively, although there have been formal denials. At that point of time, Vijay seemed, okay talking to them, and after the results came, there was a sense that he wanted only the Congress, and the Congress he wanted it to be the first party to align with. So that's something that AIADMK is miffed with, because they go to an extent of saying that the NDA did not beat the CBI charge sheet or the Karur episode. He was not really pushed beyond a certain level, and that is something that he needs to understand. So it's also more than a prestige battle. It's also about those power struggles and every party trying to prove a point that it has certain constructs and control in the state of Tamil Nadu, because this is an industrial state. It's also very high when it comes to GDP rankings, and it's going to give a lot of revenue, so everybody wants to have a share of that power pie.
All right, I'm going to get in a word from Radhika. She's standing by outside EPS's residence. Radhika, where is EPS, the man of the moment as well as of now? We're being told through sources that any talks between the TVK and the AIADMK has collapsed, and that EPS was not a part of those discussions, is what we're hearing from sources. What can you bring to us in terms of the inside track on the party?
That's right. Looks like AIADMK and TVK talks have collapsed, which means TVK is left with just one option, which is to ally with the left parties as well as VCK. And they are, of course, taking their own sweet time to really look at the options ahead of them, whether they want to really ally with TVK or not. As far as EPS is concerned, yes, he met some of the disgruntled MLAs in Pondicherry, and then he was back. He's in his residence. I saw several leaders going in and out of his residence since this morning. One of the top leaders, Thambidure, in fact, coming out and saying something very bizarre, which is that the public sentiment is towards EPS and that he will become the chief minister. People want him to become the chief minister. So those are the kind of confident statements being made, not just by the AIADMK, but DMK, Congress party, TVK, BJP, all of them confident, of forming the government. So at this time, talks are ongoing, discussions are ongoing, but certainly politics at its best playing out in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Do stay with me. We have some breaking news coming in. The Congress is staging protests across the state of Tamil Nadu. Congress workers are holding pro-Vijay protests in the state. We brought you visuals from different areas, even outside the governor's residence. Those protests taking place as a pro-Vijay and anti-governor stand by the Congress. Going back to Vasudha, on this Vasudha, we've seen the Congress amp up its narrative when it comes to them claiming that in a way this has been, and this is their allegation, orchestrated by the BJP, with the governor not allowing Vijay to stake claim to form the government. We've seen these protests outside the governor's residence. We're seeing it across the state as of now.
That's right. In fact, more than the TVK, it's the Congress that's very vocal about what's happening in Tamil Nadu, and they have been quite vociferous when it comes to supporting the TVK. In fact, Congress is not just supporting the TVK with legal advice. I know that and Congress is known for its quality of lawyers, right? So those lawyers are also helping out the TVK. But other than that, when it comes to the on-ground mobilization, on-ground, protests, it's a Congress party that's taken the lead, Vedika. Not that the Congress has a huge organizational structure, but then there's a revival of sorts, at least in spirits of the Congress party, because they feel this alliance with the TVK also has given an opportunity to the Congress party to revive its organization in spirit. And, this is also an opportunity for the Congress to actually have power in the state after the 60s. Remember, Kamarajar was the last chief minister that the Congress party has had, and after that, the National Party has only seen a sense of decline. Even with DMK, it never saw power. So after that bitter battle and allegations of betrayal, this is the Congress party trying to prove that the move that it made was right and in interest of the people. It also wants the TVK to come to power quickly so that its actions are also vindicated and justified to some extent.
Let's shift focus from the TVK and Congress to the AIADMK and DMK for a moment, Veera. The optics looking very, very bad, very poor when it comes to this unholy, unnatural alliance, which has created such a massive political buzz.
That's right. Look, just when we thought we'd seen it all in politics, and I think as somebody who's covered Tamil Nadu politics for the last 27 years, this is the last thing I would have expected. In fact, on the studios on the day of the elections, when we were looking at the numbers, and for a moment, it just slipped out of my mouth that both the AIADMK, DMK together seem to have the numbers at the end of the day. And I just was laughing at myself. I said, this is one thing that can't happen. This is like seeing the Congress and the BJP come together to form a government if there is a third clause. But then this is perhaps a reminder that anything's possible in politics. Look, let's not forget that politics is all about numbers and about getting power. And I think there are two camps, Vedika. Let me put this very clearly and as bluntly as possible. There are two camps in the DMK. One camp fears, and it's the younger lot. We believe that's the Udhayanidhi Stalin camp and the other leaders. There's one camp which believes that if Vijay comes to power and proves to be a good chief minister, he will be like MGR to keep the DMK out of power for life. There is another camp which believes that let him run his government, let us see what he has, he will make mistakes, and we will get back into the game later. There's another third camp which believes that the optics of preventing Vijay from taking charge will be disastrous for the DMK. For the AIADMK, it's a matter of absolute survival. EPS has nothing to lose if he gets to be chief minister. The two leaves is eventually been mauled by the whistle in these elections and relegated to the number 3 position. So it's a matter of survival for EPS and the AIADMK. I think it's political opportunism and political survival that's perhaps driving this potential possible unholy talks of a possible unholy alliance. And I think for the BJP, it's about keeping the Congress out of power. So let's see how this plays out. I think the left and the VCK need to think very, very deep and hard about how they're going to go about this. Very quick point, Vedika. A TVK leader and a person who's observed TVK very closely told me that it's not about us going with anybody. Remember that the DMK also has a hold over our MLAs, same as with the Congress. So over a period of time, the DMK also has the ability to break these MLAs back into its fold. So it's going to be a tough task for Vijay to hold his flock together. Okay. It will be very interesting and it will be a test of his political abilities and the political strategists around him.
All right, we've seen this in the past, haven't we, in terms of high-octane battles politically, a battle between mandate and majority. So it's time to take you through some of those incidents, some of those, developments in the past as well. Let's start with the state of Maharashtra. Okay, we're going to start with Delhi in 2013, where the BJP had 31 out of 70. It was the single largest party back in 2013. If you can just move on and show you what happened then. The government was formed by the Aam Aadmi Party with outside support from the Congress. This was in 2013. The BJP declined to form the government back then. We're talking about 13 years ago. This is one of, those political developments that had taken place back then. And the Aam Aadmi Party formed the government with the Congress's support. Next, we have Manipur in 2017. The single largest party was the Congress. 28 out of 60 seats is what the Congress had got. Meanwhile, the government was formed by the BJP with the support of the NPP and the NPF in 2017. The Congress had more seats, but the BJP secured alliances faster. So it's also about who gets to that halfway mark quickly. In this case, it was the other alliance. Now let's go to Goa, 2017. The single largest party was the Congress. 17 out of 40 seats is what the Congress had got at that point. But the government was formed by the BJP along with alliances. Again, this is in 2017. The BJP secured support of regional parties, exactly what we're seeing even in the state of Tamil Nadu, where the VCK, the left parties, hold such an important position in terms of who will form the next government. What happened in 2017 in Goa? Formed government before Congress could act. That was the alliance of the BJP and others. Meghalaya is the next one we're going to talk about. The year 2018, the single largest party was the Congress. 21 out of 60 seats is what they got. But the NPP-led coalition backed by the BJP got to the pole position. NPP stitched the multi-party alliance is what happened back then. 2018, the state of Karnataka down south, single largest party BJP, 104 out of 224 seats is what they got. But the government was formed by the Congress and the JDS. What happened there? The Congress announced the alliance with the JDS and crossed the majority mark and formed the government. Maharashtra 2019, single largest party, the BJP, 105 out of 288 seats. The government was formed by the MVA back in 2019. The BJP emerged as the biggest party back then, because of which they went ahead and they staked claim. Shiv Sena, I remember, broke the alliance over CM sharing. That was one of the biggest politically heated moments that we had seen in the state of Maharashtra. So like I said, it's not the first time that we're seeing such high-octane drama unfolding. But of course, given that Vijay has 108 seats to his name with his MLAs, this was unexpected, an unholy alliance coming together, huge political buzz over the AIADMK and the DMK in talks in terms of pushing to a side the Vijay juggernaut. In a dramatic political twist in the state, all eyes are now on the governor as actor politician Vijay awaits approval to be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Sources say TVK is exploring all legal and political options, including moving court, even as the party reaches out to left parties and the VCK for support. Meanwhile, TVK workers have staged protests outside the Lok Bhavan. They raised slogans and demanded government formation. Also, Congress, who has already given support to the TVK for government formation and to stake claim to form the government in the state, called out the governor for the day in making that crucial critical decision. On the other hand, the left, who has not extended support to the TVK yet, are in talks with the party and have also called out the delay in government formation. So on one hand, they said that the TVK should be allowed to form government, but on the other hand, they're still waiting, watching, discussing, and not coming out with their final decision yet. We're expecting that in a few hours from now. Now, with no pre-poll alliance crossing the majority mark of 118, the governor's next move becomes extremely crucial. Constitutional options before the Raj Bhavan include inviting the TVK or asking a post-poll coalition to prove majority support through MLA letters. For now, there are 5 letters along with the TVK MLAs in the bag. That's from the Congress. Another option before the governor is to invite a minority government and order an immediate floor test on the floor of the assembly. So like I said, all eyes also on the governor at this point.
We have made it very clear. The left party CPI, CPM, and also the VCK in Tamil Nadu, all have demanded that the larger mandate is for TVK. Governor should invite the single largest party, and that government must be allowed to prove its majority on the floor of the assembly, not in the halls or corridors of governor's residence.
TVK, which gave a confession statement that we are the single largest party with 108, and we have got the support of another 5 more. So it's quite natural for the governor to ask where are the other 5. See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108, and that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster.
A war of words has erupted between the parties in Tamil Nadu as Vijay seeks numbers to form the government. The Congress has extended support to the TVK. Those are 5 MLAs that have pledged support on behalf of the Congress party. However, despite the support, the party seems to be falling short on seats to meet that majority mark, halfway mark of 118. AIADMK spokesperson has slammed the Congress and TVK over their alliance, slamming the parties over paucity of numbers. The AIADMK leader has said that the 5 seats given by the Congress did nothing for the alliance and instead poked more holes in an already sinking ship. Sources also telling us now that any possibility of talks between the AIADMK and the TVK has collapsed at this point. Sources also telling NDTV that EPS had no role to play when it came to a dialogue between Vijay's party and his party. Congress MP Manickam Tagore has slammed the AIADMK, BJP and the DMK, commenting on the buzz of the Dravidian parties joining hands. The Congress leader questioned how lifelong rivals could turn into allies overnight. The Congress leader further asked the parties to respect the people's mandate and justified its decision to jump ships, and even questioned who the real betrayer was. At the moment, we've also seen the Congress protesting across the state of Tamil Nadu in support of TVK and their chief, Vijay.
We all know that the people of Tamil Nadu has voted for Mr. Vijay. He has the mandate. Now BJP is trying to subvert that mandate using the governor. Governor is giving a reason that largest single party is not inviting to form the government. He is asking the numbers to be shown in Raj Bhavan. Raj Bhavan is not the place to show the number. It is the Assembly of Tamil Nadu which we have to show the number. We are very confident that this secret understanding which was there with ADMK and DMK has got exposed now, and DMK and ADMK are now colluding with each other with the blessings of BJP.
See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108, and that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster. That's all I can say. Congress has added no merit with this alliance or equation or whatsoever it is, but it is up to the party. So I have nothing to say about the decision of Congress, the decision of TVK.
Now, as Tamil Nadu's political suspense grows, there is widespread speculation about an alliance between the AIADMK and the DMK. Unnatural allies, unholy alliance is what people are calling it. While the parties have not officially commented on the alliance would be arch rivals and two Dravidian parties coming together, unthought of. Now, amid the speculations, DMK sources have gone on to suggest that there is apprehension with regards to BJP's affiliation with the AIADMK. Sources say the DMK has asked the AIADMK to dump that alliance with the BJP, and they would extend outside support to an AIADMK-led government. The formula would be EPS as chief minister, other small parties also getting important posts, and the DMK would be supporting it from outside, not wanting any position within the government. So that's what the formula is suggesting. Sources also suggest that the DMK is now seeking ministerial berths for its allies, but not for its own party. Meanwhile, sources have also gone on to suggest that the left too is uncomfortable with the AIADMK-BJP affiliation and ties, and will take a decision backed by ideology. What that decision will be, we will only know once those series of meetings with the left parties comes to an end.
See, I've already said this. It's the people's mandate. And in a democracy, I think what the people decide is supreme. Unfortunately, it's not a very clear mandate. But whatever it is, we have to respect it. See, it is a speculation. I belong to the DMK. I cannot be answering for what the ADMK says. If they accuse us, we can of something, or if they say something about the DMK, I can reply. But I cannot answer to speculations.
So today, 5 o'clock, we are having Zoom meeting along with our high-level committee members, and we will discuss about this current political crisis. Also, we are waiting for the decision of left parties. Along with their decisions, our party will decide and we will inform later.
Now so many discussions are going on. That is, I cannot say anything now. Everything will due course of time. We hope that good things will happen. My party, my leader will come back.
Are you going to with alliance with DMK, sir?
No, that what I am telling, this only I can say. There is the public sentiment is there that AIADMK has to come to the power. That is the voters at the time whenever my party leader Chadapadi visited, lot of emotion and everything public showed. That we are expecting that may happen due course of time with God's grace.
Are you going to...
With me right now is one of the MLAs from the AIADMK, in fact, who's here at the resort in Pondicherry. So we'll have a word from him. Sir, evlo MLAs first of all inga irukudhu sir. Enna agenda irukudhu ipo party ku inga EPS varanga ipo. What's on the table for a discussion, sir?
Madras city la political heat அதிகமாகி போச்சு. பாண்டிச்சேரியில் கொஞ்சம் கூலிங்காக இருக்குது, இங்கே வந்து தங்கி இருக்கிறாங்க ரெஸ்ட்டு. 40க்கும் மேற்பட்ட எம்எல்ஏ இங்கே இருக்கிறாங்க. இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச் செயலாளர் எங்களுக்கு ஒரு தாய் போலன்றவர், பிள்ளைகள் வந்து வீட்டை விட்டு வெளியில் தங்கினா போய் பார்ப்பாங்கல்ல, அம்மா எப்படி இருக்கிறீங்க போகிறீங்கன்னு, அந்த மாதிரி வந்து பார்க்குறதுக்கு வருவார். இப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன ஊர்?
ராஜஸ்தான் சார்.
ராஜஸ்தான். இப்போ நேரமெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு உங்கள் அம்மா பேசுவாங்க ஃபோனில் எங்கே இருக்கிறீங்கன்னு, ஏன்னா பிள்ளைங்களை பற்றி விசாரிப்பாங்க இல்லையா. அது மாதிரி அவர் வந்து எங்களுக்கு அம்மா மாதிரி தாய் மாதிரி கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச்செயலாளர். அந்த அடிப்படையில் இங்கே எல்லாரையும் வந்து பார்க்குறதுக்கு இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு வருவார்.
சார், இப்போது பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஹீட் ரொம்ப இருக்குது, நீங்களே சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. அங்கே சென்னையில் இருக்குது, இப்போது ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது பாண்டிச்சேரியில். இப்போ நீங்களே சொல்லுங்கள்,
ஃபுல்லாக ரெஸ்ட்
டிஸ்கஷனில் என்ன இருக்குது சார்?
டிஸ்கஷனே இல்லை, டோட்டல் ரெஸ்ட்டு. தாய் போல இருக்கிற அவர் பொதுச்செயலாளர் இங்கே வந்த பிறகு தான் அவர் சில கருத்துக்களை இங்கே சொல்லுவார். அதன்படி இவங்க எல்லாம் நடப்பாங்க.
சரி, பட் ஒரு டவுட்டு தான் சார், ஏன்னா போச்சிங் இருக்கக்கூடாது அன்னது ஒரு தாட் இருக்குது. அந்த மாதிரி என்ன இருக்குதா சிச்சுவேஷன்? இப்போ போச்சிங் சிச்சுவேஷன் என்ன இருக்குது? ஹார்ஸ் ட்ரேடிங் என்ன எம்எல்ஏஸ் பறிச்சு வாங்குறாங்க அண்ணா?
இல்லை, எம்எல்ஏலாம் ஏடிஎம்கே எம்எல்ஏலாம் யாரும் வாங்க முடியாது, அது ரொம்ப ரேட் அதிகமாகிடும், வாங்க முடியாது.
Done. Thank you for speaking to us. In fact, here he has a clarity to provide, saying that multiple MLAs remain to be here in the resort. In fact, but there's nothing political is what has been said from party side. But of course, we do know that the political heat here in Tamil Nadu is just increasing. With video journalist Kumar Ritu Rajpurohit for NDTV in Pondicherry.
So the big takeaway here is that every party is keeping their cards close to their chest. You have the VCK chief saying that at 5 o'clock today, we will be holding a Zoom meeting where we will take a call. But the VCK, an important party in terms of which way, their support will sway, is also waiting and watching to see how the other parties come out and declare who they will be supporting. We're going to leave it at that when it comes to the battle for Tamil Nadu at this point. Vijay, of course, with 108 seats, but falling short, and an unholy alliance also brewing at the same time. On the other side of the break, we return with Bengal. The Home Minister is in the state. There's a key legislative party meeting that the BJP will be holding in about 2 hours from now, 2.5 hours from now. More on that in moments from now. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
Vasudha continues to be with me here at the Governor's residence, but we're also joined by NDTV's incredible team of reporters that have kept our viewers ahead on this dramatic and twisting, turning drama of government formation. We have Deepak Bopanna, we have Radhika Ramaswamy, and we have Vijay as well. Joining us on this. We'll have our other reporters, Sam and Veera, also pitching in just a short moment from now. But let's start with the breaking news at this point in time. TVK MLAs. Remember TVK MLAs and the TVK, which has basically signaled that all of them will resign if there is even a whiff of any kind of an AIADMK-DMK tie-up to keep Vijay out of power. The TVK MLAs are arriving shortly at the headquarters for a high-level meeting. They'll be arriving for a TVK meeting at the headquarters very, very shortly. We don't know if Vijay will be there for this meeting. That update will be there very shortly. But Vasudha, TVK MLAs, things stand on a razor's edge right now. The mood has escalated since last night. You've been reporting that, they've taken a sober view so far. It's the Congress that is doing all the bashing and fighting and protesting. But clearly the TVK is getting impatient as well.
Absolutely, and TVK cadre are getting impatient. And more importantly, Shiv, there are two things to look forward to today. There's a response expected from the CPM and the CPI, the Communist parties, 4 members in all. There's also something that's expected from the VCK. Senior leaders of the party have already met the VCK and, the Communist parties. CTR Nirmal Kumar went to meet him. Other Varchunas had a word with Tirumavalavan. I'm told that Vijay himself called Tirumavalavan. The answer is expected today. If that happens, TVK's numbers go up. Muslim League has said that, their support of TVK is all dependent on Stalin allowing them to support them. So, that remains wishy-washy for now. And the DMK and AIADMK are also speaking to each other. We know that for sure. And what I find out from my sources is that Velumani and Mr. C.V. Shanmugam are trying very hard. They tried very hard to reach out to Vijay and his gang. They have also been speaking. Now, Vijay is very clear that he wants to stay committed to this alliance with the Congress party. So many complexities there. And the centre also feels that, Tamil Nadu situation needs to be sorted out as soon as possible. They don't want any unrest. But yes, TVK cadre, TVK supporters could also be getting impatient. Today could give us a lot of these answers.
Deepak Bopana, our colleague, is at the TVK headquarters in Panayur on the outskirts of Chennai. Let's go straight across to him, Vasudha. Deepak, TVK headquarters could be the other epicenter today. TVK MLAs who have been impatient. The mood has darkened somewhat. Anticipation has led to impatience as well. What are you seeing there? TVK MLAs, have they started arriving already? Who will they be meeting, Deepak?
The political temperature is definitely soaring here in Tamil Nadu, Shiv, and so is the heat here. We are just a few 100 meters away from the beach where the TVK headquarters is, and you can see a host of MLAs and leaders have started to arrive at the TVK headquarters. Busi Anand was here a while ago. He came near the cameras as if he was going to give a statement, but then very quickly asked all the journalists here if they're doing okay and walked back inside. A few more MLAs, of course, are making their way here. Some of the party leaders, of course, quite elated. So if you could tell us, is Vijay expected to come here?
I don't know.
You don't. And what is the mood among the TVK cadre, sir? What's the mood right now? Are you all confident of forming the government?
Confident. We are
okay. And what about the possible coup that's really happening between the AIADMK and the DMK? Possibility of an alliance?
We don't know.
Okay. No comments really. This has been the mood predominantly. We've seen most of the leaders of the TVK do not want to make any sort of statements, or they've been instructed not to make any sort of statements. The meeting is expected to get underway shortly. Adav as well was here. He too had very little to say.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Welcome back. Shifting focus to the state of West Bengal, the fog of suspense in the state will dissipate after 4 p.m. this afternoon. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has a very busy day and is in the state as party state observer and will be part of the BJP Legislative Party meeting that will convene to elect their new leader. During the meeting, Shah is expected to announce the name of the next Chief Minister of the state of West Bengal. This will be the first Chief Minister from the party for the state of West Bengal. Following this, the newly appointed BJP Legislative Party leader is expected to visit the Lok Bhavan with the letter of support of BJP's 207 MLAs and stake claim to form the government. As per sources, not just the CM face but also the name of 2 deputy chief ministers will be announced after this meeting. The new chief minister of Bengal, BJP's first in the state, will be sworn in at about 10 o'clock tomorrow on Kolkata's Brigade Parade ground. League has been on the ground and she's been speaking to people there. Let's just listen into her conversation with Ashok Dindal.
उस वक्त पर जब तृणमूल की सरकार थी
कैसा माहौल था बीजेपी का एक विधायक बनना, असेंबली के बाहर, अपनी सीट में या फिर विधानसभा के अंदर?
डर का, भय का, लगता था हर वक्त कहीं ना किसी भी टाइम हमारा ऊपर अटैक हो सकता है, हो भी चुका था। और मतलब अकेला बाहर जाना थोड़ा सा मतलब डर लग रहा था। जब भी जाता हूँ हमारा पास सेंट्रल फोर्स था, उसको भी विधानसभा का अंदर अलाउ नहीं था। विधानसभा में भी हम लोगों के ऊपर बहुत बार अटैक हुआ है। सो टीएमसी का MLAs लोग, हमारा कई विधायक का हाथ भी टूट गया था, हॉस्पिटलाइज भी हो गया था। सो डर का माहौल था।
Saurabh now joins me live. He is in Kolkata. He's been tracking all the developments before, during and after the big election in the state. Saurabh, the BJP's giant slayer Suvendu Adhikari appears all but certain in the race for the Chief Minister's post in West Bengal. And also, let's talk about the Deputy Chief Minister's position. We're now hearing through sources that there could be 2 Deputy Chief Ministers and 1 could be a woman.
That's right. You know, Suvendu Adhikari remains the front runner. His political track record, first defeating Mamata Banerjee in 2021 in Nondigram, and then, of course, you know, holding on to Nondigram in 2026 and also defeating Mamata Banerjee again in Bhawanipur. That clearly is, of course, something that makes him the front runner, along with his record as leader of opposition, leading the BJP's charge inside the house for the last 5 years. So this definitely puts him in the numero uno position as far as the Chief Minister is concerned. As far as Deputy Chief Minister positions are concerned, this is something new to Bengal, but not something new to the BJP structure. It's been implemented in other states. The BJP has, say for example in Maharashtra, it has its own Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, but its allies have the Deputy Chief Minister positions. In states like Uttar Pradesh, again, there are Deputy Chief Ministers. So this is something that the BJP uses to balance different political interests and political groups within its own formation and fold. And that's something that perhaps now might come into play in West Bengal as well. And a lot of things will change versus the Trinamool system and the BJP system. They are poles apart. So in Trinamool, of course, everything was one person. It was Mamata Banerjee and everyone else. Her ministers were all there. But in the BJP, you will now have, I think, a larger distribution of power as well amongst cabinet colleagues, and that's something that we will see as well with the Deputy Chief Minister position also being introduced.
All right. Saurabh, we'll keep coming back to you for more. For now, thank you for joining me there from the ground in Kolkata. Now, in a related incident and piece of news, investigation has deepened into the chilling murder of Suvendu Adhikari's PA, Chandranath Rath. A new video shows moments after Chandranath was shot, along with a couple of fresh CCTV footage that has surfaced, which could hold vital clues for the investigators. A 9-member SIT team has begun its investigation into the murder case. FSL teams inspected the crime scene and gathered critical details. Crucially, sources say that investigators suspect the role of 5 or more people in this murder, but identifying the suspects is proving to be a roadblock, a challenge, as the CCTV footage is hazy. The family of Chandranath is demanding justice, with the mother seeking life term for the killers. Meanwhile, Suvendu Adhikari called this a political murder.
सुवेंदु अधिकारी के पीए जो थे चंद्रनाथ, उनका पार्थिव शरीर अब उनके पैतृक आवास पर पहुंच गया है और ये सीधी तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ से मीडिया को अंदर जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, लेकिन ये सीधी तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं जिस तरीके से कल रात कई लोगों ने मिलकर इनकी हत्या कर दी। इन पर 5 गोलियां दागी गई, 4 गोली इनके सीने में लगी और उसके बाद उनकी मौत हो गई। हालांकि इस घटना को लेकर बीजेपी काफ़ी हमलावर है और साफ तौर से बीजेपी और सुवेंदु अधिकारी का कहना है कि टीएमसी के लोगों ने मिलकर चंद्रनाथ की हत्या की है और कहीं ना कहीं पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस एक बार फिर से बंगाल इलेक्शन में देखने को मिला है। नतीजों के बाद पूर्ण बहुमत की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी सुवेंदु अधिकारी जो कि भावी मुख्यमंत्री माने जा रहे हैं पश्चिम बंगाल के, उनके पीए जो चंद्रनाथ थे, बेहद करीबी थे, उनकी गोली मारकर हत्या कर दी जाती है और इस वक्त उनके पैतृक गांव से जो कि ईस्ट मेदिनीपुर में पड़ता है, ये सीधी तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। लेकिन यहाँ से आगे जो सामने उनका घर आप देख रहे होंगे, उसके पीछे उनका अंतिम संस्कार होना है, लेकिन बंगाल पुलिस और जो सेंट्रल पुलिस फोर्स की टीमें हैं वो मीडिया को यहाँ रोक रही है। इसके आगे मीडिया को नहीं जाने को कहा गया है। लेकिन ये एक बड़ी घटना हुई है। बंगाल की सियासत में लगातार हिंसा देखने को मिलती है, लेकिन कल जिस तरीके
की शास्ति चाहिए
আমি একজন মা, আমি চাইবো না তাদের ফাঁসি হোক, কিন্তু যাবজ্জীবন কারাদণ্ড চাইছি। আর চাইছি যে আমরা ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি করি বলে আমরা আজকে ক্ষমতায় আসার জন্য আমাদের সভাপতি বিরোধী দলনেতা যখন বলছেন সুশৃঙ্খলভাবে থাকতে, তখন শাসক দলের যারা গরম গরম বক্তব্য দিয়েছিল যে 4 তারিখের পরে দিল্লির কোনো ভাব রক্ষা করতে পারবে না, সেটাই তারা দেখিয়ে দিল।
कारण कुछ नहीं है। कारण तो यही है जो नंदीग्राम और भवानीपुर दोनों जगह पर वो दायित्व में था वोट में, लेकिन वो कभी भाषण नहीं दिया, छाया युद्ध में था। तो हो सकता है भवानीपुर में जितना पसंद नहीं लगा उसका वजह से उसको टारगेट किया गया।
आपके हिसाब से ये टारगेटेड मर्डर है?
जो उसका राइट हैंड, शुभेंदु का राइट हैंड को पहले छांट दिया तो शुभेंदु का मैसेज दिया जाएगा, उसी हिसाब से उसको टारगेट किया गया।
ही सीरियस, पूरा रात ओटी हुआ है उनका। देखिए, एक गैंग ने लेफ्ट साइड से गोली किया चंद्र को, दूसरा गैंग ने विटनेस खत्म करने के लिए राइट साइड से ड्राइवर का लेफ्ट साइड में किया। कितना प्री प्लान, कूल ब्लडेड मर्डर। वो अभी नाजुक है, उनका साथ बीजेपी पूरा खड़ा है। उनका ट्रीटमेंट का जितना भी जरूरी है वो हम कर रहा है।
हम अभी शुभेंदु अधिकारी के पर्सनल असिस्टेंट चंद्रनाथ रौत के घर के बाहर खड़े हैं और हमारे साथ अभी मौजूद है दिव्येंदु अधिकारी, शुभेंदु अधिकारी के भाई। शुक्रिया एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए। सर आप अभी यहाँ पर आए, आप अपने चंद्रनाथ जी की मां से मुलाकात करें। यहाँ पर अभी इस समय पर आगे क्या होने वाला है? इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँची है?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँचे है मुझे मालूम नहीं है। इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी, स्टेट पुलिस, CID एंड सीट both are investigating the cases. As far as information जो आ रहा है हमारे पास, 3 आदमी को डिटेन करवाया गया है और एक जाली नंबर प्लेट वाला व्हीकल भी सीज किया गया है। सिलीगुड़ी का नंबर है ऐसा कुछ। तो कैसे यहाँ आया ये तो पुलिस ही बोल पाएगा ना। कल रात से मैं हूँ उनका माजी के साथ। अभी सुबह गया था, सुबह थोड़ा मेरा काम था मेरा निर्वाचनी क्षेत्र पे, वो काम ख़त्म करके फिर आ गया। अभी तो अंतिम संस्कार का जो है वो होगा, उसका बाद ही हमारा नया सरकार जब बनेगा। हम लोग पूरा भरोसा में हैं पुलिस का प्रति, सीट का प्रति, CID का प्रति।
घटना हुआ है बहुत ही दुखजनक, नहीं होना चाहिए और बंद होना चाहिए। जब तक सरकार नया नहीं आता है, कुछ लोग अपना तेवर दिखा रहे हैं। ममता बनर्जी, उनकी भतीजा लोग उकसा रहे हैं कि इस प्रकार हिंसा हो, लेकिन ये सब हमेशा के लिए बंद हो जाएगा।
इसमें तो होम मिनिस्टर जिम्मेदार हैं तो उनके PA की हत्या कैसे हो गई? ये सवाल मुझसे मत पूछिए। आप ट्विटर हैंडल होगा आपका, आप टैग करिए होम मिनिस्टर साहब को, पूछिए कि हत्या कैसे हो गई।
In news just coming in, and this time from the state of Kerala, KC Venugopal seems to be the front runner in terms of the chief minister's post. Most of the MLAs, we're being told, have backed him as the CM face from the party. The party wants to finalize the name of the chief minister as soon as possible. Ajay Markan, the Congress leader and AICC observer for Kerala, has spoken out.
हमने सबसे एक-एक करके बात करी और सब लोगों से पूछा कि वो लोगों की इच्छा क्या है, और हम सब कंपाइल करके दिल्ली हम जाएंगे और हाईकमांड को बताएंगे।
Bit about KC Venugopal. Speculation regarding his potential elevation to the chief minister's post stems from the fact that he's considered to be a troubleshooter. He's also considered to be highly trusted by the Congress High Command and is also seen as a close confidant of senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. During the Kerala Assembly elections, Venugopal played a pivotal role in placating disgruntled leaders and keeping the party united. However, his tenure as the Congress's party's National General Secretary over the past 7 years has been criticized. He began his political journey in Kerala student politics, has previously served as a minister in both the state and central governments. I have Prashant joining me on the phone line. Prashant, KC Venugopal seen as a front runner at this time, but you also have other candidates, V.D. Satishan and Ramesh Chennithala.
That's right. Today the two observers appointed by the AICC, Ajay Makan and Mukul Vastik, they have submitted their report to the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. After talking to all the MLAs, they held a meeting with one-on-one meeting with all the MLAs, Congress MLAs yesterday in Kerala, and they came back and submitted the report. If the support by the MLAs is anything to go by, KC Venugopal clearly seems to be a front runner for the CM's post, but you rightly said V.D. Satishan and Ramesh Chennithala, they are the other two contenders, and it is widely believed that he is a very popular leader in Kerala, and from sources in the Congress party told me that the public opinion and the views of alliance partners will also be taken into consideration, which means that it will take some time before Congress party reaches any conclusion. But now that the report has been submitted, the ball is in the Congress High Command's court whether to accept the report given by the two observers or to have their own opinion based on their opinion and based on the fact that they have been talking to some of the leaders in Kerala. So I think right now, as of now, KC Venugopal seems to be the front runner for the post, but it will take some time before the final decision is taken.
But Prashant, this is going to be a tough balancing act for the Congress High Command with three strong contenders, wanting or aspiring to be Chief Minister at this point. Just take us through the kind of backing that KC Venugopal enjoys in terms of the MLAs in the state.
Well, so far as support by the MLAs is concerned, you can assume that most of the MLAs owe their allegiance to KC Venugopal himself, because many of them got tickets because of, KC Venugopal. So it is quite understandable that most of the MLAs are supporting KC Venugopal. But as I told you, you have rightly said that High Command will have a tough balancing act to do, because in views of many, V.D. Satishan, the leader of opposition in Kerala Assembly, the outgoing Assembly, is also a very strong contender. He is a very popular leader. So that's why I told you that it will take some time before the High Command reaches any conclusion, because they feel that no doubt MLAs are supporting KC Venugopal, but V.D. Satishan also enjoys a fairly fairly good support from amongst the Kerala Congress.
And the challenge here is not to antagonize any of the other contenders at this point. Well, the suspense over the CM face continues as the party top brass has to now take a call. Prashant, they're reporting live on the big story emerging from the state of Kerala. We leave it at that. That's a wrap on Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. Thank you for watching. We will be back on the ground in Chennai, bringing you the latest when it comes to the TVK, the AIADMK and the DMK. Who holds the cards to forming the government in the state of Tamil Nadu? Up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Vasudha continues to be with me here at the governor's residence, but we're also joined by NDTV's incredible team of reporters that have kept our viewers ahead on this dramatic and twisting, turning drama of government formation. We have Deepak Bopanna, we have Radhika Ramaswamy, and we have Vijay as well. Joining us on this. We'll have our other reporters, Sam and Veera, also pitching in just a short moment from now. But let's start with the breaking news at this point in time. TVK MLAs, remember TVK MLAs and the TVK, which has basically signaled that all of them will resign if there is even a whiff of any kind of an AIADMK-DMK tie-up to keep Vijay out of power. The TVK MLAs are arriving shortly at the headquarters for a high-level meeting. They'll be arriving for a TVK meeting at the headquarters very, very shortly. We don't know if Vijay will be there for this meeting. That update will be there very shortly. But Vasudha, TVK MLAs, things stand on a razor's edge right now. The mood has escalated since last night. You've been reporting that, they've taken a sober view so far. It's the Congress that is doing all the bashing and fighting and protesting. But clearly the TVK is getting impatient as well.
Absolutely, and TVK cadre are getting impatient, and more importantly, Shiv, there are two things to look forward to today. There's a response expected from the CPM and the CPI, the Communist parties, 4 members in all. There's also something that's expected from the VCK. Senior leaders of the party have already met the VCK and, the Communist parties. CTR Nirmal Kumar went to meet him. Adhav Arjuna has had a word with Tirumavalavan. I'm told that Vijay himself called Tirumavalavan. The answer is expected today. If that happens, TVK's numbers go up. Muslim League has said that their support of TVK is all dependent on Stalin allowing them to support them. So that remains wishy-washy for now. And the DMK and AIADMK are also speaking to each other. We know that for sure. And what I find out from my sources is that Velumani and Mr. C.V. Shanmugam are trying very hard. They tried very hard to reach out to Vijay and his gang. They have also been speaking. Now Vijay is very clear that he wants to stay committed to this alliance with the Congress party. So many complexities there, and the centre also feels that Tamil Nadu situation needs to be sorted out as soon as possible. They don't want any unrest. But yes, TVK cadre, TVK supporters could also be getting impatient. Today could give us a lot of.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Economy, business, world, technology, noise filter. Well, some breaking news coming in at this hour from West Bengal. Let's take you through it. We're tracking the latest updates coming in from West Bengal. We're understanding information coming to us from sources that Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister who's currently in West Bengal, is holding separate meetings with elected MLAs Shankar Ghosh and Agnimitra Paul. According to sources, the discussions center on the selection of the 2 deputy chief ministers. Well, reports from the sources even go on to suggest that one of the deputy chief ministers will be from the north of Bengal, while the other is likely to be a woman. Now, that's an important update coming in right ahead of the swearing-in ceremony in West Bengal. My colleague Shreyasi Day also joins us for the broadcast with the latest updates coming in. Shreyasi, walk us through the details. We're understanding that the Union Home Minister is now, conducting meetings to understand who could be the next Deputy Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Ministers. In certain places, there are more than one Deputy CM. What we have picked up is that Shankar Ghosh from North Bengal could be one of the front runners for the Deputy CM. Dada, live cholche. And the other Deputy CM is likely to be a woman face, that is Agnimitra Paul. And the meeting is being held in a Novotel where Amit Shah is present at this moment, and the announcement is going to be made after the Legislative Party meeting.
Right, Shreyasi, also help us understand, the Union Home Minister is currently present in West Bengal ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. What exactly does the schedule look like? I believe he's holding back-to-back meetings with BJP MLAs.
Well, this is the first time the BJP is going to have a government here in West Bengal since independence, and all eyes is going to be on the cabinet because this is the cabinet that's going to lead the state. And we are getting you the details from Vishwa Bangla Convention Center, where the MLAs will be present, all the elected MLAs, 207 of them, and thereafter they will be moving towards Lok Bhavan to stake claim in the government. Apart from that, as our colleagues have been reporting from ground at Novotel, Amit Shah is already present there after offering prayers at Dakshineshwar Temple, and now he is holding meeting with Shankar Ghosh, who was the chief whip of the Vidhan Sabha for the BJP in the last term. He's an MLA, he's a sitting MLA from Siliguri. He's a two-term sitting MLA from Siliguri, in fact. He won in 2021, and again this time around, he is one of the strongest faces that we have seen in the Vidhan Sabha. Agnimitra Paul has held several posts within the party, including leading the Mahila Morcha in West Bengal for the BJP. She has been the MLA from Asansol. She has also fought the Lok Sabha elections in 2024, and now she has once again been elected as a public representative from Asansol, and her name is also in the fray for the Deputy CM. So we are understanding that in West Bengal, we are likely to get 2 Deputy CM posts along with the Chief Minister and a cabinet that will be decided shortly today after the Legislative Party meeting here at the Vishwa Bangla Convention Center in Kolkata. All the MLAs have in fact started arriving. I'm going to ask my cameraman to try and pan the camera as much as possible. Senior leaderships have also come in, and they will be, the preparations have been completed, all the security arrangements have been made, and of course everyone is looking forward to the final announcement of the cabinet that will be leading West Bengal government under the BJP regime here in West Bengal.
All right, Ashriyasi, of course, big swearing-in ceremony of the Chief Minister of BJP, the first time around that's going to take place. All the Home Ministers also right there holding meetings with the MLAs. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing these updates with us. Well, a lot is brewing in Tamil Nadu, with regards to the government formation. Of course, TVK is falling short on the numbers, and we're seeing allegations, in fact, reports coming in if there could be an alliance forged between the DMK and the AIADMK. That's the latest update that we have for you at this hour. We're understanding important updates coming in from Tamil Nadu as we're learning that DMK high-level meet now concludes, and the DMK says that if Vijay fails to form the government, then it will talk with others. Well, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal is also joining us on the broadcast with the latest updates coming in. Over to you, Vasudha.
Thank you, Reed. In fact, it is an interesting day in Tamil Nadu. It's a day where we expect to get a lot of answers. There's a lot of political churn that's going on in Tamil Nadu. I'm right outside Lok Bhavan. Lok Bhavan is the residence of the governor. The gates are still shut for Vijay and his party TVK. Despite getting that 108 number, he's still short of the 117 magic number, and he's waiting to hear from the communist parties and also the VCK. The smaller parties are going to play a very important role in deciding who will be the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. On the other hand, AIADMK and DMK are also in talks. What we understand is that DMK is also under pressure by AIADMK to offer outside support to a government led by Edapadi Palanichami. There are talks that are going on that front as well. But let me go across to my colleague Sam Daniel. Sam Daniel, DMK had a very important meeting today. The meeting has just gotten over. DMK has made it very clear that they will step in only if Vijay is not able to gobble up those numbers. Vijay has already visited the governor's house twice, and the governor is not convinced by the numbers that he put out. What is the DMK waiting for? Because we know from confirmed sources that there are talks that are going on between the DMK and the AIADMK to explore a different option of these two parties coming together to hold the charge in Tamil Nadu.
That's right, Vasudha. We understand the high-level committee led by MK Stalin at the headquarters discussed the pros and cons of the new arrangement that's being mulled, particularly to let EPS run the government with outside support from the DMK. Some members have expressed concerns that this could work against the long-term interest of the DMK, leading to even the party being wiped out. Some have expressed concerns, how would you fight elections if you run a kind of a larger coalition supporting EPS-led government? What if they performed well, and won't they, when they fight alone, take away all the credit and work against DMK's interest? Some have expressed an opinion that the AIADMK was originally formed by MG Ramachandran after he broke away from DMK, and the ideal solution would be with DMK having more number of numbers among the opposition.
Let me go across to Veera now. Veera also has a piece of breaking news. Veera, what are your sources in the DMK saying with regard to what is happening in the meeting? What is the DMK expected to do next?
Vasudha, I've had a conversation with two high-level sources in the DMK, and I think it's now becoming increasingly clear that there is a large likelihood that the left and the VCK may actually support the TVK. The DMK has said, we are doing nothing now, quote unquote, we are doing nothing now. Let TVK fail to form a government, and only then all this conversation comes into play. There are multiple views, multiple sections in the party. Everything hinges on the left and the VCK. It looks very likely that the left and the VCK are going to offer support to the TVK. The DMK does not want to be seen as the optics of a party that has stopped the TVK from being able to cobble up the numbers. But however, if the TVK does not cobble up the numbers, then every other possibility comes into play. As Sam was reporting, there are multiple different views in the party. There are young section of the party which believes that they need to stop Vijay at this stage, because if Vijay offers a government and becomes very popular, he could be like MGR, keeping the DMK out of power for life. But there is also a senior section in the party which is extremely averse to any such dangerous experiment, because it believes the DMK will both lose its moral standing and its ideological standing if it ends up into a dangerous experiment of this sort to keep Vijay out of power, and the public sentiment could be extremely in favor of the TVK. So Vasudha, I think the DMK for the moment is doing nothing. They're just going to wait and watch what's going to happen with the left and the VCK. Only post that are they going to take anything forward.
Okay. Sam, my question to you is, suddenly VCK and the Communist parties are very important. What I hear from my TVK sources is that Vijay could also be meeting Tirumavalavan one more time today. Yesterday, he spoke to him over the phone. There's a lot of convincing that he's trying to do with VCK, but VCK is still sort of reluctant to offer that full support to TVK. When it comes to Communist parties, TVK sources are saying that they have heard some good news, some positive vibes coming from one of them, which is a CPM, but yes, formal announcement is awaited. Where do you see these parties going by the end of today?
VCK has made it very clear that it will make up its mind only on the basis of what the CPI and CPM would decide, the way they decide, Vasudha. So we expect that by 6 o'clock, the VCK would be briefed by both CPM and CPI, what's going to be the larger decision. And soon after that, VCK will have a virtual meeting among its key office bearers and then announce either late tonight or tomorrow morning. CPI, for them, it's a really difficult question whether to stand by the DMK through which the party has won these seats, or should they respect and be sensitive to the people's mandate, which have given overwhelmingly large number of seats to active Vijay's TVK. And by supporting DMK or the AIADMK-led formation, would they be subverting that mandate? Would that backfire? Another issue they're going to discuss also is the share in power. They've been asking for share in power. Sometimes they've chosen to be only supporting from outside, but Vijay has offered that, and now the new formation also opens up that opportunity. So how would the public perceive it, especially having in mind the larger ideology of the left? So having all these in mind, they've also understood that the governor's stand is completely wrong, that he should have royally invited active Vijay to form the government and then prove the majority. They're also against the Governor's Act. So having an overall look at all these factors, We expect them to take a call, and based on that, VCK could say yes or no. And these 6 seats, VCK, CPI and CPM, are largely important for Vijay because they exactly provide the number of seats he requires to prove his majority. Even if one says no, it's going to be difficult.
Exactly.
In that context, it's important that Vijay, yet again, reaching out to
Thank you, Sam, for
VCK
joining us
Chief
with those
Trima
details.
Valavan,
And it's very important that you mentioned that these smaller parties with just 8 seats have become suddenly so important in the realm of Tamil politics because they are important not just for TVK and Vijay to form the government. They're also crucial for the DMK-AIADMK coalition, something they have explored in the last few days. Thank you, Sam, for joining us with those details. The suspense over Vijay's coronation continues. There's been no oath-taking in Tamil Nadu despite almost 4 days after the results. Remember that TVK is short of numbers. It just has 107 seats. It has to get that magic number of 117. But then there has been a lot of activity in the state since then. Vijay is waiting for a response from the communist parties. Communist parties have 2 legislators each. He's also waiting to hear from the VCK. Meanwhile, there's a lot of intense negotiation that's going on between the AIADMK and DMK as well. But like Veera, my colleague, was reporting, and Sam, of course, from outside the DMK office, the DMK has also, decided to wait till TVK forms the government. If it's not able to do that, then only will they intervene, is what they've said. But yes, the AIADMK seems confident. AIADMK also is a little miffed that TVK did not reach out to the AIADMK as was promised earlier. And the TVK, of course, is in an alliance with the Congress Party. The Congress Party workers also protested today over the delay in Vijay's oath-taking ceremony. Let's now take a look at all the reactions that have come in so far on this story.
The last assembly election in Tamil Nadu, TVK headed by Mr. Vijay got a thumping majority of 108 seats in the state assembly. Congress Party also supporting Mr. Vijay.
My colleague Vijay Gopal joins us with more on this. Vijay, you covered the Congress protest today. How firm is the Congress on helping out the TVK? Because this is also a new arrangement for them. They just have 5 MLAs, and now they have also gotten into this position where everything looks very uncertain. They're providing legal opinion to the TVK. They're also arranging on-ground support, protests and all that. How is the Congress feeling about this, and what is expected in the course of today?
Vasudha, it looks more natural alliance between Congress and TVK. That's what, while covering this today's protest, we spoke with many cadre. They were so happy as they have joined hands with Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam to form the government, because they expressed the anger towards DMK in terms of allocating seats, power share. There were many debates before the election, so they are expressing all anger and frustration now. And also they expressed the anger against the Tamil Nadu governor and BJP-led union government, also alleging that they are the reason now they are creating trouble to stop Vijay from taking oath. Even they staged protest today at Chennai. It was a massive protest headed by Girish Jodankar and Selva Perandagai. Even Selva Perandagai spoke to NDTV and also Girish Jodankar spoke to NDTV. He said, we asked a question about the possible alliance between DMK and AIADMK. He said the true faces, the public will get to know who is really secular foes or communal foes. The public will get to know. They will get a clear picture now. So these are all the updates and developments we're able to get it from Congress. Congress support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam playing a very crucial role. And also right now we are at CPA office, just outside the CPA office. On the top of this, the very crucial meeting is going on. Yeah. As per sources, we are getting information that the meeting will get over only by 6 p.m. And also sources indicates there is a possibility of all 3 leaders, Trima Valavan, CPA State Secretary and CPM State Secretary, will address the press jointly once the decision is taken, Vasudha.
So very interesting that the Communists and the VCK will decide on whatever they want to do together. That's something that even the VCK sources confirmed to us, that they will decide in line with the Communist parties. But remember that these are parties which have shared a very long relationship with the DMK, so it will also not be very easy for them to break away from the alliance and join the TVK. But Vijay has been insistent on getting their support. He has reached out to them multiple times. He has also spoken to Tiruma Valvan of the VCK. He has also reached out to the Communist parties. In fact, the TVK leader, CTR Nirmal Kumar himself went and met with Communist leaders, is what we understand. So there's been a steady outreach that's been going on from TVK, because Vijay feels that having smaller parties in the alliance will be better than having a party like the AIADMK. Also, every time the Congress is trying to manage crisis, we have seen senior leaders of the Congress party, ex-ministers, always talk about certain things which can actually embarrass the Congress party. Now, Manishankar Iyer is back in action. The latest from him is a criticism of the Congress-TVK arrangement deal in Tamil Nadu. He has said that by going with the TVK, Congress party has acted in an opportunistic manner. He has also said that this is against the principles of the Congress party. Let's listen into what he said before I bring in my colleague, Sam Daniel.
In November 1925, 100 years ago, Mahatma Gandhi laid down the injunction in his Gujarati magazine Navjivan that Swaraj should mean government by morality. And it is this injunction that has been violated by the Congress party, Mahatma Gandhi's party, in the recent decision to jump ship and join the TVK after having opposed the TVK in the last election. Such politics of expediency is not the way forward.
Well, that's former Minister Manishankar Iyer there saying that the TVK Congress deal is immoral. My colleague Sam Daniel joins me with more details on this. Sam, this is so expected. Manishankar Iyer dismissing everything that the Congress does, but also, he makes this important point that the TVK Congress deal is not on moral lines. It violates the principles of the Congress party. What exactly does he mean by that?
That's right, Vasudha. In fact, he said just soon after fighting elections against TVK and winning 5 seats, now to switch sides and joining that party. He says it violates the morality guideline given by Mahatma Gandhi in 1925. He refers to the Gujarati magazine Navjivan, in which he wrote. And he also calls it as a kind of a political flat-footedness from switching from one party, in this case he means the DMK, to TVK. There is also a certain political flat-footedness involved in this decision, because we thought that by defecting from the DMK alliance, the other smaller members of the alliance small. This has certainly come as an embarrassment to the Congress, which otherwise is quite excited about the alliance with TVK, who seems to have caught the imagination and fancy of the voters, and they believe that this will give a new space, new arena to expand their footprint in a state where the Congress for over 5 decades has been playing the role of a bridesmaid. And now it will not only get a share in power if TVK Chief Vijay manages to form the government, but also gives a larger scope to win elections in a big way in the upcoming elections, be it local body, be it the Lok Sabha elections or the Rajya Sabha, with support from Vijay's TVK. And this could also strengthen the Congress position, in their view, in neighboring states like Kerala and Puducherry. But this view by Manishankar Iyer could be seen as an embarrassment and on expected lines, as often he takes pot shots at decisions made by the Congress.
Thank you, Sam Daniel, for joining us with those details. Manishankar Iyer, former Congress leader, minister, at it again. He says that the TVK Congress deal is not moral and it violates the principles on which the Congress party was founded. Moving on, the role of the governor now in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, becomes extremely crucial. We're talking about Governor Rajendra Arlekar. He's also the governor of Kerala. He's in fact handling 2 states that have just seen elections. What he has done in Tamil Nadu has also ignited a lot of interest, because he spoke to Vijay. In fact, he called him to his residence 2 times. But Vijay has not been able to prove that he has the strength of majority in the House. He doesn't have the magic number of 118 MLAs. The governor has made it very clear that he will go by constitutional principles and he will only allow Vijay to take oath if he is completely convinced by his numbers. Now, Vijay has not been able to do that. So what are the options in front of the governor? He can invite a coalition that's a post-poll alliance with the 118 MLAs, but with letters of support. He could be inviting them, or he could also invite a minority coalition to come and form the government. It all depends on the discretion of the governor. What he's expected to do is something that we'll have to wait and see. We are told by sources that he is likely to make a decision very soon. Let's take a look at some reactions of people from different political parties on how they see the governor's actions in the last few days.
We have made it very clear. The left party, CPI, CPM, and also the VCK in Tamil Nadu, all have demanded that mandate, the larger mandate is for TVK. Governor should invite the single largest party. And that government must be allowed to prove its majority on the floor of the assembly, not in the halls or corridors of governor's residence.
TVK, which gave a confession statement that we are the single largest party with 108 and we have got the support of another 5 more. So it's quite natural for the governor to ask where are the other 5? See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108. And that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster.
Well, let me also tell you what's really happening on ground in Tamil Nadu. Vijay has 108 numbers, but then that's not enough for him to form the government. Meanwhile, he has also reached out to smaller parties. He's also reached out to the AIADMK, but those talks fell through because Vijay is with the Congress party, something that the AIADMK does not want. And AIADMK has had an alliance with the BJP that the Congress party will not like. And TVK has also made it very clear that it will not have any engagement with the BJP. More than that, he is also hopeful of the fact that the communists will support him by the end of today. Meanwhile, there is also a lot of speculation around the DMK and the AIADMK coming together. Remember that DMK and AIADMK numbers put together will be around 106. And in this context, the 8 MLAs who come from smaller parties, who won from smaller parties, become crucial because they will be important not just for the formation of TVK, but also in the speculation that the DMK and AIADMK come together. Meanwhile, the DMK has had its high-level meeting in which it has made it very clear that it will wait for TVK to prove its majority, and only in the situation of the TVK not being able to do so will it actually start thinking about what this options in front of the DMK could be. So that is DMK in some ways making it clear that it will not ally with the AIADMK, and this is also because the AIADMK has been persuading the DMK to provide outside support to an AIADMK-led government, something that a lot of DMK leaders are opposed to. Let me now take you through reactions on what kind of possibilities are being explored when it comes to the next government in Tamil Nadu.
We all know that the people of Tamil Nadu has voted for Mr. Vijay. He has the mandate. Now BJP is trying to subvert that mandate using the governor. Governor is giving a reason that largest single party is not inviting to form the government. He is asking the letter for numbers to be shown in Raj Bhavan. Raj Bhavan is not the place to show the number. It is the Assembly of Tamil Nadu which we have to show the number. We are very confident that this secret understanding which was there with ADMK and DMK has got exposed now, and DMK and ADMK are now colluding with each other with the blessings of BJP.
See, whatever is happening, it will come to public knowledge slowly. So whether communal forces and secular forces will join or not join, who are real communal, who are real secular, everything will come in the public domain. We have to uphold the public mandate. We cannot backstep the public mandate. So people who are backstabbing the public mandate should not speak about it.
How you will justify, sir, if we can take 1.7 crore voters chose TVK, rest chose either DMK or AIADMK, right? That is also public mandate, right?
See, what is the law? The law says single largest party should be invited to form the government. And single largest party is the TVK.
See, you need 118. There is one person who is 108, and that will go down to 107. Congress adding 5 is not going to save. What Congress has done is, he has put a hole on a ship, sailing ship, and it is he is letting the ship to sink faster. That's all I can say. Congress has added no merit with this alliance or equation or whatsoever it is, but it is up to the party. So I have nothing to say about the decision of Congress, the decision of TVK.
My colleague Vijay Gopal joins us with more details on this. Vijay Gopal, the action in DMK headquarters is over. DMK has also made it very clear that they will not intervene till TVK is not able to prove its numbers. So that means that DMK also does not want the optics of trying to steal the mandate here. But AIADMK is also very confident in some ways, because AIADMK is first of all miffed that TVK did not reach out to the AIADMK. And AIADMK also feels that this is probably the best way to retain political relevance. Help us understand what kind of formulations are being explored now, because this situation seems to be changing by the hour.
So we all discussing and speaking about DMK alliance, but we forget about the PMK and Amma Makkal Munnetra Kalagam. As of now, TVK has not explored other possible options also, because they are so dependent on left alliance, because their TVK shows their ideology as a secular progressive alliance. So that's why they have, from beginning, they have been exploring more options with left alliance and VCK. We have to wait for it clear as the meeting is going on now. CPM office, high-level meeting is going on, and CPA just outside. We are just outside the CPA office. Here also high-level meeting is going on, and VCK Chief Thirumavalavan is also going to hold discussion with us functionaries through video conference, and all party leaders likely to address media also all together jointly. There will be a press brief also. On the other hand, we saw how Congress is reacting to the speculation over AIADMK and DMK alliance. They are saying they are questioning. This will reveal the true secular, who are true seculars and true communal forces, because Congress justifies their alliance with the TVK, saying that Tamil Nadu people gave a clear mandate, choosing TVK as their chief minister, TVK Chief Vijay as their chief minister face, though they are giving support to TVK, saying that a secular force should rule the government. We will get a clear picture this evening was what exactly going to happen in Tamil Nadu politics.
At this hour, now an important update coming in, of course, from Tamil Nadu is we're understanding that, there seems to be a lot of discussion, especially with regards to who exactly is going to form the government. Remember that we've been talking about how there is a possible alliance that's being talked about between the DMK and the AIADMK. Remember that there's been a big face-off when it comes to the Congress and the DMK as well, because, the parties have now parted ways. So there's going to be seen what exactly happens from that end, given the fact that, the Congress has now gone with the TVK. So the Congress has taken its 5 seats and it's gone with, of course, Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, of course, the TVK. Now, that's the latest update that we have for you at this hour. As Tamil Nadu's political suspense grows, there, of course, is widespread speculation about an alliance between the AIADMK and the DMK. While the parties have not officially commented on the alliance would be between arch rivals and two Dravidian parties coming together. Amid the speculations, DMK sources have gone on to suggest that there is apprehension with regards to the BJP's link with the AIADMK. Sources go on to suggest that the DMK could extend outside support to the AIADMK-led government. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is back with us on the broadcast. Vasudha, take us through the details. We're understanding that there could be a possible arrangement that could be worked out between two Dravidian parties and arch rivals, the AIADMK and the DMK.
Well, Reed, there's been a war of words between all of these parties, and we've spoken to Congress MP Manikam Tagore, who has also, in fact, defended the TVK Congress deal. In fact, he has lashed out at the governor for the delay in TVK swearing in. Kovai Satyan of the AIADMK has slashed out at the Congress party, saying that the Congress party has been opportunistic. We see the war of words playing out between the Congress party and DMK as well, with the DMK accusing the Congress of betrayal and the Congress party saying that the actual betrayal is not respecting the mandate of the people. Let's take a look at the reactions that have come in, especially after Tamil Nadu results came up.
I've already said this. It's the people's mandate. And in a democracy, I think what the people decide is supreme. Unfortunately, it's not a very clear mandate. But whatever it is, we have to respect it. See, it is a speculation. I belong to the DMK. I cannot be answering for what the ADMK says. If they accuse us, we can of something, or if they say something about the DMK, I can reply. But I cannot answer to speculations.
Today, 5 o'clock, we are having Zoom meeting along with our high-level committee members, and we will discuss about this current political crisis. Also, we are waiting for the decision of left parties. Along with their decisions, our party will decide and we will inform later.
Now so many discussions are going on. That is, I cannot say anything now. Everything will due course of time. We hope that good things will happen. My party, my leader will come back.
Are you going to with alliance with the DMK, sir?
No. That what I am telling, this only I can say. There is the public sentiment is there that AIADMK has to come to the power. That is the voters at the time whenever my party leader Edapadi visited, lot of emotion and everything public showed. That we are expecting that may happen due course of time with God's grace.
Are you going to...
With me right now is one of the MLAs from the AIADMK, in fact, who's here at the resort in Pondicherry. So we'll have a word from him. Sir, evlu MLAs first of all inga irukudhu sir. Enna agenda irukudhu ipo party ku inga EPS varanga ipo. What's on the table for a discussion, sir?
Madras city la political heat அதிகமாகி போச்சு. பாண்டிச்சேரியில் கொஞ்சம் கூலிங்காக இருக்க இங்கே வந்து தங்கி இருக்கிறாங்க. ரெஸ்ட் 40க்கும் மேற்பட்ட எம்எல்ஏ இங்கே இருக்கிறாங்க. இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச் செயலாளர் எங்களுக்கு ஒரு தாய் போலன்றவர் பிள்ளைகள் வந்து வீட்டை விட்டு வெளியில் தங்கினா போய் பார்ப்பாங்கல்ல, அம்மா எப்படி இருக்கிறீங்க போகிறீங்கன்னு, அந்த மாதிரி வந்து பார்க்குறதுக்கு வருவார். இப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன ஊர்?
ராஜஸ்தான் சார்.
ராஜஸ்தான். இப்போ நேரமெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு உங்கள் அம்மா பேசுவாங்க ஃபோனில் எங்கே இருக்கிறீங்கன்னு. ஏன்னா பிள்ளைங்களை பற்றி விசாரிப்பாங்க இல்லையா, அது மாதிரி அவர் வந்து எங்களுக்கு அம்மா மாதிரி தாய் மாதிரி கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச்செயலாளர். அந்த அடிப்படையில் இங்கே எல்லாரையும் வந்து பார்க்குறதுக்கு இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு வருவார்.
சார், இப்போ பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஹீட் ரொம்ப இருக்குது, நீங்களே சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. சென்னையில் இருக்குது, இப்போ ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது பாண்டிச்சேரியில். இப்போ நீங்களே சொல்லுங்க,
ஃபுல்லாக ரெஸ்ட்
டிஸ்கஷனில் என்ன இருக்குது சார்?
டிஸ்கஷனே இல்லை, டோட்டல் ரெஸ்ட்டு. தாய் போல இருக்கிற அவர் பொதுச்செயலாளர் இங்கே வந்த பிறகு தான் அவர் சில கருத்துக்களை இங்கே சொல்லுவார். அதன்படி இவங்க எல்லாம் நடப்பாங்க.
சரி, பட் ஒரு டவுட்டு தான் சார், ஏன்னா போச்சிங் இருக்கக்கூடாது அன்னது ஒரு தாட் இருக்குது. அந்த மாதிரி என்ன இருக்குதா சிச்சுவேஷன்? இப்போமா போச்சிங் சிச்சுவேஷன் என்ன இருக்குது? ஹார்ஸ் ட்ரேடிங் என்ன எம்எல்ஏஸ் பறிச்சு வாங்குறாங்க அண்ணா?
இல்லை, எம்எல்ஏலாம் ஏடிஎம்கே எம்எல்ஏலாம் யாரும் வாங்க முடியாது, அது ரொம்ப ரேட் அதிகமாகிடும், வாங்க முடியாது.
Done. Thank you for speaking to us. In fact, here he has a clarity to provide, saying that multiple MLAs remain to be here in the resort. In fact, but there's nothing political is what has been said from party side. But of course, we do know that the political heat here in Tamil Nadu is just increasing. With video journalist Kumar Ritu Rajpurohit for NDTV.
Well, let's bring you some news from Kerala. The swearing-in ceremony of Kerala's new Chief Minister is likely to be held on Monday. KC Venugopal, Congress General Secretary, is leading the race for the Chief Minister's post. What we hear is that a large section of the MLAs have preferred him over others. VD Satishan and Ramesh Chanidala have also been in the race. My colleague Prashant, who breaks this news for us, joins me now. Prashant, KC Venugopal, is he headed to Kerala? Is Rahul Gandhi going to let him go to Kerala? What is the discussion going on in the Congress party? When is the oath taking likely to take place?
Well, Vasudha, if the support from the majority of the MLAs is anything to go by, then obviously Rahul Gandhi is going to let KC Venugopal move out of Delhi and become the Chief Minister of Kerala. But you know, I was talking to one of my sources in the party, and he told me that you know, most of the MLAs are supporting KC Venugopal for the CM's post, but party will also you know, take into consideration the opinion given by the alliance partners of the UDF and public opinion, quote unquote. I mean, what does public opinion mean? He did not elaborate. But you know, majority of the MLAs have clearly supported KC Venugopal for this post, and this is what Ajay Makar and Mukul Vasni, the two observers who have gone there and sought the opinion from all the MLAs. They have submitted a report to the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, and the ball is clearly now in the court of you know, Mallikarjun Kharge and especially Rahul Gandhi. One of my sources told me that it is Rahul Gandhi who is going to take a final call on KC Venugopal.
Well, thank you, Prashant. Rahul Gandhi is going to decide. He's going to take the final call on who the Chief Minister of Kerala is going to be. But what we know from numbers so far is that KC Venugopal is leading the race. There are other contenders as well, VD Satishan and Ramesh Chanidala, who actually fought elections. They are MLAs now. KC Venugopal is an MP, and he's also pivotal to the organization, especially to the Congress High Command. The working of the Congress party is also, you know, very... he plays a very important role in all of this. So it is actually interesting to see if the Congress first family decides to let go of KC Venugopal for him to become the Chief Minister of Kerala. Meanwhile, let's also take a look at who the chief ministerial contenders are. Who are the people apart from KC Venugopal who are in the race? I told you about VD Satishan. There's also Ramesh Chanidala, both of them senior leaders of the Congress party in Kerala. VD Satishan is also the leader of the opposition. He's the one who basically led the Udhayanidhi Yatra of the Congress party, that's often credited with the victory of the Congress party. Remember, the UDF has swept the state of Kerala, in fact, reducing the LDF to one of its lowest ever performance. You also have Ramesh Chanidala amongst the senior leaders of the party. The CLP meeting was held yesterday in Trivandrum, in which VD Satishan did get a good number of preferences from the MLAs, but it is KC Venugopal who has surged ahead of others. But it remains to be seen if he will be made the Chief Minister of Kerala by the Congress High Command. Let's now take a look at this report, which will tell you who these contenders are.
And that is not reflecting the position. It is incorrect. It is not based on fact.
MLA से एक करके बात करी है और सब लोगों से रायशुमारी करी है, 1 लाइन रेजोल्यूशन पास किया है और जो भी जिसने भी कहना था वो हमने नोट करके लीडरशिप को दिया है और उसको पूरा स्टडी करके जल्द से जल्द निर्णय लिया जाएगा.
With that, it's time for a short break. On the other side, more action from the state of Tamil Nadu, where I come to you from outside the Lok Bhavan. And of course, there's also more action expected from the VCK and Communist Party's side. We will get to know by the end of today as to who could be forming the government in Tamil Nadu. Stay with us.
Peaks is announced.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी. मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली. स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Vasudha continues to be with me here at the governor's residence, but we're also joined by NDTV's incredible team of reporters that have kept our viewers ahead on this dramatic and turning drama of government formation. We have Deepak Bopanna, we have Radhika Ramaswamy, and we have Vijay as well. Joining us on this. We'll have our other reporters, Sam and Veera, also pitching in just a short moment from now. But let's start with the breaking news at this point in time. TVK MLAs, remember TVK MLAs and the TVK, which has basically signaled that all of them will resign if there is even a whiff of any kind of an AIADMK-DMK tie-up to keep Vijay out of power. The TVK MLAs are arriving shortly at the headquarters for a high-level meeting. They'll be arriving for a TVK meeting at the headquarters very, very shortly. We don't know if Vijay will be there for this meeting. That update will be there very shortly. But Vasudha, TVK MLAs, things stand on a razor's edge right now. The mood has escalated since last night. You've been reporting that, they've taken a sober view so far. It's the Congress that is doing all the bashing and fighting and protesting, but clearly the TVK is getting impatient as well.
Absolutely, and TVK cadre are getting impatient, and more importantly, Shiv, there are two things to look forward to today. There's a response expected from the CPM and the CPI, the Communist parties, 4 members in all. There's also something that's expected from the VCK. Senior leaders of the party have already met the VCK and, the Communist party's CTR Nirmal Kumar went to meet him. Other Varchunas had a word with Tirumavalavan. I'm told that Vijay himself called Tirumavalavan. The answer is expected today. If that happens, TVK's numbers go up. Muslim League has said that, their support of TVK is all dependent on Stalin allowing them to support them. So, that remains wishy-washy for now. And the DMK and AIADMK are also speaking to each other. We know that for sure. And what I find out from my sources is that Velumani and Mr. C.V. Shanmugam are trying very hard. They tried very hard to reach out to Vijay and his gang. They have also been speaking. Now, Vijay is very clear that he wants to stay committed to this alliance with the Congress party. So many complexities there. And the centre also feels that, Tamil Nadu situation needs to be sorted out as soon as possible. They don't want any unrest. But yes, TVK cadre, TVK supporters could also be getting impatient. Today could give us a lot of these answers.
Deepak Bopanna, our colleague, is at the TVK headquarters in Panayur on the outskirts of Chennai. Let's go straight across to him, Vasudha. Deepak, TVK headquarters could be the other epicenter today. TVK MLAs who have been impatient. The mood has darkened somewhat. Anticipation has led to impatience as well. What are you seeing there? TVK MLAs, have they started arriving already? Who will they be meeting, Deepak? The political temperature is definitely soaring here in Tamil Nadu, Shiv, and so is the heat here. We are just a few 100 meters away from the beach where the TVK headquarters is, and you can see a host of MLAs and leaders have started to arrive at the TVK headquarters. Busi Anand was here a while ago. He came near the cameras as if he was going to give a statement, but then very quickly asked all the journalists here if they're doing okay and walked back inside. A few more MLAs, of course, are making their way here. Some of the party leaders, of course, quite elated. So if you could tell us, is Vijay expected to come here?
I don't know.
You don't, and what is the mood among the TVK cadre, sir? What's the mood right now? Are you all confident of forming the government?
We are confident. We are
okay. And what about the possible coup that's really happening between the AIADMK and the DMK? Possibility of an alliance?
We don't know.
Okay. No comments really. This has been the mood predominantly. We've seen most of the leaders of the TVK do not want to make any sort of statements, or they've been instructed not to make any sort of statements. The meeting is expected to get underway shortly. Adav as well was here. He too had very little to say. But most of them, of course, off camera as well, are saying that it is going to be good news by the end of this evening for the TVK, and possibly by the 10th or 11th, there is a high chance of actor Vijay really taking oath. But at this point in time, mind you, the meetings that are happening in the city, the CPI, the VCK, the CPM, all of them, and what they will have to say by the end of this evening is going to be very crucial, especially with how the AIADMK MLAs have been reacting and saying there's good news coming. What is the possible good news as far as the AIADMK is concerned? Well, we don't know. And politics is an art of possibility, and anything is possible. That's what it looks like. But for the AIADMK and the DMK to come together is not something anybody in Tamil Nadu have probably thought about. It's what many would say an unholy alliance. It could irk the people, but what's the strategy behind a thought process like this is the question. Are they really thinking?
coming in at this hour, while sources have gone on to suggest that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is now holding separate meetings with elected MLAs Shankar Ghosh and Agnimitra Paul. Now, according to sources, the discussions rather centre on the selection of the two Deputy Chief Ministers of West Bengal. Reports from sources even suggest that one of the Deputy Chief Ministers will be from the north of Bengal, while the other is likely to be a woman. My colleague Shreyasi Day joins us on the broadcast with the latest updates coming in. Shreyasi, walk us through the names and also help us understand what kind of decisions are taking shape currently in West Bengal.
Well, there have been hectic back-to-back meetings that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has been holding at the hotel where he is situated at this point in time. Of course, the official announcement of the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Ministers and the Cabinet will be made today within a few hours, because once that is made, the party will go to Lok Bhavan and officially stake claim. It's a very, very important day for the BJP here in West Bengal. They are writing the first page of history when they will be forming a cabinet for the first time in West Bengal since independence. And we are reporting from Bishwa Bangla Convention Center, where all the elected 207 MLAs of the party have started arriving, and they will be attending the meeting that will be chaired by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the observer who has been appointed for the Legislative Party meeting, along with Odisha CM Mohan Singh Maji. The top leadership from West Bengal have already arrived here at the venue. Amit Malviya, Sunil Bansal, the rest of them are all here present at the venue. It almost feels like a festival here in the city, with, of course, all eyes on the big announcement of the cabinet as well as the Chief Minister within the next few hours. All of us are waiting to get the names out, but of course, as we have been reporting, the front runner for the CM candidate still remains Shubhendu Adhikari. As for the deputy CMs who will be assisting the chief ministers, we are getting two names. One is Shankar Ghosh from North Bengal and one is Agnimitra Paul from Asansol seat. Right. And of course, we'll be getting you all the latest information from where the action is happening right now. Back to
Absolutely, Shreyasi. Of course, this will be a historic cabinet that will be sworn in, and we'll all be, of course, waiting for the names coming in. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing those updates with us. We're tracking more updates coming in from West Bengal. Well, the fog of suspense in West Bengal will dissipate after 4 p.m. this afternoon. In Kolkata, of course, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in the state as his party's state observer and will be a part of the BJP's legislative party meeting that will convene to elect their leader. During the meeting, Amit Shah is expected to announce the name of the next Chief Minister of West Bengal. Following this, the newly appointed BJP legislative party leader is expected to visit the Lok Bhavan with a letter of support from BJP's 207 MLAs and stake a claim to form the government. As per sources, not just the chief ministerial face, but also the name of the two deputy chief ministers will also be announced after this meeting. Now, the new Chief Minister of West Bengal, BJP's first in the state, will be sworn in tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Kolkata's Brigade Parade Ground.
उस वक्त पर जब तृणमूल की सरकार थी, कैसा माहौल था बीजेपी का एक विधायक बनना, असेंबली के बाहर, अपनी सीट में या फिर विधानसभा के अंदर?
डर का, भय का, लगता था हर वक्त कहीं ना किसी भी टाइम हमारा ऊपर अटैक हो सकता है, हो भी चुका था। और मतलब अकेला बाहर जाना थोड़ा सा मतलब डर लग रहा था। जब भी जाता हूँ, हमारा पास सेंट्रल फोर्स था, उसको भी विधानसभा का अंदर अलाउ नहीं था। विधानसभा में भी हम लोगों के ऊपर बहुत बार अटैक हुआ है। सो टीएमसी का एमएलएस लोग, हमारा कई विधायक का हाथ भी टूट गया था, हॉस्पिटलाइज भी हो गया था। सो डर का माहौल था।
Well, let's bring you more updates coming in from West Bengal at this hour. Well, the investigation has deepened into the chilling murder of Shubhendu Adhikari's PA, Chandranath Rath. Now, the new video showing moments after Chandranath Rath was shot, along with a couple of fresh CCTV footages, has now emerged, which could hold vital clues for the investigators. Remember, a 9-member SIT has begun its investigation into the murder case. FSL teams have inspected the crime scene and gathered crucial details in the case. Now, sources say that investigators suspect the role of 5 or even more people in the murder. But identifying the suspects is proving to be a challenge as the CCTV footages are hazy. The family of Chandranath Rath is demanding justice, with the mother seeking life term for the killers. Meanwhile, Shubhendu Adhikari called this a political murder.
কি শাস্তি চাইছেন?
আমি একজন মা, আমি চাইবো না তাদের ফাঁসি হোক, কিন্তু যাবজ্জীবন কারাদণ্ড চাইছি। আর চাইছি যে আমরা ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি করি বলে আমরা আজকে ক্ষমতায় আসার জন্য আমাদের সভাপতি বিরোধী দলনেতা যখন বলছেন সুশৃঙ্খলভাবে থাকতে, তখন শাসক দলের যারা গরম গরম বক্তব্য দিয়েছিল যে 4 তারিখের পরে দিল্লির কোনো ভাব রক্ষা করতে পারবে না, সেটাই তারা দেখিয়ে দিল।
कारण कुछ नहीं है, कारण तो ये है जो नंदीग्राम और भवानीपुर दोनों जगह पर वो दायित्व में था वोट में, लेकिन वो कभी भाषण नहीं दिया, छाया युद्ध में था। तो हो सकता है भवानीपुर में जितना पसंद नहीं लगा उसका वजह से उसको टारगेट किया गया।
आपके हिसाब से ये टारगेटेड मर्डर है?
जो उसका राइट हैंड, शुभेंदु का राइट हैंड को पहले छांट दिया तो शुभेंदु का मैसेज दिया जाएगा, उसी हिसाब से उसको टारगेट किया गया।
ही सीरियस, पूरा रात ओटी हुआ है उनका। देखिए, एक गैंग ने लेफ्ट साइड से गोली किया चंद्र को, दूसरा गैंग ने विटनेस खत्म करने के लिए राइट साइड से ड्राइवर का लेफ्ट साइड में किया। कितना प्री प्लान, कूल ब्लडेड मर्डर। वो अभी नाजुक है, उनका साथ बीजेपी पूरा खड़ा है। उनका ट्रीटमेंट का जितना भी जरूरी है वो हम कर रहा है।
हम अभी शुभेंदु अधिकारी के पर्सनल असिस्टेंट चंद्रनाथ रौत के घर के बाहर खड़े हैं और हमारे साथ अभी मौजूद है दिव्येंदु अधिकारी, शुभेंदु अधिकारी के भाई। शुक्रिया एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए सर। सर, आप अभी यहाँ पर आए, आप अपने चंद्रनाथ जी की मां से मुलाकात करी। यहाँ पर अभी इस समय पर आगे क्या होने वाला है? इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँची है?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहाँ तक पहुँचे है मुझे मालूम नहीं है। इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी, स्टेट पुलिस, सीआईडी एंड सीट both are investigating the cases. As far as information जो आ रहा है हमारे पास, 3 आदमी को डिटेन करवा गया है और एक जाली नंबर प्लेट वाला व्हीकल भी सीज किया गया है, सिलीगुड़ी का नंबर है ऐसा कुछ। तो कैसे यहाँ आया ये तो पुलिस ही बोल पाएगा ना। कल रात से मैं हूँ उनका माजी के साथ, अभी सुबह गया था, सुबह थोड़ा मेरा काम था मेरा निर्वाचनी क्षेत्र पे, वो काम ख़त्म करके फिर आ गया। अभी तो अंतिम संस्कार का जो है वो होगा, उसका बाद ही हमारा नया सरकार जब बनेगा। हम लोग पूरा भरोसा में हैं पुलिस का प्रति, सीट का प्रति, सीआईडी का प्रति।
घटना हुआ है बहुत ही दुखजनक, नहीं होना चाहिए और बंद होना चाहिए। जब तक सरकार नया नहीं आता है, कुछ लोग अपना तेवर दिखा रहे हैं। ममता बनर्जी, उनकी भतीजा लोग उकसा रहे हैं कि इस प्रकार हिंसा हो, लेकिन ये सब हमेशा के लिए बंद हो जाएगा।
इसमें तो होम मिनिस्टर जिम्मेदार हैं कि उनके पीए की हत्या कैसे हो गई। ये सवाल मुझसे मत पूछिए, आप ट्विटर हैंडल होगा आपका, आप टैग करिए होम मिनिस्टर साहब को, पूछिए कि हत्या कैसे हो गई।
On that note, sipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Be with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे। The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindoor,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break, live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, we keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Shuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats, an election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in. Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchan, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force. This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूं.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला।
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है।
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल।
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला।
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to
It's Game of Thrones season Chennai that is brewing and unfolding here in Tamil Nadu. 4 days away from results, government formation continues to be a faraway castle. The TVK's Vijay, who secured an enormous mandate of 108 seats, is still unable to form the government here in Tamil Nadu. It's a day of long knives and a night of even longer knives between all of the parties, confabulations, conspiracies, and unlikely alliances between former enemies, leading to a political thriller for the ages. Tamil Nadu was expected to be a pretty much done deal after the hugeness of Vijay's mandate, but it doesn't appear to be the case. And 4 days out, it is still hanging in the balance and still very much in suspense. You're joining NDTV's most watched coverage of this unfolding political drama here in the state of Tamil Nadu. I'm Shiv Arur. I'll be joined by my entire team in just a moment. We are in fact live from right outside the governor's residence, because remember, it is here where a clearance is required for swearing in, oath taking and government formation to finally happen. Let's get started with the headlines at this time. Buzz over anti-Vijay front is peaking after NDTV's big news break 2 days ago. Is an unprecedented alliance in the works? DMK sources say the party will make a move after the 10th of May if Vijay fails to get numbers. It also wants the AIADMK to cut ties with the BJP, say ready to extend outside support to the AIADMK, where EPS will be chief minister. Imagine that, former enemies now turned rivals with a common cause. TVK claims bid by Dravidian giants to stop Vijay's juggernaut, warns every MLA of the party will resign if either of the two Dravidian parties try to stake claim to form the government in the state. Left parties are holding a crucial meeting. Home Minister Amit Shah in marathon meetings in Kolkata. BJP's legislature party to formally elect its leader, with Suvendu Adhikari emerging as frontrunner. Home Minister holds meeting with Shankar Ghosh, Agnimitra Paul. Sources say Bengal may get two deputy chief ministers. One will be a woman. Big breaking news coming in right now from outside the governor's residence in Chennai. Our political team hears that Vijay is likely to meet the governor later this evening. That's the big news that we're breaking first here on NDTV. Vijay could be headed to meet the governor later today. We'll have information for you in just a moment over who has initiated this meeting. This will be Vijay's third meeting. Vijay had met the governor yesterday as well as the day before. As things stand right now, Vijay has not been able to convince the governor, Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar of Tamil Nadu, that he has the majority numbers in order to obtain clearance for that swearing in as Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. As things stand on paper, for the governor, Vijay has only 6 seats less than the majority figure that he requires to convince the governor to pave the way for government formation in Tamil Nadu. Deepak Bopana is live with me. Deepak, you're hearing that Vijay is going to be meeting the governor today. It'll be his third meeting if that happens. Tell us more. What are you hearing?
Well, if he actually does meet the governor, we should really see if it's third time lucky for actor Vijay, because the first 2 times didn't yield any sort of results. He's been hoping that, the numbers really they come into play for him. Now, in the last 24 hours, there's been hectic parlays that has been on between the VCK, the CPI and the CPM. 6 is what he needs, and these 3 parties combined themselves can provide that 6. Or does Vijay have backing from anybody else? Is he going to spring some surprises? Even as there's been a lot of discussion of this possible, unlikely and unholy alliance, if it is at all possible. Now, we should understand that for the TVK, the numbers game is much more simpler than for anybody else. For him to have 108 seats means that he's just about 10-11 short. The Congress has already given him 5. He just needs 6 more. So it's not a big task, but if the smaller parties, of course, decide not to, it could become challenging. But now that we're hearing that he could be headed to the governor's residence, it seems like the TVK is looking positive. Even a little while earlier at the TVK headquarters, Shiv, while Adav was moving out, there was a smile on his face, and he pointed a thumbs up at us while he passed. At the TVK office right now, the mood remains the same. It's still quite nervous. There is anticipation among the people here. There is no clear-cut information that has been transmitted to the party cadre or the legislators inside about any positive development. Right now, there are still a lot of question marks. The meeting, of course, is still underway at the CPI, CPIM office, and the VCK as well is expected to hold that meet. When they make that announcement, things will become absolutely clear.
This is one of the most thrilling, unfolding political dramas that any of us have ever covered, and it has become a situation where the smallest parties in this election result hold the maximum power. It is an incredible situation where the VCK and the two left parties, the CPM and the CPI, hold a disproportionate amount of power as to who is going to finally occupy the throne here in Chennai. Deepak has some more reactions from the TVK office. Let's go back to Deepak.
Ordinary MLA.
Okay, Shiv, I have an MLA here with me, sir. If you could tell us, you all met inside. Tell me what the mood is like. I know you can't officially tell me the stand of the party or anything. What is the mood among the legislators?
Tamil Nadu.
Tamil பேசுங்க. Mood எப்படி இருக்கு? MLA எல்லாம் அங்க உட்கார்ந்து என்ன பேசுனீங்க? அதுதான் சொல்லுங்க. அவ்வளவுதான்.
MLA எல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் சாப்பிட்டுட்டு வெளிய வரோம்.
பாசிட்டிவ் இருக்கா? மூட் பாசிட்டிவ் இருக்கா?
நல்ல மூட்.
இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் வருது. விஜய் கவர்னர் வீட்டுக்கு போறாரு.
சந்தோஷமா இருக்கும்.
எல்லாம் சந்தோஷமா
இருக்கும். போய்ட்டோம்.
ஓகே, official comment பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு தெரியும். என்னன்னா மூட் எப்படி இருக்குது?
அதெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு தெரியாது.
இப்போ DMK AIADMK கூட்டு பாசிபிலிட்டி இருக்குன்னு ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் வருது. இது மட்டும் என்ன சொல்றீங்க?
உங்களுக்கு ஒண்ணும் தெரியாது.
Okay, the legislators here, how much ever you try, Shiv, say that they don't know anything, they don't want to say anything. That seems to be the order of the day. And here you have fans, supporters who are bringing in big posters of Vijay. And here you can see, no Vijay, no peace. Now Vijay, now peace. Whistle podu. So quite an interesting statement or a placard that's being held. No Vijay, no peace. CM Vijay, then comes peace. What are you trying to say with this?
I'm a Tamilian for 5,000 years, and I'm a Tamilian for 5,000 years. I'm an Indian for 79 years, and a Vijay variant for 29 years. See what the information what we want to pass on to the governor is they are killing the democracy, right? The point is, we have seen that earlier in past that the majority of the single party has been invited for everything.
So you think he should be invited as soon as
obviously
possible?
Because His Excellency is doing a mistake. Because in yesterday's interview which he gave to Arnab Goswami, he said
okay, all right. We understand that you want the governor to invite him. Let's of course see how whether that pans out with information that we're also getting that at about 4:30 Vijay could make his way to the governor's office. Back to you, Shiv.
Okay, I'm going to bring Vasudha in. Our political editor is with us. Vasudha, the breaking story now that Vijay might be coming here to meet the governor for the third time in 3 days. What are you hearing? Who has called this meeting, if at all?
What I hear is that Vijay seems to have gotten some good news from one of the communist parties. He's also spoken to Tirumavalavan, and there is a sense that these parties could be supporting him, which is why there is also a sense that he could be visiting the governor in the evening today shift. But then everything is still fluid because remember that there's a lot of pulling and pushing from all sides. The noise on the DMK-AIADMK front is slowly coming down because the DMK also realizes that it may be optically suicidal for them to be seen as going with the AIADMK. I'm not really saying that that option is completely ruled out, but a lot of senior leaders seem to be very emphatic on the fact that this is not the right thing to do. AIADMK is still at it, and TVK is still pushing for that outreach to get those smaller parties on its side, and they're telling me that they are getting feelers, they're being told that there is some good news waiting for them.
Okay, so 4:30 p.m. is the likely time when Vijay may be arriving where I am right now, where Vasudha and I are reporting from right now to meet the governor. The governor's residence is just behind our cameras at the Lok Bhavan. Yesterday, it was the governor who had summoned Vijay, Vasudha. Right now, we understand that you're saying that he may be feeling a little extra buoyant. He may have gotten some good news from those smaller parties. The VCK and the two left parties, altogether hold about 6 seats. Is that correct? 6 seats. And that 6 seats makes all the difference in the world because that's what Vijay needs in addition to what he already has from the Congress party. He's obviously been speaking to these parties. Those little parties have been in a dilemma as to what they need to go and which way they need to go. And they've been talking to Stalin and the DMK as well.
Absolutely. These two parties, in fact, these three parties, the Communists and the VCK, share a very long political personal equation with the DMK, especially MK Stalin. And you know, in VCK, it's very clear that they didn't really have a candidate in Katamannar Kovil. The DMK actually gave one of their candidates, and one of them has won. So the two people they have is one of them belongs to the DMK. Right. So there is a certain dilemma in terms of, you know, they've always depended on the DMK for resources. So it's not going to be easy for them to take this call. And but Vijay has spoken to Thiruvallavan thrice. He has sent delegations to meet him as well. The Communist parties, I'm told, will also be putting forward conditions that Vijay cannot be allying with any communal forces, in future. All of that is also going to happen. All of that will get, cleared in a few hours from now. But we are told that there seems to be some intensity in the outreach that TVK has done. Extreme outreach, we will do this, and there could also be a lot of compulsions. There could also be agreements on, we'll give you what you want. That could also be the final,
one of the biggest players in this unfolding drama is, of course, the AIADMK. Radhika has been outside EPS's residence since this morning. Ritu is at that resort in Puducherry where the AIADMK's MLAs have been cloistered for the last couple of days. Radhika, quickly coming to you first. This whole ADMK-DMK friendship has become, potentially a bigger story than even what Vijay has achieved. It's what everyone is talking about right now, because it is so unthinkable here in Tamil Nadu that these traditional enemies and rivals are talking about shaking hands in order to keep Vijay out. Where do things stand in those talks between the DMK and the AIADMK? Where does EPS stand here?
Absolutely, this is an unlikely union, no doubt about it. But we've seen something like this unfolding in Maharashtra as well, Shiv, where, Shiv Sena joined hands with Congress NCP, and that was an unlikely union too. So it's not something that we can completely discount. Looks like talks are on. We saw some of the leaders of the AIADMK having discussions with the EPS today, and one of the leaders coming out and very confidently telling us that EPS should be the chief minister. That's what everybody wants. But what about the talks with the DMK? When we asked him, absolutely no comment on that. Is there any chance of union with the TVK? Not really sure. So nothing really coming out officially. But if this happens, in order to make sure that Vijay doesn't come to power, in order to make sure TVK doesn't come to power, perhaps it may happen, but not entirely certain where the discussions are happening. But these are all fast-paced developments. TVK also wanting those 6 seats very badly, very desperately, so that they can go to the governor and show those numbers. In most likelihood, there could be a press conference by perhaps the left leaders as well as VCK, hopefully to announce that they are showing their support to TVK, and then perhaps the TVK leaders, including Vijay, of course, meeting the governor and showing that 118. But if that doesn't happen, definitely something will unfold within the AIADMK-DMK equation, which is, of course, highly unlikely and absolutely surprising. But in politics, anything can take place, and foes can turn friends and friends can turn foes. We'll have to see what happens in the next few hours.
Yeah. The Chennai Game of Thrones, as I am describing it, is making all political proverbs come true. Politics makes for strange bedfellows, no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. Your enemy can become your friend. Every little cliche you've heard about politics appears to be unfolding in real time here in Tamil Nadu. And I can tell you that at 4:30 p.m. Vijay is likely to meet the governor, is what we're hearing, which means just about a little over an hour from now is when he might be expected here, if that is the case. There's a lot of speculation about movements right now, so I do want to exercise a little caution about that. But the disproportionate power that lies in the hands of the small parties like the two left parties and the VCK is really a political, sort of explosion in the shadow of Vijay's towering victory. Parties with 2 seats are going to dictate terms over whether a party with 108 seats is going to be able to form the government. That's what the Chennai Game of Thrones is looking like right now. Before I go to Ritu in Puducherry, listen to some of the political reactions coming in here on NDTV.
I've already said this. It's the people's mandate. And in a democracy, I think what the people decide is supreme. Unfortunately, it's not a very clear mandate. But whatever it is, we have to respect it. See, it is a speculation. I belong to the DMK. I cannot be answering for what the ADMK says. If they accuse us, we can of something, or if they say something about the DMK, I can reply. But I cannot answer to speculations.
So today, 5 o'clock, we are having Zoom meeting along with our high-level committee members. And we will discuss about this current political crisis. Also, we are waiting for the decision of left parties. Along with their decisions, our party will decide and we will inform later.
Now, so many discussions are going on. That is, I cannot say anything now. Everything will due course of time. We hope that good things will happen. My party, my leader will come back.
Are you going to with alliance with the DMK, sir?
No. That what I am telling, this only I can say. There is the public sentiment is there that AIADMK has to come to the power. That is the voters. At the time, whenever my party leader, Edapadi, visited, lot of emotion and everything public showed. That we are expecting that may happen due course of time with God's grace.
With me right now is one of the MLAs from the AIADMK, in fact, who's here at the resort in Pondicherry. So we'll have a word from him. Sir, evru MLAs first of all inga irukudhu sir. Enna agenda irukudhu ipo party ku inga EPS varanga ipo. What's on the table for a discussion, sir?
மெட்ராஸ் சிட்டியில் பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஹீட் அதிகமாகி போச்சு. பாண்டிச்சேரியில் கொஞ்சம் கூலிங்காக இருக்குது, இங்கே வந்து தங்கி இருக்கிறாங்க ரெஸ்ட்டு. 40க்கும் மேற்பட்ட எம்எல்ஏ இங்கே இருக்கிறாங்க. இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச் செயலாளர் எங்களை ஒரு தாய் போலன்றவர், பிள்ளைகள் வந்து வீட்டை விட்டு வெளியில் தங்கினா போய் பார்ப்பாங்கல்ல, அம்மா எப்படி இருக்கிறீங்க போகிறீங்கன்னு, அந்த மாதிரி வந்து பார்க்குறதுக்கு வருவார். இப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன ஊர்?
ராஜஸ்தான் சார்.
ராஜஸ்தான். இப்போ நேரமெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு உங்கள் அம்மா பேசுவாங்க ஃபோனில் எங்கே இருக்கிறீங்கன்னு, ஏன்னா பிள்ளைங்களை பற்றி விசாரிப்பாங்க இல்லையா. அது மாதிரி அவர் வந்து எங்களுக்கு அம்மா மாதிரி தாய் மாதிரி கழகத்தினுடைய பொதுச்செயலாளர். அந்த அடிப்படையில் இங்கே எல்லாரையும் வந்து பார்க்குறதுக்கு இன்றைக்கி இல்லை நாளைக்கு வருவார்.
சார், இப்போது பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஹீட் ரொம்ப இருக்குது, நீங்களே சொல்லுங்க. அங்கே சென்னையில் இருக்குது, இப்போது ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது பாண்டிச்சேரியில். இப்போ நீங்களே சொல்லுங்கள்.
Okay, there's a protester over here who's just been apprehended by the police. We're just going to try and get to it in just a moment. Some protesters here have just come in. Where is Suresh? These are Vijay protesters, pro-Vijay protesters who've been detained by the police. Just two old women who are here and are being taken away.
விஜய்க்கு ஆட்சி கொடுங்க. விஜய்க்கு ஆட்சி கொடு சார். நான் பேசுறேன் சார். மாமா இருமா சார். விஜய்க்கு ஆட்சி கொடுங்க சார். நல்லவர் சார். அவரு தனி தொகுதியா வந்து கழிச்சிருக்காரு சார். இருக்கிறவங்கெல்லாம் கூட்டணியா வந்திருக்காங்க சார். விஜய்க்கு ஆட்சி கொடுங்க சார். விஜய்க்கு ஆட்சி கொடுங்க சார்.
Okay, there's total chaos here. Okay, so these are just two protesters, Vijay protesters, have come into this scrum and they're being bundled away by the police. I have to say that not a large number of TVK protesters have come. The TVK has kept its protests very, very muted. No large numbers, only 2 women now being bundled away in this auto rickshaw and being taken away by the police. Not the usual kind of large number protest one usually sees, but clearly supporters very, very passionate, feeling very angry about each and every little delay that is taking place, has disrupted traffic in Chennai as well, which is something that leads to a certain degree of anger here. It's a warm day here in Chennai. We're being obviously rightfully asked to get off the road so traffic can pass, but these little eruptions have been taking place since this morning. I can tell you that no large numbers have appeared. The Congress, which was supposed to protest here earlier today, they didn't show up in large numbers. They shifted their protest elsewhere in the face of this large number of police. You can see here it's like a pretty large deployment of security in anticipation of protests, but what we've only seen is these small little sporadic flare-ups of a handful of protesters each coming here quietly and then doing this kind of thing. So it's...
All right, so there you can see those visuals. Vijay supporters are protesting outside of his house. We just saw those visuals that she was providing us where they were taken away. Vijay protesters outside the governor's house, and Vijay is to meet with the governor again. This is the 3rd time in 3 days that he will be meeting with the governor. This even as the suspense continues over who's going to form that government. So key meetings to decide the future of the Vijay government. Key VCK left meets today. Remember, yesterday they told us that they will decide either today or tomorrow, and really it hinges on which way they go, who they decide to support is what's going to really, give shape to this government, the TVK government, and TVK support for whether it is coming from the left and VCK. So that really is going to, give the numbers that Vijay needs to form government, which is what the governor has asked for him to prove to him. Now, this has been contested by many legal experts, saying that it's not for Vijay to prove in the governor's office. But let's go across to Deepak now for more on the very latest. And Deepak, so a number of meetings taking place, but the key one really which TVK will be looking out for is the meeting of the VCK and left, and for them to decide which way they're going.
Well, absolutely. It's a crucial meeting because the number that's required for Actor Vijay at this point in time is exactly the number that these 3 parties have combined. VCK has 2, the CPIM and the CPI together, of course, have 4, and that would bring the number for, Actor Vijay to that magic number that's required at about 118. So we'll really have to see now whether there is positive news that's already been delivered to Actor Vijay with the information that we're getting that he's going to the governor's office at about 4:30. We're expecting, the announcement to come in from the CPI formally at about 5. So it's quite an interesting timeline that we're really looking at. Amidst all the conversation that there could be some sort of a dialogue happening back in between the DMK and the AIADMK. This is another piece of information that's come in. Now, we should note that in all probability, it has always looked like the TVK should be forming the government here with the numbers that they have. But over the last 48 hours, we've seen it has become quite a challenge for TVK, for Vijay to muster up those numbers without having to go through the grind. And, most of the people that he is negotiating with are seasoned politicians. And also, the smaller parties during a fractured mandate always, more often than not, get the best deal. And it looks like all of them combined, the Congress, the VCK, the CPI, if any of them decide to ally, the Congress has already decided to, are all going to get a large chunk of the pie. When I say the pie, it's of course the cabinet and the positions that come with it. So we'll really have to see whether the entire Tamil Nadu political drama is at its climax at this point in time, because by this evening, maximum by 5 o'clock, I think the people of Tamil Nadu, the people of this country will know what is going to happen over the next 24 hours and of course as far as the political scenario in Tamil Nadu.
Okay, so the key meetings are continuing to unfold. It is only by around 5:36 today that there will be any clarity as far as the VCK and the other parties are concerned, the two left parties. We understand the unfolding breaking news right now is that Vijay may have reason to believe that the left parties are swinging his way. They may be moving or inclined towards supporting the TVK. Remember, nothing is official, nothing is formal, nothing is confirmed until there is something in writing. And it has to be said that at this point of time, nothing is in writing from the VCK, the CPM or the CPI. 4:30 p.m. we're hearing, just about an hour from now, there could be a meeting between Vijay and the governor. Our sources are telling us that a third meeting in 3 days could be taking place between Vijay and the governor. What is that meeting about? Has Vijay sought that meeting or has the governor sought the meeting? No clarity just yet. Deepak, are you hearing anything from the TVK about what this meeting potentially is about, if it's happening at all?
Well, here at least the information hasn't trickled at the TVK office, or at least they're not revealing it. But with this meeting, of course, is raising a lot of curiosity, isn't it, Shiv? Because this is the third time, and right now you would assume that, Vijay has absolute clarity, especially with the press release that the governor's office put out just yesterday, that if he doesn't go there with the required numbers, it's not going to fare well for him. So it's either him going there with the required numbers or something completely drastic has happened, and that's the reason he's going there. When I say completely drastic, we've already heard from the TVK sources that they plan to, step down, in unison. That's all the 108 MLAs. So we are only looking at, two sides of the coin here, and it looks like the TVK right now probably has got a hint from these three smaller parties, and that hint could be positive. And if it is, that means we are looking at a government formation probably in the next 24 to 48 hours. If it isn't, then the drama is definitely going to continue, and it's going to get, even more worse. And as we speak at this point in time, at the party office, people are all glued on to their phones, trying to get some sort of information or the other. And there has been somewhere a sense that things are changing. I did tell you here, Busi Anand was here earlier in the day for the meeting. He immediately, swiftly left towards, the city, then met Vijay. You also had Adav, who left midway. It looks like there has been consistent and constant conversation between some of these leaders of the CPI, VCK and CPM, and it seems like there has been a message that has gone, and at about 4:35 we're expecting a press conference from some of these smaller parties where a formal announcement as well is expected. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me, Deepak, because the suspense over what is happening next with Vijay is the big story right now. The twists and turns, what is happening clearly behind closed doors, via WhatsApp, via phone call, is the big unfolding story right now. This post-poll drama is becoming 2026's biggest political story. Remember, Bengal's chief minister is about to be decided. Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be landing there very shortly. And here we are thinking about the Chennai Game of Thrones. It is an incredible flip of Indian politics and has created a situation where, okay, you've got barricades being put into place. There are barricades now being put into place right now. I want our viewers to look at all these pictures. And barricades are usually only put up in anticipation of either a big VIP arrival or the anticipation of protests. The Congress was supposed to have a protest earlier today. That didn't happen. But the big suspense now is this U-turn, this arterial U-turn right in front of Lok Bhavan is being shut off by the police at this point of time, possibly indicating that there is going to be a visit by Vijay a little later today. About 4:30 p.m. is what we're hearing, but those barricades have been put up. I'm going to ask Suresh to join me here just to get a sense of what's going on. So the barricades are being put up, possibly because Vijay is arriving. Who has called for this meeting, we don't yet know. Is it Vijay himself? Is it the governor like it was yesterday? We don't know. Does he have reason to feel buoyant? Does he have information to suggest that he's going to be able to convince the governor of his numbers today that he wasn't yesterday? We are not getting that indication yet because the VCK and the left parties have not formally communicated their support one way or the other with the TVK or with the DMK. So there are two power centers at this point of time that we're looking at, and we need to know which way it's actually going to swing. Is it with the TVK or is it with the AIADMK-DMK alliance that seems to be taking shape right now? So there's heightened security here outside the Lok Bhavan, an indicator that VIP movement is expected, and that can only mean one thing in the context of what we're talking about, and that is the reported arrival of Vijay in just a short while from now. That's what the police arrangements here are building up to look like. Obviously, they're tight-lipped. Even the police here are asking us journalists, who's coming, who's going, when is Vijay going to arrive? They don't seem to also be very clear, or at least it's on a need-to-know basis that information is being shared with the police here as well as to who's coming or going. And therefore, it's a situation where things there's no real clarity on how this is going to pan out. While we wait for clarity on Vijay's arrival here, I just want to tell you about the legal tangle. Remember, so far, Vijay and the TVK have been reluctant about taking the legal route here. But as the hours pass, as the suspense builds, they've been talking to their lawyers about what is perceived as a constitutional stalemate with a governor not being convinced. There is precedence where court has been moved in the past by the single largest party and the courts have come in. There are instances in Maharashtra and Karnataka where the courts have taken a view. So is Vijay building a case to move court if this drags on for a long time? I actually spoke to two big constitutional and legal experts about this. Take a look at their view and come right back here live. How do you see the delay on part of the governor? Do you think this is due process or is this unconstitutional?
I am extremely sad. I don't think we need to mince words. It is deplorable. It is unprecedented. It is condemnable. Just consider these facts very briefly, Shiv. This is the single largest party with 3 or 4 less asking to be called. There is no other claimant. There is an inbuilt safeguard in every governor's calling letter that you will show your majority on the floor of the House in 10 days or 15 days, as the case may be. Then what is this spirit of democracy that this governor issues a press note and says he's not satisfied? How will he be satisfied? If Mr. Vijay had a direct crossing of the majority, which he was hiding, he's upfront said he's 3 or 4 short. If he had more than the number, then what was there required to claim? And why can he not give 10 to 15 days? Let me tell you, it is, as I said, condemnable and deplorable. And I have, seeing the conduct of center government-appointed governors after 2014. They don't assent to bills for 2 years. They've destroyed federalism. They don't give the opening address when Parliament or the Assembly meets. Well, this seems to be playing into the hands of the central government as some kind of a puppet, not a constitutional head.
Dr. Singhvi, what is the legal position? Can the governor demand to see the numbers rather than have Vijay prove them on the floor of the House?
No, the governor has been given a list which does not claim more than 113. The governor has to satisfy those 113. That's it. He doesn't have to say that I will not give you 2 weeks or 10 days to decide on the floor of the House whether you have the extra 4. It's as simple as that. Mr. Vijay is not claiming to have 120 or 117. He says, I have 113, give me 10 days on the floor, I'll establish. And if he doesn't establish, Mr. Vajpayee was 111 short in 1996. The gentleman Vajpayee. He was called, and in a gentlemanly manner, he left after 13 days because he could not prove his majority in the floor.
Is the governor acting constitutionally in the Vijay case, or is he obstructing government formation? Your first view on this, sir?
My answer is yes. I do not see anything unconstitutional in what the governor has done. We sometimes, unfortunately, metamorphosize colloquial expressions into constitutional law. So let's keep the two apart. Single largest party is not what the Constitution talks about. Nobody has a right to be called to form the government. We don't talk about that. What our Constitution says is you must form a government which enjoys the enjoys the confidence of the legislature. Now, what do you do when there is a fractured mandate? Is there an answer? The answer is you must act with wisdom. Now, you may say, I as a governor think this man has the single largest party. It's a remarkable election result. Let him form the government. And if he can't prove his majority in 3 weeks, we'll throw him out. I may say, no, sorry, I know what goes on in India. I will tell him, and who's your first and primary supporter? Some supporter who jumped the gun and gave him support even before I believe it was asked for. I don't know, I only go by what little I see on the media. A party which had actually had a pre-poll alliance with somebody else. The governor says, I need something more than just your word for it. In fairness to this gentleman, he's a first-time debutant in politics, and it's remarkable the kind of public faith which he has garnered. The governor says, I need something more than just your word for this. Get me signatures, or get me a little more certainty of what you're doing. Give me your numbers. If that's what the governor is saying, I think it's within his discretion.
And we've got more breaking news coming in now. It is another step in the ugly divorce between the Congress and the DMK after the Congress flipped immediately after the election result and went with the TVK. A furious DMK has now taken another step. Kanimori, DMK MP from Thoothukudi, has written to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla requesting a seat change in Parliament, indicating that the DMK does not want to share seating space with the Congress, who they now consider backstabbers, parasites, and those who have lost their morality and betrayed the alliance with the DMK to jump ship to the TVK one day after the election. Sam Daniel is with me live. Sam, Kanimori, a DMK leader who has taken an otherwise very, very sober, mature view regarding its alliance with the Congress party and the breakup of that alliance, has now written this strongly worded letter to the Lok Sabha Speaker. Kanimori basically saying, we don't want to sit with the Congress people anymore.
That's right, Shiv. She has written a letter to the Speaker taking into account the new changes in the alliance. Now that the Congress has snapped ties with the DMK, she has written to the Speaker that it may not be appropriate for members to continue occupying the present seating arrangement alongside them in the House, and she requests him to make the necessary arrangements to allot separate seating, enabling them to effectively discharge their responsibilities in the August House. So the idea is very clear that the governor has been asked by the DMK to immediately bring about changes in the seating, not to put the DMK along with the Congress members in the parliament.
It's absolutely astonishing. This is a huge escalation, Sam. I'm going to try and get our Delhi Parliament reporters also in on this, because Kanimori's personal and political friendship with the Congress First family is very well known. Kanimori has had close professional and personal ties with the Gandhis, with Rahul, Priyanka, Sonia Gandhi, like her father, Karunanidhi. And therefore, Kanimuri, who is, a leader who is soft-spoken, one who has always measured her words, one who doesn't get into the entire ill-tempered crossfire that's currently on between the Congress and the DMK. She's the one who's written this letter saying, I don't want to sit next to these Congress persons anymore. So what happens to that relationship? It has been completely smoked. It is evaporated right now. TVK has the numbers, is the big breaking story we have right now here on NDTV. We can confirm big boost to Vijay's government formation move. Sources tell us the left and the VCK are set to announce their support and formalize their support for TVK's Vijay. Sources say the left and the VCK are going to be holding a joint briefing at 4:30 p.m. and Vijay will meet the governor at 6:30 p.m. The story has changed abruptly and become very, very clear now that Vijay is in pole position to beat his enemies and stake claim to form the next government in Tamil Nadu. The VCK and the left will be holding a joint press briefing. Vasudha, our political editor, breaking the story as always first here on NDTV. Vasudha, join me. VCK and left about to profess their support for Vijay. 4:30 p.m. joint briefing. 6:30 p.m. Vijay will be here to meet the governor and tell him, look, I have the numbers.
That's right. In fact, this was expected by the TVK. They were hugely optimistic, Shiv, that the communists will be ready to support them. VCK was, the challenge here, but Vijay not only reached out to Tirumavallavan by calling him twice, he in fact sent a delegation to meet him yesterday, and that seems to have worked. They have put forward a few conditions, is what we understand, but now we know for sure that they have, confirmed their support to him, and we are told that there will be a swearing in that will be done as soon as possible. TVK wants oath taking to be done as soon as possible. They're not even bothered about the scale of it. They are saying that, just get it done because they want a government that's functional soon with, of course, Vijay being sworn in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So this is good news coming in for the TVK, something that they expected, but we're not really sure of till about last night.
Okay, so could anything change between now and 4:30 or is it all tied up? Nobody can ever say anything in this Chennai Game of Thrones. But is this pretty much set? The 4:30 briefing will basically be, am I correct, Vasudha, in saying the VCK and the left will basically announce that they will support the TVK?
I think what really played an important role was the insistence of a certain group of leaders in the DMK insisting and making it clear that they will not be part of the party anymore if the DMK decides to support the AIADMK. That really seems to have put this whole matter in perspective. A lot of these leaders include some of those women leaders of DMK, Shiv, and AIADMK also in some ways has backed off from the earlier efforts right now. And what we know for sure is that the communists and the VCK will be willing to support the TVK. They've put forward a few conditions. So this is going to be a grand coalition of the TVK, Congress Party, and of course the TVK, VCK. Some of their insecurities with regard to what their utility will be in case an election is called. Again, all those have been addressed by TVK leaders. A lot of their negotiations would have also found some, space. But yes, for now, we think that the next 2 hours would be crucial in terms of just activities and taking these decisions forward.
This is a huge and abrupt development, and it's pretty much what you've been reporting since this morning, Vasudha, that before 4 o'clock, clarity will emerge from the VCK and the left about which way they're swinging. It's 3:43 p.m. NDTV breaking that story first, that the VCK and the left are likely to be positioned now to hold that briefing and say that they are throwing in their lot with the TVK. This would mean that they are not going in with that entire AIADMK and DMK.
That plan seems to be off for now because the AIADMK was pushing for this. They felt that, it's important that they all remain in power. Vijay is this animal who is unknown and, it was difficult to deal with him. They felt that even the smaller parties could, come to them because nobody wants to deal with an unknown factor here. But, all of that, against people's mandate seems to be not working because even these political parties are very clear that, they may not be held in good stead if they actually try to disrupt what people have been wanting, and this may actually make them politically irrelevant for a long time. Being in opposition is still better, but being dismissed and vilified by the people of Tamil Nadu is probably something that they can't take, and probably that kind of sense seems to have prevailed on them, which is why that plan is out of focus now.
Veera Raghav is also with us live. Veera, is this Are we seeing the beginning of the end of this Chennai Game of Thrones? Is Vijay likely to stake claim now after the VCK and the left are to formalize their support for him? Is it over now, Veera?
According to all top sources, Shiv, the VCK and the left will support. The left's decision is clear. They will support the TVK. And this has been the sense that one has been getting, as Vasudha was pointing out, from the high-level meeting that the DMK had as well. At that time itself, it was beginning to become clear that the left and the VCK may have to incline more towards the TVK. I think they've communicated to the TVK, according to TVK sources, that they will get the support when Vijay meets the governor. As Vasudha was pointing out, they may even want to finish the swearing in inside the Raj Bhavan itself. We don't know how this is going to play out in terms of the proceduralities, but I think it's pretty much over that the VCK and the left will support the TVK and that the TVK will form the next government.
Interesting. Where does this leave the AIADMK-DMK confabulation, Veera? Has that stalled? What were the considerations that went into this decision that's likely to be announced shortly?
Shiv, the fact is that what's really happened is that everyone's extremely worried about the optics. There are several sections and several people attempting multiple different possibilities, as we've been reporting since this morning. But then, the more tempered in both in at least the DMK and in other sections have been extremely wary of any such possibility. They're okay with the fact that, over a period of time, if let's say Vijay is not able to hold his flock together and has the problem with the numbers, it may be a different story. But at the moment, stopping him from forming a government will have extremely bad optics and could have a huge blowback. Given that, I think the left and the VCK too need to be seen as being ideologically consistent. They do not want to be part of an experiment that could be extremely difficult to justify before the electorate. Because remember, for the left and the VCK, and especially for the VCK, it's also going to be a battle of survival for the future. I think there is also a concern now, Shiv, as we are talking about the numbers. It may be over for now, but the future will be something that will be on tenterhooks all the time in Tamil Nadu, because there are strong controls that the DMK has over some of the VCK MLAs. The left MLAs are extremely close to the DMK. So over a period of time, we may have to constantly keep monitoring how these numbers are going to play out. But for the moment, I think the left and the VCK are going together and have decided to go with the TVK. And this is what I've been getting indications of this from that high-level meeting that was held at the Anna Arivalayam in the DMK headquarters. From several of those reporters who are very close to the VCK, they had indicated this to me by about 2-3 o'clock, which is why the DMK...
Let's go to the TVK headquarters. Deepak is live with us from the TVK headquarters, where celebrations have just started off over there. Deepak, take it away. Let's get Deepak quickly. I want Deepak as quickly as possible from the TVK headquarters, because information has reached there. Information has reached the TVK that Vijay, their leader, is going to be staking claim. Vijay, Deepak is live with us from Vijay's headquarters.
Well, it seems like the excitement is so high that they don't realize. என்ன இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் இருக்கு இப்போ?
சிபிஐ ஆர்டர் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க தலைவரே. அதனால தளபதி வந்து ஆளுநரை சந்திக்க போறாரு. கண்டிப்பா தளபதி நாளைக்கு முதலமைச்சராவது உறுதி. அதுல மாற்றமே கிடையாது.
மக்களாட்சி உதயம் ஆகிறதுக்கு முதற்கட்ட ஆதரவு இன்று இரவுக்குள் அனைத்து கட்சிகளும் ஆதரவு தெரிவித்து நாளை
ஜனநாயகம் தோற்று ஜனநாயகம் வென்றது. என் தளபதி அவர்கள் அரியணை ஏறுவது உறுதி.
There is a lot of excitement among the people. Everyone now back with the TVK shawls, back with the TVK posters, back with the Vijay banners, and everyone is quite excited. TVK கொஞ்சம் டென்ஷன் இருந்துச்சா இந்த மாதிரி அலையன்ஸ் வரும் DMK AIADMK என்ன நினைச்சிருக்கீங்க? இன்னும் கம்ப்ளீட்டா சஸ்பென்ஸ் ஆகல. விஜய் போனோம் இன்னும் கவர்னர் ஆபீஸ்க்கு ஆல்ரெடி செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க.
இப்போ எல்லாம் வந்துட்டு மாதிரி
ஒருத்தரே கிடையாது, இங்க விஜய் மட்டும் தான். இங்க விஜய் தான் சிஎம் வந்துருச்சு.
Here you have a senior citizen who's been waiting for 8 days. இங்க என்னத்துக்கு வெயிட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க? விஜய் பாக்குறதுக்கா?
விஜய் பாக்குறதுக்கு ஏற்கனவே வாழ்த்து கூறதுக்கு வந்து போயிட்டேன். இப்போ வந்து உட்காரணும், உட்கார்றத பாக்குறதுக்கு வந்து.
எங்க உட்காருது? சிஎம் சேர்ல
உட்காரணும். ஓகே. ஏன்னு கேட்டா இழுப்பறியாக்குது.
Okay. While this group here is calm, another group they're celebrating. So outside the party headquarters, Shiv, things are only going to get more ecstatic. Up until now, the mood was very, very calm, very somber. But now it's all changing. Here you have a lot of women supporters. I'm just going to bring my cameras here. Madam, enna solringo? Enna information vandirukku ipo? என்ன இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் இருக்கு உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம்? What would you like to say?
ஆதரவு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, நாங்க வந்து ஆட்சி அமைக்க போறோம்.
What would you like to say now to the TVK fans across Tamil Nadu, the supporters? What are Vijay?
ஒரே ஒரு விஷயத்துக்காக எதிர்பார்க்கறாங்க. முதலமைச்சர் என்னும்னா சி ஜோசப் விஜய் என்னும்னா அந்த ஒரு வேர்டுக்காக
As you can see, Shiv, there's not going to be anyone stopping these celebrations. It's going to go on. If the announcement becomes formal, it's only going to intensify. It's going to be at the party headquarters. It's going to be at his residence. It's going to be across the state of Tamil Nadu. Because right now, it's just some information that they've got. But once a formal announcement comes in from inside the headquarters, the celebrations will only intensify. And I can assure you, the crowds that will, that are here will increase manifold. There you see.
Stay with the camera focused on you because that's where the action is. Keep going, Deepak. We want to see the TVK celebrations right now.
Absolutely. And for the people here, they've been waiting ever since the results came out on the 4th of May. By about 1 o'clock, it was clear that Vijay was the clear leader. But there was a lot of suspense that was building. There was confusion whether he is actually going to get to the position of the chief minister. With it becoming very clear that he indeed is going to take over, people, there is no stopping their joy, there is no stopping their celebration. And right now you can see everyone is saying Khatam, Gatam. That's one of the lines that Vijay has used. And now here you see CM Talapati. That's the Talapati Joseph Vijay. CM Joseph Vijay Talapati Valga. Now, as we see, of course, more legislators seem to be coming into the TVK office, or at least some leaders. So now there'll be a beeline, of course, to the TVK office. Up until now, it's been very calm. Let's try and get in a reaction. If it is a legislator, we'll try and get in a reaction from him. But it seems like at this point in time, it would be extremely difficult with the police asking all of these vehicles to, of course, move. I'm going to ask Govind to continue to bring you these pictures of people swarming the TVK office gate. Everyone's pretty excited for what's coming. They feel, now they sense that victory is near. They had of course, smelt victory, but they're yet to taste it. And here you have another individual. You're showing your. 1 second. Could you lower your window? Okay, he's going ahead. There was another leader there showing a thumbs up as he walked in. And for everyone who's coming here, people, of course, are cheering them on. People are excited and elated to see any leader who walks into the TVK office at this point in time, because they believe they could bring in better news than they already have. The information that has gone on to the fans and the supporters here is that a formal letter would be given by the VCK, the CPI and the CPM, bringing the number for Vijay 218, which is the magic number that's required. And that's the reason most of them here have been celebrating. And while more leaders come in, they're hoping that they bring in better news. let's try and get in a few more reactions. Yeah, moon naal wait panningo. You think the wait was worth?
Yeah, worth it.
What would you like to do in a form of celebration for TVK? And then different pandringla.
Different ஒண்ணு இல்ல மக்களுக்கு நல்லது பண்ணனும் அவ்வளவுதான் எதிர்பார்க்கறோம்.
Vijay the dance moves யாருக்கான தெரியுமா? தலபதி dance moves தெரியுமா? கொஞ்சம்
என்ன ஒரு ஆடுறா?
பண்ணுங்க பாருங்க.
தலபதி வெற்றி 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 போடு. தலபதி போடு போடு.
Okay, there you see different forms of celebrations. Hopefully, this is a celebration that will be able to last, Shiv, because we saw similar celebrations, but it was short-lived after a suspense over the last couple of days with smaller parties not making it very clear if the support is going out towards him. But now I can hear whistles. I can hear the whistles once again back. Here you see the women dancing. இப்போ விசில் போடுறீங்களா?
எப்ப போட்டு இருக்கீங்க? போடு போடு போடு.
One small piece of information, and you can see the change in the mood. It was completely calm just about 10 minutes ago, and ever since that information of Vijay going to the governor's office, getting that letter of support has trickled into these supporters. Celebrations have broken out, dance, whistles, and loud cheering for actor Vijay. Most of these posters were put here showing Vijay as the next Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. There were question marks if these posters had to be removed, considering some of the political developments and the possible alliances that were at play. But now, it seems like for the people, there is some good news, and you can see the celebrations have continued, and it is not going to stop anytime soon. I'm just going to let these pictures speak for themselves, and you can see all of them coming together and right now having only just one thing to say, that Thalapathy Vijay is their next Chief Minister. You can see the celebrations, you can see the joy, you can hear the whistles. This is the new era of Tamil Nadu politics, and the celebrations at the party headquarters seem to have begun.
Deepak, there's a bit of a scrum over here where some TVK supporters, like I said, have started arriving here as well with their posters. They've been pounced upon by the police, poor guys. I think they haven't heard that the Game of Thrones is essentially over. Vijay is going to be coming here at about 6 p.m. to stake claim with the governor, but you still have his supporters and admirers arriving here. Maybe they haven't caught the big NDTV update that we put out 2 hours earlier that this was going to happen, but the crowds have started to build up here. There's a lot of traffic as well. The barricades have been put up, pretty much confirming that NDTV news break at 2:06 p.m. 2:06 p.m. is when we told you that the VCK and the left were about to profess their support for the TVK. That has come true over 90 minutes later now. And the reason why it becomes important now is because that other big unholy alliance, as it is being described, between the ADMK and the DMK is essentially stalled. Whatever confabulations were taking place, those are dead in the water because the VCK, the left, the two left parties, putting their numbers into the Vijay basket means he's got that magic figure of 118 to convince Governor Arlekar at the governor's residence, which is just behind me, that he's got what he needs to convince him to clear the pathway towards a swearing-in ceremony and government formation. These are incredible twists and turns that are taking place in Tamil Nadu politics, but we're going to go ahead and say that the Chennai Game of Thrones is essentially coming to an end in the next couple of hours. We are hearing that Vijay now does not want a large swearing-in ceremony, which would be a bit odd because given the twists and turns that have taken place over the last 3 days since we arrived here in Chennai, one would imagine that, public antipathy to the delays being caused in this entire government formation issue would have led to, a public requirement or a public need for a large, spectacular swearing-in ceremony. We don't know if that's going to happen, but the action is at the TVK headquarters. It will be here about an hour from now. Deepak, I'm coming straight back to you. The news is filtered in, obviously, at the TVK headquarters. We just heard it in those amazing pictures you were just showing us. Looks like it's all coming to an end today.
Yes, we here at NDTV had called it, didn't we, Shiv? When we started our coverage as early as, 6 this morning, we have been saying it that things are going to really reach the crescendo this evening, and that's exactly what has happened. Once again, I'm not going to focus too much on what I have to say, but I'm going to focus on these live pictures that are coming in, because that's the essence, and that's where the mood lies, because the people here have been here for the last 3 days, Shiv. You've seen the mood on the day of the elections. It was of people coming into the party office, taking those pictures. There was so much happiness, there was so much joy. All of a sudden, there was a shock in the minds of people. Is this joy that we experienced short-lived? Is everything going to completely change? Will their Talapati not be the chief minister? These were question marks on their faces. And now you can see all of them calling their loved ones, congratulating them, congratulating their friends. They are pretty happy. And you can see, even as we speak, more leaders, in fact, are here. என்ன சொல்றீங்க இப்போ விஜய் சிஎம் ஆவறாருன்னு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் வந்திருக்கா?
வந்ததுதான் அவ்வளவு இதுவா இருக்க, சந்தோஷமா இருக்க. வந்திருக்க எங்களுக்கு தகவல் வருவதா இவ்வளவு ஒரு சந்தோஷம். எங்களுக்கு வார்த்தை வரல. உண்மையிலேயே நாங்கெல்லாம் சாப்பிடாத எவ்வளவு மன வேதனையோட இருக்கோம். ஆனா இவ்வளவு நாள் தள்ள வச்சது அது ஒரு பெரிய பாவம். இதுக்கெல்லாம் காலம் பதில் சொல்லணும்.
Well, you heard what she said. She said to actually keep him waiting for so many days is a great sin, and that time will in fact teach a lesson to all of these people who did that. They're saying we were waiting without even having food for this moment, and you can see all of a sudden everything is happening here. It was very calm. Nobody seemed to be coming to the TVK headquarters. Right now, vehicle after vehicle, leader after leader coming in. Some of them knocking at the doors, hoping to get inside. Some of the legislators are still inside. We just spoke to Mr. V.S. Babu a little while ago. He said the mood is fine. We spoke to, Mr. Adav about 2 hours ago when he left from here to meet Vijay. He said there's good news coming. He had shown his thumbs up. So are these indicators of the same? Because right now, though officially the letters are not out there, but we do have information that the letter will reach the TVK or will be given to some of the leaders who arrived at the CPI office and will be at different offices. So I'm just once again going to continue to show you these pictures of people whistling, people celebrating, and more importantly, for people right now, it is joy that is unmatched, and the whistles are out. The whistles were out during voting day. Now the whistles are out once again as Vijay is expected to be sworn in as the next Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, completely changing the political dynamics of the state of Tamil Nadu.
Deepak, I just wanted to show our viewers something very, very interesting. At 2:08 p.m. is when NDTV's political editor Vasudha Venugopal put out this tweet. 2:08 p.m. where she basically says that TVK sources saying that they have positive news from CPM, but it could be... Okay, sorry about that call that I just received. Yeah. But it could be just optimism waiting for a formal announcement. So 2:08 p.m. is when NDTV told you that the Chennai Game of Thrones was likely to come to an end today and that Vijay had received positive signals from everyone. 2 hours later, everyone is breaking it and saying, Vijay is going to be coming to the governor's house. It's a bit of a joke. 2:08 p.m., 2 hours earlier is when NDTV told you that the Chennai Game of Thrones was coming to an end. And Vasudha is with me live here. Vasudha, our political editor, who has pretty much set the agenda on this story from the very beginning, from sensing the entire Vijay wave to reporting on every little twist and turn of this Chennai Game of Thrones. Vasudha, how did you hear about it 2 hours before everyone else? What's your secret?
Well, TVK, when you speak to a lot of people, they also have no filters. They don't know that, talking to journalists would actually require some filters. So they tell us everything.
So they let out the secrets.
So they said that, we just received a call from CPM, and CP was the first to call them, and CPI was the next to call them. VCK, like I've been saying, was the most challenging part for them because they share a history, and VCK was difficult to get in. But they used the communists to also make the VCK understand that this is the best for them. So, that's what they said around 2 o'clock, and that's when we broke that news. But we are waiting for formal confirmation because given that so many things are changing by the hour, by the minute now, we wanted to be sure of this. But this also means that this could be, the start of the end of the entire political churn, and in some ways end to all those rumors that had also began with, the DMK and the AIADMK getting together, because clearly people in the DMK and the AIADMK have taken a stand against those speculations as well.
What happens to the ADMK-DMK talks now? Has that stalled in the air now?
I think they will wait for Vijay to form the government. They will wait for him to make mistakes, and then they'll wait for him. They will pounce on him after that. But yes, that also shows that DMK-AIADMK might be rivals, but the rivalry is not what we saw during Jayalalitha and Karunanidhi's time. Now these are very practical politicians who just feel that the pursuit of power is everything and political relevance is everything. They look at Vijay with a lot of apprehension and anxiety because they feel that they're going to be pushed into oblivion. They're scared for their own sons and daughters, and I think that's also going to force them to be very aggressive. But they've taken this call because nobody is ready to face elections. Look at all the hotels in Chennai, Shiv, all hotels are full of TVK, DMK and AIADMK MLAs now. So all action has shifted to Chennai. Everyone is in some ways hoping that the government is formed soon.
I just have to say that the large number of national media that have shown up here in Chennai as a result of NDTV's coverage is a spectacle in itself. But I'm not surprised, and I don't blame anyone, because this is a political thriller for the ages. Veera Raghav, who's been reporting on every aspect of this unfolding drama, is also live on our coverage now. Veera, looks like the end is in sight after all those twists and turns. This very abrupt sort of de-escalation of those, of the twists and turns and the confabulations with Vijay, all set to meet the governor at 6 p.m. today and stake claim. What are you hearing? How did it get to this point? Give us the anatomy of how we got here.
The results for the first time in Tamil Nadu was a fractured mandate with no clear pre-poll alliance or a party getting a single majority. But before I get there, Shiv, let me just give you a bit of breaking news that I'm picking up. The contours of the cabinet to come. Forget the past. Let's look into the future. The contours of the cabinet to come. This will be the first coalition government in Tamil Nadu. The first coalition government, and I believe BCK Chief Tirumavalavan himself may be part of the cabinet. Remember, he's a member of parliament from Chidambaram. He's got 2 MLAs, but he himself may be part of the Vijay cabinet number 1. So the VCK will get 1 berth and the left will get 2 berths, is what we are told in the cabinet at the moment. That's what's been agreed upon.
Of the letter. Hang on to that thought for just a minute, Veera. We've got a picture of the letter from the CPI, the Communist Party of India, that has 2 seats as well. This is their letter of unconditional support that has just been sent now. So this is the letter of unconditional support from the CPI that has been sent. Veera, like you were saying, the VCK also sending a similar letter apparently. Go ahead, Veera. We've got that letter from the CPI now.
Yes, you will get photos of these letters that will come out. So it's now categorical that the VCK and the left parties, 6 MLAs between them, taking number for the TVK to 118 on the floor of the House, have assured their support for a Vijay Sarkar. The contours of the cabinet is that the VCK will get 1 berth, and that obviously this will not be in writing right now. It will come to focus later. VCK will want.
Veera, we've lost that line with you, but I need Veera back. We need Veera back on this unfolding story, because these are the last moments before the staking claim act that takes place about a couple of from now. The next thing that we've got to look forward to, Vasudha, is in about 22 minutes from now. The left and the VCK will be holding some kind of a joint briefing, and at that briefing, we've already got the letter from the CPI where they've written to the governor pledging their support, unconditional support to Vijay. So basically this briefing will be to announce that?
Absolutely, and look at the outreach that TVK has done with regard to smaller parties. Vijay was always clear that instead of the AIADMK, he wants to get the smaller parties in because he wants to have a certain amount of organic, method to this. He believes that, the smaller parties will also be easier to manage, although a lot of people would disagree with that. He felt that getting the VCK would be the most difficult, which is why he spoke to Tirumavalavan thrice on the phone. He also sent a delegation, which was led by senior leaders of the party to make him understand. The communists, were also being persuaded by CTR Nirmal Kumar, was also chosen to lead the delegation. VCK specifically has two MLAs, Shiv. In fact, Tirumavalavan himself was supposed to contest from Katamanar Kovil, but he didn't, and I'm sure he must be regretting that because had he contested, then as an MLA, he could have even, begun for a position of a deputy chief minister. But I'm told that all of these people will be accommodated in Vijay's cabinet, and that is something that goes without saying.
So we've just got the breaking news that the VCK has been promised one cabinet berth. That stands to reason now. Now this literal Game of Thrones will start taking place within the cabinet as well, Vasudha. Veera is also with us. Veera, these promises for support now are dropping into, the actualities of it. The VCK to get one cabinet berth. What else are you hearing?
Well, the VCK, as I was just reporting now, just somewhere very close to you, I've also reached the Raj Bhavan.
Yeah.
I believe Tirumavalavan himself may be...
Yeah. Come join us, Veera.
Tirumavalavan himself may be, may be part of the cabinet. I believe that's what's been discussed, that Tirumavalavan himself could be part of the cabinet. The left will get two cabinet berths. This will be historic because this will be Tamil Nadu's first coalition government. It's not going to be a minority government and outside support from the parties. It's going to be a coalition government. So that itself will be historic. And then you will have high-profile face like Tirumavalavan as part of the cabinet is what I'm told, which has been discussed. It will be very interesting to watch the contours of this. But for the moment, this story is sealed. The TVK has the numbers, and I believe, and I have been telling you this, Shiv, the last 24 hours, 48 hours, I was confident that the VCK was not going to play along with any kind of experiment, because it's a matter of survival for the VCK, and Vijay has been convincingly taking over the Dalit youth vote. So the VCK will not be able to justify before its electorate if it were part of any coalition or unholy alliance that blocked Vijay from coming to power. And neither were the left capable of blocking this, because the tonality of their comments has been that stopping Vijay from taking oath in office was undemocratic. What happens 6 months, a year down the line is different, but for the moment, I think the optics of stopping Vijay from taking oath would have hurt any political force and any political alliance.
Yeah. So the latest that we have, Veera is just joining us in a moment from now, physically here. Veera, I can see Veera. I'm going to ask him to hop over the fence and come straight to me here. Veera is here with us, so let's get all our strength on this big breaking story that NDTV has got you a whole 2 hours before anyone else. The CPI has sent its letter of support to the governor. Sources say the VCK and the left have assured support to the TVK. Celebrations are on at the TVK headquarters. You just saw that from Deepak's cameras. Vijay is set to meet the governor here at 6 p.m, so we won't be budging from this coverage. And sources say Vijay has got that magic number of 118. Veera, welcome to where the action is going to shift now in just a short while from now. Game of Thrones finally coming to an end?
I think it's come to an end for the moment. What you've seen is the trailer, boss. This is going to be close. It's a matter of survival for the AIADMK. It's a matter of survival for the DMK. They don't want the optics of having blocked the TVK government now, but sheer fact that they could talk together is something. And I'm just writing a piece, Shiv. In 2006, when Jayalalitha went with Vaiko after arresting him under Pota in 2003, when we asked her a question, she said there are no permanent friends or enemies in politics. I was not sure that her successors would take her so literally that they would be actually talking to the DMK. So it's not over. I mean, for the moment it's over. Vijay will have to now, what his strategy is going to be. And I think, Vasudha, the TVK strategy is to run a government for a while, get back into an election, perhaps in the short term, not even in the long term, come back with a sweeping mandate.
You know, I just want to talk about something that my friend told me yesterday. He's in politics, and he told me that, you know, when Jayalalitha forged this alliance with PMK with S. Ramadas and Veera, you would remember this. At that point, apparently, S. Ramadas used to live in a rented accommodation, and she went to meet him in his house, and then she also drank juice from one of those street vendors. So politics is all about, you know, those compulsions, you know, those little gestures. I think Vijay, by trying to talk to Tirumavalavan and by reaching out to communist parties, by sending out delegations, has managed to, you know, come down from that high pedestal, and that outreach has also in some ways helped for his party getting this support.
This S. Ramdas story that you're talking about is 2001, when he was part of the NDA. He walked out just before the 2001 elections, went with Jayalalitha. It was a time that Jayalalitha wanted to get back into power after the 96 rout. So yes, politics needs alliances, and I hope Vijay, I don't know if Vijay needs an alliance, if he's going to go back to power, go back to the electorate and get a sweeping mandate. But I think for the VCK and the left, it was absolutely essential to go with Vijay Shiv. As I've been saying, 2 days ago when we met Tirumavalavan and I spoke to him, the sense was that Vijay is an existential threat for the VCK. And if they were seen as blocking his Sarkar, it would have been game over for them.
Vijay Gopal, that is NDTV's Vijay Gopal, is live with us from the CPI headquarters, one of the two left parties that has pledged its support to Vijay. They've sent their letter to the governor as well. Vijay, what's happening at the CPI? There's a press briefing that's going to happen at 4:30 p.m.
Shiv, that's right. But before the press brief, CPI leader officially declared to NDTV before camp saying that they are extending unconditional support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. Even NDTV got the first copy of the letter also, the unconditional support from the CPI. They have declared the support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. Even just a few minutes before, CTR General Secretary CTR Nirmal Kumar came here and thanked the CPI leaders for the support. He is now on his way to CPM, a Marxist Communist Party, just one street away from here, where he is also to meet CPM leaders also there. They are also likely to extend support. On the other hand, VCK Chief Tirumavalavan to have a discussion with his party functionaries. But remember, VCK Chief Tirumavalavan on various occasions, during a press interaction, he said, whatever the decision from CPA and CPM left parties, he will also follow the same, which means VCK also likely to support Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam, which means TVK now getting his that magic number 118. So TVK Chief Vijay is going to be Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and very shortly he is also expected to meet Tamil Nadu Governor Shiv.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to be meeting the governor in less than 2 hours from now. Vijay is at his residence right now. He'll be coming straight here at 6 p.m. to meet with the governor. Stake claim, he has those numbers. We've described where those pieces stand right now. There was suspense over the last 48 hours over which way the the VCK and the left parties would swing. Veera, these smaller parties had been in contact with the DMK as well, and with whom they were in this strong alliance with for such a long time. What has that been like, and how would the DMK see this coming together of the VCK and the left parties with, are they taking a mature view of it, or are they going to react to it like they did with the Congress party?
If they're talking to the AIADMK, they're not taking a mature view of anything, boss. Look, I think they were taken aback by the way the Congress went away from the DMK. I think there is a sense within the DMK, and there is a very large section, that these parties have been funded by the DMK. MLAs fought on DMK money and have won. I don't think they're taking it very lightly, but they are also being circumspect, because there is another section of the DMK which is saying that at the moment, if you compromise on ideology, form a hodgepodge coalition and stop TVK from coming to power, TVK from coming to power, you're going to give him power for life. People are not going to forgive you. So they say the better strategy is to let Vijay unravel, let the Vijay government unravel, and then weigh your options at another point of time. I believe that there is a hawkish section of the DMK which will be watching very, very closely, and so is the AIADMK, for every mistake that Vijay will make and try and amplify it before they want to go to the electorate. But you know what, Vijay will have that honeymoon period, 6 to 8 months, Teflon coating, nothing will go wrong for him. And what his strategy is going to be is what's going to determine how these people are going to go. I think the VCK, strong ties between the MLAs ship. There was a lot of worry both within the Congress and the VCK, trust me, of how they're going to keep their MLAs together, because the DMK does have a hold over them. So it's important that they get sworn in. It'll be very interesting to watch the contours of this. We believe 2 or maybe even 3 cabinet berths to the Congress, 2 cabinet berths to the left, and Thol Thirumavalavan himself as part of the cabinet is what we've been discussed. But VCK has still not given an official letter.
Do you see Thirumavalavan becoming the Deputy Chief Minister?
No, I believe that was under conversation and that was not allowed. That was foreclosed. I think that was possibly under conversation. Somebody who's in the know of TVK told me at 5 p.m. the TVK will have a meeting, and after that they will give the official letter, but they've communicated already their support to the TVK.
It's a hard bargain, Shiv, and I think, some of these negotiations will go on the side to the advantage of the smaller parties, because this was also something that the TVK needed very badly.
I just love how arithmetic, is such a humbling factor in all of this. You had, and just to summarize this, because with heightened interest in the Vijay story here in Tamil Nadu, we've got a huge number of viewers tuning in right now to understand what the tamasha is all about in Tamil Nadu. A party that had 108 seats within, kissing distance, as they say, of a majority, has been at the mercy of parties with 5 and 2 seats each. And that's what arithmetic is really all about. The other theme that we will be left exploring after government formation, etc., and all the hoopla happens over this weekend, is how nobody has been left with moral authority in the wake of this mandate. Not the Congress, not the DMK, not the AIADMK, not the VCK, not the left. Loyalties are up in the air. Old relationships have all evaporated. Nobody has the locus standi to point at another and say that we are more moral than you are. Everybody has basically put in their lot with someone they wouldn't have otherwise.
Actually, the most striking behavior is of the AIADMK, because, for the party that came third, to, hold yourself into a resort in Puducherry, to have these open wards in the former Chief Minister's house, and expecting the TVK to reach out to you first, feeling so entitled that the TVK needs to reach out to you first, because there have been some pre-poll negotiations and some commitment of sorts which has never been in writing, was, I thought, bad precedent to set, because that was a parallel story that we were tracking, and we found it very difficult to, even understand why would the AIADMK even be doing this, because they were not even number 2 in this race, right? And they pulled DMK also into this whole thing. I think that was some sense of lack of political astuteness, but then there is Edapadi Palanichami has better battles to fight right now, because he has to also keep the party together, and I think that's going to be the next story, because be it Mr. Shanmugam or be it Velumani or EPS itself, there are going to be wars that are going to be brewing inside AIADMK, and once the introspection starts and once the reality of Vijay taking over dawns on them, there's going to be more fight within the party.
The fact that the AIADMK and the DMK were talking, and it came out pretty much in the open, it was not just in whispers, but pretty much acknowledged by both sides as well. Is that going to be damaging to them at this point, or people are not going to really...
It's moving from a 2-party reality to a 3-party reality. I think this is going to be the reality of the future. A hung verdict is always possible only when there is a 3-way race, right? If it's a 2-party battle, it's never really a hung verdict. One is always getting the edge over the other. So the 3-way battle changes the dynamics of Tamil Nadu. Will this 3-way battle now evolve into a 2-way battle eventually, with the TVK taking over the AIADMK space, is what's going to be very, very interesting to watch. What's very worrying for the DMK, and I think we see this from an electoral point of view, Shiv. You need to see this from an ideological point of view, Vasudha. And I'm just bringing another dimension to your analysis. We see this from an electoral point of view. The ideologues in the DMK are seeing it very differently. They are saying, they are shuddering at the thought of the DMK, of the VCK left Congress with the TVK, which means the TVK becomes the secular pole in Tamil Nadu. It's the DMK's place of birth, which is why Kanimori has written now to Parliament for change of seating. They don't want to be sitting with the Congress. The DMK is the ideological secular pole. I spoke to a DMK MP who said yesterday, sir, there are national realignments that are happening. I think the DMK, for its own survival, needs to learn to, sort of deal with the BJP. There are multiple things that's going to happen now. I think the DMK is also fighting a battle for the future. For the AIADMK and EPS, it's a battle for survival. I see eventually, if Vijay gives a good government, or even a reasonable government, and is able to manage the optics, he is going to take over that space, and it's going to go back to a two-way battle, because largely the Vijay effect is the two leaves effect.
The entire Vijay tsunami has pushed the most unlikely rivals into bed with each other, politically speaking, and the ramifications of that, like Veera said, that a state that has gone from a two-party duopoly into a three-party system right now, it is still sinking in. The system is still absorbing the implications of it, and that's the reason why many of these parties are perhaps acting out of character. It's a question of survival, it's a question of relevance, it's a question of the future, it's a question of dynasty, it's a question of youth. All of these different dimensions to the story are exploding at the same time. TVK headquarters in Panayur on the outskirts of Chennai is where much of the story is being celebrated, as you can totally imagine. Deepak Bopada is live with us. Deepak, the boss of the TVK is going to be arriving where I am right now. All of his supporters, the blood that runs through the TVK's veins, are people like those who are collected around you right now at the TVK headquarters, Deepak.
Well, Shiv, some of these people have been waiting here for the last 3 days, and they've been waiting for good news. And you can just hear that it's probably deafening. Well, ecstatic, isn't it? Now, finally, these posters, Shiv, that have been put up here would make a lot of sense. It says Government of Tamil Nadu, Actor Vijay there, Chief Minister, it says, and for the people, finally, that moment seems like is going to arrive. While the suspense was building on, finally some of them said, special prayers alla panninga.
நாங்க வந்து வீட்ல காலையில கூட பாருங்க என் போன்ல இருக்கு அவரை வந்து தியானத்துல உட்கார்ந்து நாங்க கண்டிப்பா அவர் ஜெயிக்கணும் சரி ஜெயிப்பாரு சாமி எங்களுக்கு உத்தரவு கொடுத்துட்டாரு ஜெயிப்பாருன்னு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எலெக்ஷன் வரும்போது விசில் துண்டு அவர் மேல போட்டேன்
இப்போ நீங்க எல்லாம் விசில் போடுறீங்களா Well, this is not just at the party headquarters, Shiv. You can rest assured that this is going to be on the streets of Tamil Nadu. Everywhere now that the convoy of Actor Vijay goes. Now there you can see another crowd that's coming in. So the crowd's just going to increase here at the TVK office. Wherever they have information that Vijay could possibly come, people are going to start coming in. And there are different crowds at different locations who are going to start celebrating, and it's going to happen across Tamil Nadu. And, there is, of course, a fan base that he enjoys, not just in Tamil Nadu, in various parts of southern India, and that's something that we will see. Here you see a few more. Okay, let's... Sir, Ippo enna letter of support has come. வராரா எப்போ வராரு சார் இப்போ கவர்னர் ஆபீஸ்க்கு போறாரு விஜய் இந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் இருக்கு இப்போ என்ன சொல்லுங்க நீங்க மினிஸ்டர் ஆவீங்க Mr. Babu there, Mr. Babu the MLA, yes Babu there going on to say Talaivar vararu. It looks like he has information that Vijay could drop into the party office, but it's not very clear if he's going to the governor's office at 6. It would, of course, be quite difficult for him to come from the city to the party headquarters here in Panayur and go back. probably after the meeting with the governor ends, there's a likelihood of him dropping by here. But once there is clear information that he's going to come here, you can expect this entire street to be full of TVK supporters, whistling, celebrating, dancing, and right now bringing in the spirit of the TVK's rise in Tamil Nadu politics, which up until now remained in limbo, remained in a state of suspense.
Very interesting. V.S. Babu, the giant killer, who defeated MK Stalin in Kolattur, has just spoken to Deepak and said that Vijay is headed to the party headquarters. So either he's going there before coming here, or the more likely issue is he will come here and then go to the party headquarters to be with his people. This is what V.S. Babu is saying. He's suddenly a big man in the party as well, having defeated MK Stalin. But Deepak, I'm going to come to you because that's where the celebrations are taking place. The media crowd here has built up, as you can imagine, as a result of Vijay expected here at 6 p.m. Vasudha, what are you hearing about swearing in ceremony preparations now? We spent a whole day at the Nehru Indoor Stadium expecting that swearing in ceremony, which didn't happen. 48 hours of suspense have followed that.
I'll take it, sir.
Will there be a swearing in ceremony now?
TVK guys, and they message back saying that, madam, we are finally out of depression. They're all very dejected, and now they'll have to start thinking about this. They say that they want it at a very small scale, is what we understand, because they want the government to be formed as soon as possible. And more importantly, they feel that, Vijay also wants to go thank all of these leaders personally, so he could be, going to meet communist leaders as well at some point today. But, we still, this is a big battle, convincing Rajendra Arlekar, who has said twice that he's not been convinced. We'll have to wait and see. There's always this little doubt that I have at TVK. It's a party that's inexperienced. I'll tell you what happened in the first day that he came to meet Mr. Arlekar. He basically presented numbers of 113, but he didn't have the document which showed support of the Congress party. When the governor asked him, he said, I've left it in the car. So, that was, yes, I left it in the car. That's what, one of the party leaders told me. And then Governor Arlekar had to remind him, according to sources, that politics is serious business. This is what happened on the first day. So, I'm just
Can I just say that this little bit is going to go viral? Where sources have told Vasudha that, the support of the Congress party, which was on paper, was left in the car.
So they didn't have that paper with them. And of course, then Governor Arlekar, talked to them and talked about other things. The next day, of course, he was not convinced. So I'm hoping that TVK gets everything right this time, because politics is so much about protocol and procedures. And I hope TVK shows full experience in that whole thing.
Okay. Vasudha, what you were mentioning...
Possibly a swearing in within the Raj Bhavan itself, like a small event which they quickly want him to...
So no stadium event?
I doubt they're going to have a large event. Perhaps one after they win the floor test in the House is the sense that's coming to me, that they want to just get it done with and move on. They don't want to leave things to...
So what the both of you were saying just now, that Vijay is likely to go and personally thank leaders of the VCK, the CPM and the CPI, is the new update that we're getting in right now. That's what's breaking right now. After Vijay meets with the governor here at 6 p.m, he's likely to go and meet with the leaders of the CPI, CPM and the VCK, who have now pledged support, pushing him to that number that he needs to become chief minister and form the government. NDTV's... Okay, we've got some political reactions coming in. Let's just listen in.
Seeking to form the government. So we are very happy to see that the communist VCK and CPM has accepted the people's mandate to form the government and to government. Communist VCK and CPM has accepted the people's mandate to form the government and to... Yeah.
Deepak, I'm going to toss it to you for just a moment, because supporters are continuing to collect there, and like you said, Vijay is going to be meeting with the leaders of the small parties that have pledged support to him after he meets the governor, and he perhaps will come to the headquarters as well. Over to you, Deepak.
Yes, Ashib, now we should note that even the Congress party, to extend their letter of support, had come to the TVK headquarters, and in all likelihood, you will have some of the VCK leaders, you will have some of the CPM leaders who will come here, and after which Vijay could come. And that's what even V.S. Babu was pointing out, wasn't he? That he said, Talapati Varare. That means, Talapati is going to come here, Talaivar Varare, he said. நீங்களா anticipate பண்றீங்களா இங்க தலபதி விஜய் வராருன்னு?
ஆமா, அதுக்காக வெயிட் பண்றேங்க. தலபதி வருவாரு, நாங்க பார்க்கறதுக்கு தான் வெயிட் பண்றேங்க.
இப்போ செலிப்ரேட் பண்றீங்களா? எப்படி பண்றீங்க?
நாடே எதிர்பார்க்குது, அவரு நாடே எதிர்பார்க்குது. எனக்கு இந்த தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கான தலைவர் மட்டும் கிடையாது, இந்த இந்தியாவுக்கான தலைவரா மாற போறாரு. அதுக்கோசம் தான் ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவும் எதுக்குது.
கொஞ்சம் விசில் போடுங்க. So tell me one thing. I again want to get a few more people in as we look at the crowds that are gathering. Let's look at these crowds that are gathering here. Are you a TVK supporter? Are you a TVK supporter? You are hiding this all along.
No,
is it because there was a little bit of a suspense?
Not at all. See, this success what our Thalapathy has given is an inevitable success. Yeah. This is the talk of the hour, and our Thalapathy is going to rule, and this is going to be the history, right? So this is one of the happiest moments for us, which we are waiting for.
How long have you been here? Because for the last 3 days, I've been seeing a lot of people, similar faces as well, and everyone's been quite, calm and waiting.
Yes.
But now, is it time to completely celebrate, or do you feel you should still wait till he meets the governor?
We have been celebrating for the past 3 days already, right?
Yes.
So we have all been celebrating. This is what we were waiting for. It is Thalapathy who is going to rule, and this is going to be history, like how I said. Okay. And of course, I've been here for the past 2-3 days, waiting to just hear this news that, Thalapathy is going to become the chief minister, right? The history is back. The story is back.
Where have you come from? And tell me, at this point in time, did you, before the elections, really think that Actor Vijay would get the numbers that he has managed to get?
See, ever since the nomination was filed, we have decided that this is going to be what is going to happen.
You've decided it's going to happen. Yeah. Another individual, where have you come from? So how long have you been here, and now do you believe it's finally time to celebrate?
See, basically I used to be in Congress. I was a youth Congress president of North America district.
Okay.
Then my son is a car racer who passed away in an accident.
Okay. And so you're here. You're hoping Vijay comes here very soon.
He's already in the hearts of every people.
Okay.
Now just he has to give a darshan.
He has to give darshan. Well, will Actor Vijay's darshan happen to the people here at the headquarters is what we all await, Shiv. It's definitely emphatic scenes here at the TVK headquarters. The celebrations are only going to continue. Back to you there.
Vijay Gopal Muralidharan, namesake of the superstar who is all set to be Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, is live with us from the CPI headquarters. Vijay, you're saying that Vijay, the superstar, is likely to come to where you are to meet with leaders of the CPI, CPM, VCK after he stakes claim with the governor. Vijay, what's happening where you are?
That's right, Shiv. Very shortly, just CTR Nirmal Kumar left from CPA office, and CPA also officially extended support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. Even CPM also likely to extend the same support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. VCK is also having meeting through video conference, and they are also likely to extend support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. And all three leaders to address joint press brief at CPM office, which is very near from here. You see how huge police force is here. Many police security have briefed up here as TVK Chief Vijay likely to visit all three leaders and to meet all three leaders and thank them for their support, because all three parties, CPI, CPM, VCK played very crucial role in this election, in the formation of this government. So they have Vijay likely to be here to thank all these leaders, Shiv.
Vijay, the press briefing that was supposed to take place by the VCK and the two left parties, when is that likely to happen?
Shiv, it's around 5:30 p.m. We are also standing just very near to the location only. 5:30 p.m. VCK Chief Thirumavalavan will be at CPM headquarters, and also CPM State Secretary Shanmugam, CPI State Secretary Veerapandiyan. All three leaders will jointly address the press. They will give clarification why they took this decision to support Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam to help TVK Chief Vijay to form this government. And remember, yesterday there was a meeting between all these three leaders and Tamil Nadu former Chief Minister MK Stalin also. So they will, as per our sources, all three parties took this decision with the after conveying the same decision to DMK chief MK Stalin also. Now TVK chief Vijay also expected here to thank all these three leaders, and very shortly they will officially declare also. But before that, CPI, one of the CPI leaders spoke to NDTV. He confirmed the official confirmation saying that they are extending support to Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. And Vijay, after the CPI that you reported first here on NDTV, now we have a confirmation that the CPM, as expected, has also sent that letter of unconditional support to Vijay's TVK. That letter has reached the governor now. We are only awaiting that VCK letter. Very quickly, is that letter expected shortly?
The VCK has a formal meeting at 5 o'clock. I think it's all been clear. I spoke to someone who is very, very close to the VCK leadership. They've shared that VCK has orally communicated categorical support. Thirumavalavan himself may be part of the cabinet. It'll be interesting. So it's gone to that level of discussion. He's an MP. Remember, he's not an MLA. So when I asked them, how will he be part of the cabinet? He said, okay, he can be sworn in, and 6 months he needs to prove himself. By that time, there will be some seats that will be vacant. I don't know which seats are going to be vacant. I think there are multiple wheels within wheels that are at play here. But yeah, no, but still in that sense that the VCK's official letter will come at about 5:30. Everyone else, CPM, CPI have given unconditional support. The VCK's letter will also come in a bit, so it's all done.
The TVK's draft letter I have, and of course this will be submitted to the governor, in which Joseph Vijay has signed this, and what he's saying is he's also marked his earlier 3 letters and also the press release from the governor's office, and he says, I write on behalf of Tamil Nadu Vetri Kazhagam in continuation of our letters, whereby TVK being the single largest party in the Legislative Assembly with 108 members of the Legislative Assembly, formally staked its claim to form the government in the state of Tamil Nadu. He talks about how he has 117 numbers now, and he goes on to say that 5 MLAs are from the Congress party.
He's also added Indian Union Muslim League, 1 MLA of the IUML.
Which means
fascinating.
That, yes.
This is fascinating.
This is the big breaking story here on NDTV. Nobody else has these details.
Look at the names that he's put out, Vasudha. INC, 5 MLAs.
Yes.
Communist Party of India, 2 MLAs. CPIM, 2 MLAs. VCK, 2 MLAs. IUML, 1 MLA. Remember, they have 2 MLAs, but one seems to be in favor, and AMMK, 1 MLA. This is fascinating.
Huge. Vasudha has just accessed the draft letter that is going to be submitted to the governor at 6 p.m. today by the TVK and Vijay. Vasudha, just read it out for us once again.
Thus, TVK presently
breaking story here on NDTV.
enjoys the support of a total of 121 members of the Legislative Assembly, clearly extending the majority mark of 118. So in the House, so it's no longer 118. TVK is going to say that it has 121 members, Veera, which means it also has managed to get the AMMK MLA, which we broke yesterday, Kamaraj, the one person from Mannargudi who won, and of course 1 Muslim League MLA.
So let's just put the numbers down. Let's put the numbers down for our desk and our producers to put the numbers down. As per the TVK's letter, 107 for the TVK itself, effective strength. 108 is the number they won. 107 is their effective strength. 5 from the Congress, that takes it to 112. 4 from the left, that takes it to 116. 2 from the VCK, that takes it to 118. 1 from the IUML, that takes it to 119. 1 from the AMMK, that takes it to 120. They're calculating 121 because they're calculating 108 for the TVK.
And then TVK Vijay goes on to say TVK presently enjoys the support of a total of 121 members of the Legislative Assembly, clearly exceeding the majority mark of 118 in the House. In view of the foregoing, we most respectfully submit that TVK commands the confidence of the majority of the House and is fully capable of providing effective government in the state of Tamil Nadu. I therefore humbly request Your Excellency to graciously invite me, C. Joseph Vijay, President and Legislative Party Leader of TVK, to form the government and permit the same to prove its majority on the floor of the Legislative Assembly in accordance with the Constitution, Constitutional Convention, democratic principles and settled parliamentary practice. And he has signed this using Joseph Vijay. Of course, this is the letter that's going to be submitted to the governor, is what we understand. TVK exceeding the majority mark of 121, or at least claiming that it does.
It has, no, this is about going before the governorship. Before I hand the mic back to you as you're typing vigorously, this is about stating before the governor, we're not so hodgepodge. We have the numbers. These are the numbers. I will show you on the floor of the House that I have a majority. Obviously, he will have the letters of support from the CPI, CPM, and of course the VCK. The IUML, extremely interesting, Vasudha, because IUML has 2 MLAs, he's listed 1, which means that there is a split in the IUML, sir. He has also listed that one AIADMK MLA who you said had to meet TTV Dinakaran and ask him for his permission. TTV Dinakaran also with Vijay. I think every political force here is calculating.
We also have the letters from the CPM now. We'll ask our production team to put out all of that. And,
The CPM letter, CPI, CPM have given letters. The VCK will give a letter by 5 o'clock. Yeah. Vijay has 120, effective 121, as he is going to tell the governor today, to swear him in as Chief Minister. CPM's letter says that under the instructions of our party's TN State Committee Secretariat, P. Shanmugam and R. Chellaswamy, as the leader of the Legislative Party of Communist Party of India, Marxist Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly, on behalf of our 2 MLAs, do hereby convey our support to the Tamizhaga Vetri Kazhagam under the leadership of its President and Legislative Party leader, C. Joseph Vijay, for the purpose of formation of a government in the state of Tamil Nadu. This support is extended pursuant to the results of the general elections. I request Your Excellency to take on record our support. So he's got it all right now. He's just waiting for the numbers from the VCK. I don't know if the IUML 1 MLA's support is in writing. It perhaps is. And I'm sure the AIADMK MLA support.
Veera, 118 is the required number. 121 is what he's going to demonstrate on paper now.
120 is the effective number on paper, but 121 is what he has, because he has 2 seats. So let's break this down again, Shiv. 108, TVK has 1 on its own. 5 from the Congress, that takes it to 113. 4 from the left takes it to 117. 2 from the VCK takes it to 5 from the Congress takes it to 113, 4 from the left takes it to 117, 2 from the VCK takes it to 119, 1 from the IUML takes it to 120, and 1 from the AIADMK takes it to 121.
The draft of the letter, Shiv, very clearly says, adding to what Veera said, TVK independently holds the support of 108 elected members, making it the largest party in the assembly. It also has additionally secured support from 5 MLAs of the Indian National Congress, 2 MLAs of the Communist Party of India, 2 MLAs from the CPIM and VCK2. And the interesting part is...
D. Raja of the CPI is speaking live on...
TVK has approached Tamil Nadu. It also approached CPIM in Tamil Nadu, approached VCK in Tamil Nadu. We have responded to that letter positively. Our Tamil Nadu unit of our party has taken a position in consultation with the national leadership of our party. We have agreed to extend support to TVK to form the government. Not only that, we have asked the governor to invite the leader of the single largest party, TVK, to form the government. Governor should not create any hurdle. Governor is governor. Governor must go by the established practices and conventions in our multi-party political parliamentary democracy. And governor should invite the single largest party and allow that party to form the government. This we have made it very clear. In the interests of Tamil Nadu, to have a stable secular government, our party has decided to extend support to Mr. Vijay, the leader of TVK. That is our position. Thank you.
Comrade, you part of the government or only support? Thank you.
Okay?
D. Raja there of the CPI explaining those letters of unconditional support from the CPI. NDTV, remember, has put out those letters from the CPI and the CPM first before anyone else. It's important in a minute-to-minute unfolding breaking story on government formation here. NDTV viewers are getting all of those nuggets first here. Veera confirming to us that the VCK will be meeting in a short while from now, after which that letter of support will go to the governor. 6 p.m. is when Vijay is going to be meeting with the governor to stake claim, and after that we will see government formations wheels begin to turn. I want to go back to Deepak on the ground in the TVK headquarters, because the celebrations there at the TVK headquarters are understandably non-stop. The crowds are swelling there apparently. Deepak, where you are, dancers, singers, supporters, workers, cadres. Take it away, Deepak. What are you seeing now?
Well, Shiv, when you broke that news that it's not 118 but probably 121 MLAs, I just told them 121 MLAs are backing Vijay. How do you all feel about that?
Simply so, Vijay! Simply so,
And meanwhile, you also wanted to dance for Vijay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on. Come on. ஒருத்தனு வரானே தளபதி தளபதி 5 4 3 2 1 Once more. Okay, one more person. Ready, madam. Okay. Well, there you have it. Celebration Shiv are going to come in different forms. Some of them are whistling, some of them are cheering, some of them are in fact asking people to cheer, and some of them, of course, dancing away. And now it's all going to be Talapati moves that people are going to be doing, and it's going to happen in different parts of Tamil Nadu in different forms and different ways. And where have you come from? You said you've come from Qatar.
Sorry, I am coming from Kuwait.
Kuwait
से आ रहा हूँ. कुवैत से आके मैं 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को हम लोग कंप्लीट किया था. 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट का कैंपेन किया था. पूरा उसमें था हम लोग 8 आदमी लोग विन हो गया. फिर भी इतना दिन से हम लोग रुक के रखा है ना. इतना दिन से हम लोग मेजॉरिटी भी है तो हम लोग अलग आया था. अलग आने के बाद में भी रुक के रखा है. ये आलूनर का साथ रुक के रखा है. फिर भी हम लोग सपोर्ट लेके प्रॉपरली अलग सपोर्ट से हम लोग आ रहे हैं तलपति के लिए. इसलिए हम लोग बहुत खुश.
The two heroes of the day of this election season are now locked. Viewer, after many twists and turns, the two people who are going to be heading the two big states are now on your screen. There is Vijay, who now has the numbers after a Game of Thrones. He is set to be the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. And in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari has been announced as the next Chief Minister of Bengal. The first BJP Chief Minister of Bengal is Shubhendu Adhikari. This was, in many minds, this was not a matter of discussion or debate. Shubhendu Adhikari, the giant slayer, twice over, having defeated Mamata Banerjee in her home turf of Bhawanipur, was always going to be named the Chief Minister, but there was some speculation over whether the BJP might choose someone else. So the two heroes of the day, the two Nayagans of the 2026 political churn are Vijay and Shubhendu Adhikari. They are both giant slayers in their own right. Both have felled towering existential status quos in the two states of Bengal as well as Tamil Nadu, and both of them enter the history books of Indian politics for having created a kind of stir that people will not be forgetting in a hurry anytime. These are two states with very, very powerful identity politics, two states with very powerful regional political establishments, and both Both Vijay and Shuvendu have done that. The big breaking story from Bengal is that Shuvendu Adhikari has been named the next Chief Minister of Bengal. It's a political earthquake that is going to take over prime time today. Shuvendu Adhikari is going to be the next Chief Minister of Bengal. I'm going to get Padmaja live in from Kolkata in just a moment on the back of this huge announcement coming in from Kolkata. Jayanta Ghoshal, consulting editor NDTV, is with me for a quick first view on this news break. Jayanta, this was not really a matter of suspense. Most people knew this was going to happen. There were some twists and turns at the last minute. Shuvendu Adhikari all set to be the first BJP Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Yes, it is historical, and it is Shuvendu Adhikari, and Shuvendu Adhikari because, number one, very quickly, he is the person who defeated Mamata Banerjee, and Mamata Banerjee is not Tom, Dick, Harry. He defeated Mamata Banerjee twice, and he won the election in 2 constituencies. Amit Shah told him, fight. Immediately he accepted. This is number one. Number two, Hindu vote consolidation. What he did last time, they got 45%, and now you look, it is more than, 60%. And that consolidation is also, he was the poster boy of the political Hindutva. And number 3, he was from Trinamool. So it's like Assam Chief Minister model, Himanta Biswa Sharma. Amit Shah wants to see the Himanta Biswa Sharma in Shuvendu Adhikari in West Bengal. Lot of challenges, lot of priorities. But last point, after near about 40 years, maybe 39, after 77, after Congress, it is another pan-Indian mainstream political party is connecting with the Bengali identity of West Bengal politics.
Stay with me, Jayanta. Padmaja Joshi is live with us from Kolkata. Padmaja fronting our big coverage from there. Padmaja, the debate ends, the discussion is over. It's Shuvendu Adhikari who takes over as Chief Minister soon.
Absolutely, the man who is now being called the giant killer. After all, he's proven his mettle in 2021 by defeating Mamata Banerjee from Nandigram, and this time around he was told by Amit Shah himself to come and fight her in Bhawanipur along with his Nandigram seat, and the strong man from Midnipur is now going to be the first ever Chief Minister of the BJP from West Bengal. Remember, this is not just about what he has done at Bhawanipur and in Nandigram. Here is somebody, and I heard Jayanta talk about how this is the Himanta Biswa Sharma model. Don't forget that the very recent Chief Minister that the BJP has in Bihar, the first ever Chief Minister of the BJP, incidentally, in the state of Bihar, also is somebody who earlier was not from the BJP. He came into the BJP from the RJD fold. But let's talk a little bit more about Shuvendu Adhikari and what the future holds for the new BJP government in West Bengal. Shuvendu Adhikari going to take oath tomorrow, 11 p.m. at Brigade Ground. But what happens? And let me bring in our colleague Ritik, because NDTV's team has been getting you the very first and latest on this story. What about the Deputy Chief Ministers, Ritik? Is there going to be any announcement right now?
Definitely. Sources said there are 2 names which are taking rounds in these corridors of Vishwabangla Center. There are definitely, one is Ognimitra Paul. Right behind this door, I met her. I asked her about the portfolio. She smiled at me and said she is Hum Modi ji ke Sainik hai. So kind of the nods we can understand that she is going to be the Deputy Chief Minister. One, because remember this time women votes have been very, very beneficiary for this Parivartan. And on the contrary, what we do understand that the BJP always focused during its campaign that they would do something for the northern part of the state, which is why possibly one reason that the names of Shankar Ghosh, who happens to be the chief whip in the previous assembly, he would be the second deputy chief minister, but the final result would come very soon. So
2 names that Ritik just told you. One is Agnimitra Paul, the MLA from Asansol Dakshin, and the second Shankar Ghosh, the MLA from Siliguri. Both areas extremely important for the BJP, and we'll get in Shreyasi to tell you why. The names which are doing the rounds right now, Shreyasi, already discussed who they could be. Now explain to us the significance. Agnimitra, of course, because Women vote, very important. Why Shankar Ghosh? Why the focus on north of Bengal? But also, just a caveat here for the viewers, I'm learning that there's going to be no announcement of Deputy CM today. We need to understand the process. Remember, today was just the process to announce the leader of the legislature party, the Vidhayak Dal. And that person gets to be the chief minister, naturally. Logically, that gets to be the chief minister because you've got all the elected MLAs. They decide who is going to be the leader of the party, the leader of the Vidhayak Dal. He becomes the chief minister. The deputy CM post technically is not really a post. It's just in the order of how someone takes oath. Possibly we are going to realize tomorrow. But it's over to you, Shreyasi. The choice of CM and deputy CM. Why? Give us the details.
Well, just for those who are joining us in right now, Shubhendu Adhikari, once the former Trinamool Congress MP, prodigy to Mamata Banerjee, the one who held her hand and led the Nandigram Singur protests and became the youth president within the party, became the MP, defeated her twice and now will be taking the top post of the state. A long way and almost a full circle for Shubhendu Adhikari. He will be leading the Bengal BJP team here in West Bengal for the first time since independence. We will be having a BJP government here. Now for the deputy CMs, why Shankar Ghosh? Shankar Ghosh has been known to be a close aide to Shubhendu Adhikari. He has been the second in command in the Vidhan Sabha as the chief whip in the last 5 years. In 2021, he was elected from Siliguri. He has been leading the party in the northern sphere here in West Bengal. He's a formidable leader.
I'll stop you there for just a second because I want to play out for our viewers that moment when the name of Shubhendu Adhikari was announced by the chief observer, Amit Shah.
पर्यवेक्षक के रूप में मैं श्री शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी को पश्चिम बंगाल विधानमंडल दल के नेता के रूप में निर्वाचित घोषित करता हूं।
All right, so you had that moment where the announcement was made. By the way, this choice was unanimous. All the BJP MLAs unanimously chose Shubhendu Adhikari as their leader, the leader of the Vidhayak Dal. Go on, complete your point about the importance of Shankar Ghosh. Shreyasi.
Well, Shankar Ghosh was elected from Siliguri in 2021. Inside the Vidhan Sabha, we saw he played a formidable role for the BJP. When it came to taking on the government on the floor of the house, it would be led by Shubhendu Adhikari and Shankar Ghosh over there. And he has been again re-elected from the same seat. So he's a two-time sitting MLA. He understands North Bengal. And of course, there's this representation from North Bengal, as Ritik has been mentioning. As far as Agnimitra Paul is concerned, a highly educated fashion designer turned politician. She comes from Asansol. She studied at Loreto Convent there. Then she made her way into politics. She has led the Mahila wing of the BJP here in West Bengal. When it came to protests against a sitting chief minister who was a woman herself, Agnimitra Paul fought from the front, and that's why the party has decided to also reward her. She has never given up. We've seen the kind of protests that she has led, the fight that she has put up against the state administration. These are all old-time MLAs of the BJP who have understood the politics of Bengal, even though they have made the fray quite late. For example, Shubhendu Adhikari is a long-time politician. He's been with the TMC. His father has been a politician. His brothers are politicians. He comes from a family of politicians. But for Shankar Ghosh and Agnimitra Paul, this is the first time that they had entered politics. And over the years, they have built their space, their leadership, and has led the party. So, of course, a very important announcement that is still awaited. But, of course, the big story coming out of Bengal at this moment, Shubhendu Adhikari will be the next chief minister of West Bengal, taking the reign from the Mamata Banerjee administration. And of course, all
मंच पर उपस्थित मेरे साथ आए हुए सह पर्यवेक्षक श्री मोहन चरण मांझी जी, हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्रीमान समीक भट्टाचार्य जी, और एक प्रकार से आप लोगों के विश्वास के कारण आज के उत्सव मूर्ति और बंगाल के भावी मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी, मंच पर उपस्थित मेरे सभी वरिष्ठ राज्यों और केंद्र की टीम के साथीगण, और आज जिसको देखकर मन, आत्मा, शरीर सभी के अंदर खुशी की लहर दौड़ती है, इतना बड़ा विधायक दल भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आज हमारा है, वो सभी नवनिर्वाचित विधायकों को मेरा प्रणाम, राम राम। मित्रों, सबसे पहले मैं दो हाथ जोड़कर बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ बंगाल की जनता को कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। जिस प्रकार का माहौल कम्युनिस्टों के समय से यहां पर बनाया जाता था, ममता जी ने इसको और गहरा तरीके से भय में परिवर्तित किया। वहां मत की अभिव्यक्ति लगभग असंभव थी। सैकड़ों उदाहरण हिंसा के, क्रूरता के, उसके बीच में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी पर भरोसा कर बंगाल की जनता ने जो प्रचंड विजय हमें दी है, इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं पार्टी की ओर से यह भी कहना चाहता हूं कि बंगाल की जनता ने हमसे जो अपेक्षाएं रखी हैं, जिस आशाओं को संजोकर ये मैंडेट दिया है, हम पूरा प्रयास करेंगे कि आपके विश्वास को तनिक भी ठेस न पहुंचे, इसमें कहीं कमी न रह जाए। हम सब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दायित्व है कि हर नई सोनार बांग्ला के लक्ष्य को लेकर हम चले और बंगाल की जनता की अपेक्षाओं को पूर्ण करें। मित्रों, आज कवि गुरु की ये पंक्तियां सच होती दिखाई पड़ रही है। चित्त जेथा भय शून्य, उच्च जेथा सिर। जहां मन भय मुक्त हो और सिर गर्व से ऊंचा हो, ऐसे बंगाल का रास्ता आज प्रशस्त हो चुका है और बंगाल उस रास्ते पे चल। 5 दशक का लंबा समय लोकतंत्र की दृष्टि से, कानून और व्यवस्था की दृष्टि से, बंगाल के अर्थतंत्र के ह्रास की दृष्टि से और बंगाल के विकास में शून्य गति, नेगेटिव गति देने की दृष्टि से बंगाल के लिए एक दुस्वप्न जैसा हुआ है। और हम सबका दायित्व है कि मोदी जी ने जो वादा दिया है बंगाल की जनता को, इसको पूरा करने के लिए हम हमारा सर्वश्रेष्ठ बंगाल की जनता को अर्पित करें, समर्पित करें। बंगाल की संस्कृति और बंगाल की परंपरा को 5 दशक से विदेशी विचारों से प्रभावित शासन से मुक्त कर फिर से एक बार रामकृष्ण ठाकुर, विवेकानंद, महर्षि अरविंद और कवि गुरु टैगोर की कल्पना का बंगाल बनाने की दिशा में हम आगे बढ़े। हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी आज से बहुत बढ़ती है। विनम्रता के साथ, जिम्मेदारी के एहसास के साथ किया हुआ परिश्रम ही ये मैंडेट का एक प्रकार से जनता को आभार के रूप में जवाब दे सकता है। मित्रों, आज बंगाल का विजय अनेक दृष्टिकोण से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। 100 साल की वैचारिक यात्रा के बाद गंगोत्री से गंगा सागर तक हर जगह पर आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है। ये हम सब के लिए बहुत आनंद का विषय है। 1950 से जिस विचार की यात्रा को लेकर हम निकले और जिसके नेतृत्व में निकले, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी के नेतृत्व, उनकी ही जन्मभूमि में 1950 के बाद आज 2026 में श्यामा प्रसाद जी की ही पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है। ये भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। जब 370 हटी तब देश भर के कार्यकर्ताओं के मन में खुशी की लहर दौड़ी थी, मगर मुझे कई वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ताओं ने कहा था कि अभी भी कुछ कसक बाकी है। मैंने आश्चर्य से पूछा था, भला क्या बचा अब? तब उन्होंने कहा था, बंगाल में भाजपा का झंडा फहराना बाकी है। और आज मैं मानता हूं श्यामा प्रसाद जी जहां पर भी होंगे, मुक्त मन से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को वो आशीर्वाद देते होंगे, क्योंकि नेतृत्व ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को गंगा सागर तक पहुंचाया, गंगोत्री से लेकर 2014 से जो यात्रा निकली, ये अभूतपूर्व यात्रा है मित्रों। अपने पुरुषार्थ से, अपने कौशल से, अपनी प्रामाणिकता से जनमत को कैसे संजोया जा सकता है और जनमत को कैसे विस्तृत किया जा सकता है, इसका दुनिया भर के लोकतंत्र में सबसे उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण है तो 2014 से 2026 की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की यात्रा। सिर्फ विचार नहीं फैला, संगठन भी विस्तृत हुआ। सिर्फ संगठन विस्तृत नहीं हुआ, विचारधारा भी मजबूत हुई। और सिर्फ विचारधारा मजबूत नहीं हुई, इसके साथ घर घर तक विकास पहुंचाने का काम भी हमने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से किया। और पूरा देश आज इस बात के लिए हमारी पार्टी और हमारे नेतृत्व को, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को स्वीकृति देता है। मैं बंगाल की ही बात करूं, मैं ही अध्यक्ष बना था, उपचुनाव आया, हमारे अभी के अध्यक्ष समीक भट्टाचार्य जी एक उपचुनाव जीतकर हमारा खाता खोले थे। 2014 की बात कर रहा हूं। 16 में 3 हुए, 21 में 77 हुए और 26 में 207 के साथ आज हमारा मुख्यमंत्री बैठने जा रहा है। ये यात्रा जितनी भव्य है, आनंददायक है, मगर यात्रा का मार्ग जबरदस्त असहनीय पीड़ा से भरा हुआ है। मैं आज भूल नहीं सकता कि 321 भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपनी जान इस जीत के लिए गंवाई है, विचार के लिए गंवाई। मैं देश भर में घूमा हूं पार्टी के अध्यक्ष के नाते। केरल और बंगाल, इसके अलावे कहीं पर इस प्रकार की क्रूर हिंसा का नग्न तांडव मैंने नहीं देखा है। पहले कम्युनिस्टों ने और फिर टीएमसी ने। मैं आज हृदय के भाव के साथ वो सभी 321 कार्यकर्ताओं के परिवारजनों को देश की करोड़ों करोड़ों जनता की ओर से और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से भावपूर्वक नमन करना चाहता हूं। आपके परिवार के स्वजन ने बलिदान देकर हमारे विचार को तो मजबूत किया ही है, हमारी पार्टी को तो आगे बढ़ाया ही है, मगर मैं विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं आपके परिवार के स्वजन का वो बलिदान पश्चिम बंगाल की सीमा को भी सुरक्षित कर पूरे भारत को सुरक्षित। ये विजय का एक और मायना है। आज त्रिपुरा में हमारी सरकार है, आसाम में हमारी सरकार है, और बंगाल में भी अब हमारी सरकार बनी है, घुसपैठ असंभव होने वाली, गौ तस्करी असंभव होने वाली है। और दृढ़ता के साथ बंगाल सरकार और भारत सरकार इस सीमा को राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के अभेद किले के अंदर परिवर्तित कर लेगी। भाइयों बहनों, ये जो यात्रा हुई है, बंगाल की जनता ने हमें जन समर्थन तो दिया, गत चुनाव में भी दिया था, 77 सीट जीते थे, मगर इस बार जो जन समर्थन मिला है उसका आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए भाजपा के कार्यकर्ता के नाते मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है। हमारा विधायकों का जीत का एवरेज मार्जिन 28,000 है। 28,000 वोट से हम सब जीते हैं, एवरेज निकाल देता हूं। और 3 से 77, 77 से 203 की 207 की जो यात्रा हुई है वो अभूतपूर्व है। 23 प्रशासनिक जिलों में से 9 जिले ऐसे हैं जहां दीदी का खाता भी नहीं खुला है, चुपड़ा साफ हो गया। मैंने ऐसा प्रचंड जनादेश देखा नहीं है। सरकार परफॉर्म करती है तब तो मिलता है, मगर जहां ऑपोजिशन में है, विरोधी दल के नेता को बोलने का कोई मौका नहीं दिया जाता है, जनता की भावनाओं को उजागर करने का मौका नहीं दिया जाता है, वहां पर 9 जिलों में शून्य सत्ताधारी दल का। एक केवल और केवल ईश्वर और बंगाल की जनता की कृपा है। जब चलता था तब चुनाव आयोग पर ढेर सारे सवाल उठाए गए, न केवल टीएमसी, इनके सभी साथियों के द्वारा उठाए गए। मैं आज उन्हीं लोगों को बड़ी विनम्रता से पूछना चाहता हूं कि बंगाल में 93% मतदान हुआ है, जो आजादी के बाद सबसे ज्यादा है, और एक भी कंप्लेंट टीएमसी की ओर से छापा मारने की नहीं है, बूथ कैप्चरिंग की नहीं है, एक भी नहीं है। 93% मतदान हुआ है, और जहां सैकड़ों लाशें गिरती थी चुनाव के वक्त, वो राज्य के अंदर एक भी मृत्यु के बगैर दोनों चरण समाप्त हुए हैं। मैं आज चुनाव आयोग के तहत काम करने वाले सभी सुरक्षा बलों को, बंगाल सरकार के सभी कर्मचारियों को और बंगाल पुलिस को भी हृदयपूर्वक अभिनंदन देना चाहता हूं कि आपने जो काम किया है इससे विश्व भर में लोकतंत्र का मैसेज गया है। 23 जिलों में से 20 जिलों में भाजपा नंबर 1 पार्टी बनी है। एक भी जिला ऐसा नहीं है जहां हमारा विधायक नहीं है। पूर्व मेदिनीपुर 16 की 16 भाजपा, झारग्राम सभी सीटें भाजपा, पुरुलिया सभी सीटें भाजपा, बांकुड़ा सभी सीटें भाजपा, दार्जिलिंग, कलिम्पोंग, जलपाईगुड़ी, अलीपुरद्वार सभी सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीती। और आप लोग तो जीते हो, मेरे लिए बहुत आनंद का विषय है, मगर भवानीपुर की जनता का भी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। शुभेंदुदा ने गत चुनाव में दीदी को नंदीग्राम में हराया था। मैंने दीदी का एक इंटरव्यू देखा था, वो कहती थी मैं इनके गढ़ में लड़ने के लिए चली गई। दीदी इस बार तो शुभेंदुदा ने आपके घर में आकर हराया है। मैं भवानीपुर की जनता का भी बहुत बहुत हृदयपूर्वक धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। मित्रों, इस जीत का महत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए पार्टी के विस्तार तक सीमित नहीं है। इस जीत का महत्व हमारी आइडियोलॉजी के एक्सपांशन तक सीमित नहीं है। ये जीत का महत्व भाजपा एनडीए का 21वां राज्य आए इस तक महत्व नहीं है। ये जीत का महत्व है, ये जीत ने राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा में जो सबसे बड़ा छिद्र था उसको भरने का काम किया है, वो महत्वपूर्ण। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वादा है बंगाल की जनता को कि न केवल बंगाल, पूरे देश भर से हम एक एक घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर निकालेंगे और देश को घुसपैठिया मुक्त करेंगे। और मैं आज इस मंच से कहना चाहता हूं, जो लोग कहते हैं ये ध्रुवीकरण का मुद्दा है, ध्रुवीकरण का मुद्दा नहीं है ना जी, ये देश की सुरक्षा का मुद्दा है। आपका देखने का चश्मा पीला है, इसलिए आपको सब कुछ पीला दिखता है। ये देश की सुरक्षा का मुद्दा है। मित्रों, जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड विजय होती है तो पानीहाटी की प्रत्याशी श्रीमती रत्ना देवनाथ, वो हमारी प्रत्याशी बनकर बंगाल भर में माताओं बहनों पर जो अत्याचार हुआ है वो अत्याचार का प्रतीक बनकर सभी माताओं बहनों को एक प्रकार से ढाढ़स बना। हिगलगंज की प्रत्याशी बहन रेखा पात्रा संदेश खाली के अत्याचार के सामने सत्याग्रह की प्रतीक, और औसग्राम की प्रत्याशी कलिता माझी, वो बंगाल के, कलिता जी के लिए ताली बजाओ जरा, बंगाल के दारुण से दारुण गरीबी में जी रही